Robot fans, near and far, please welcome to the field your global master of ceremonies, Corey Bounds Camphouse.
Thank you so much, Josh. Good morning, Houston. How we doing out there, fam? Well, welcome to the 2026 First Championship. My name is Corey BK. I'm a First alumna, and I have the absolute honor of welcoming all of you here today for this week's celebration of an incredible season. Welcome to the final chapter of an entire season's worth of innovation, teamwork, and discovery. We are here to celebrate the best of what the First Tech Challenge community has been able to accomplish over the last year. Look around. Everyone here has earned their way into this room together. You and your teammates this season solved problems, pushed limits, and built something extraordinary this season. The teams, the students, the mentors, and the volunteers who are making this event happen have traveled from all over the world to be here together this week. Our community spans continents, cultures, and thousands of stories, and all of us are gathered here together in this room. Let's take a look at who's here, and let's make it loud for every team from every corner of the world who made the journey today to Houston. We are here to recognize the best of Decode presented by RTX, part of the First Age season presented by Qualcomm. First would not be possible without the support of our sponsors. For over 25 years, RTX has been a global supporter of First and a returning sponsor to the First Tech Challenge program. I'd like to extend a warm first welcome to Dr. Fuzz from Emerging Systems Airborne Spectrum Dominance at RTX.
Hello, First Tech Challenge teams! As someone who has mentored First teams across all three programs for the last 15 years, I've seen firsthand how this program shapes lives. Take a second and look around you, because this is what the future of innovation looks like. I've had the privilege of volunteering at several FTC events over the course of this season and saw dozens of robots compete in this challenge. The combined efforts of your team, your mentors, your supporters have got you here today. So congratulations on this incredible accomplishment. You all have pushed through your late nights, coding bugs, fixing parts, unexpected failures, and kept going. That grit, that curiosity, that teamwork is the same mindset that's needed in the real world. You've proven something important. You don't just wait for the future, you build it. Every challenge you face this season has taught you how to solve problems and collaborate under pressure and bring those ideas to life. And honestly, those are the skills that are going to get you far and anywhere, from engineering labs to design studios to jobs that you haven't even imagined. You've already proved you're among the best, so go out there and compete with confidence, trust your teammates, and trust your robot. And most importantly, have fun. Enjoy every second of being here on this world stage because you've worked hard to get here. No matter what happens today, you are innovators, builders, and creators with the power to shape what comes next. Good luck out there, and show the world what First Tech Challenge is all about. Thank you.
Thank you again, Dr. Fuzz. Next, I'd like you to please, once again, extend a warm first welcome to Chris Rake, the Executive Vice President and Chief Operating Officer at First.
Good morning, everyone. How's everyone doing? Glad to see that you made it through the line. We are so happy to have you here. This is a remarkable year for First Tech Challenge. We are setting all sorts of records. We're setting the number of records of the number of teams. We're setting the number of records particularly for our international teams. Who here is visiting us from outside the States? We're setting records here in Houston. We've added over 70 teams to this largest First Tech Challenge event. And we've added 2 new divisions in order to compensate for that. We're filling out all the concrete over here with extra pits because we want to do everything we can to celebrate your achievements. And there are more records yet to fall. Highest scores are likely to fall, right? The most participants under one roof are likely to fall. We are here to celebrate your accomplishments, to set those records, but also to look beyond what this week is going to be all about. Because First has reached another record, which is 4 million youth, young people from around the world that have been impacted by this incredible program. You're here, you're building robots, you're having fun, you're learning skills, but our mission is to also inspire people to solve some of the world's hardest problems. And whether those problems are right before you as you're trying to figure out how to build a shooter, or those problems are you face when you move into your next phase of your life. By participating in First, you're going to be developing the skills and the confidence and the grit to be able to tackle those problems head on. Again, welcome to First Championship 2026. I look forward to seeing what you're going to bring on the field to see how you solved these problems. And I look forward to meeting with you in the pits later this week. Thank you.
Thank you again, Chris. Thousands of volunteers make First events happen all over the world. At each First Championship, the First Tech Challenge program recognizes a volunteer who has contributed to the program in truly impressive ways. We've gathered our previous First Tech Challenge Volunteers of the Year, so please give it up for these phenomenal representatives from the First community. I'd like to welcome First Director of Volunteer Resources, Ashley Johnson, to recognize this season's First Tech Challenge Volunteer of the Year.
Good morning, First Tech Challenge. Are we excited to recognize our Volunteer of the Year? Let's hear it. That's good, all right. I'm excited to be here to recognize our Volunteer of the Year. These individuals are exceptional. They give their time and their energy, and every year, each First program recognizes one outstanding volunteer that's made a significant contribution to our First community. And that person receives a Volunteer of the Year pin, a program trophy, and a custom Volunteer of the Year jacket. Pretty nice. So now for the best part, handing it over to Colin to tell you about this year's winner.
Thank you, Ashley. With so many exceptional volunteers supporting First Tech Challenge, selecting just one Volunteer of the Year can feel almost impossible. Some volunteers stand out for their work within a region, others for their support of multiple regions. And there are even those who quietly work in the background, doing the sometimes thankless jobs which just need to happen each season. Many volunteers are role models, even among a community of role models, compelling those around them to tell us stories about this volunteer is the reason that I'm involved with First, or they inspire me to be better than I am, or they just remind me of why I do this. I'm sure this reminds you of many First volunteers that you've met. There are a lot of exceptional volunteers in First today, and we're excited to recognize one who stands out for all of the reasons that I just mentioned. She has put in hundreds of hours this year alone creating documentation, improving processes, and providing direct support to events, both local to her and also in her travels around the world. She focuses on the micro details while also ensuring that the bigger picture vision of the program is met, providing an excellent experience to all FIRST participants. Every referee in this room has directly benefited from, and every FIRST Tech Challenge participant has been positively impacted by her immense time, energy, and effort that she has put into the program. But beyond her impact, it's her character that really impresses us. Gracious professionalism remains the cornerstone of our competition. Through gracious professionalism, fierce competition and mutual gain coexist. Participants compete intensely while treating each other with respect and empathy. As we all know, the competition does get fierce and emotions do get intense. When that happens, it's sometimes challenging to control your own intensity. Well, I don't think I've ever seen this person lose her calm, and I can't think of a better role model for all volunteers to emulate than this year's Volunteer of the Year award winner. So, for the way that she empathizes with every team and advocates for them both behind the scenes and around the world, for always being the respectful, calm center in a sea of intensity, and for the way that she embodies gracious professionalism, not just when it's easy, but when it's at its hardest. This year's Volunteer of the Year award goes to Kat Swoboda.
Yay, Kat! Woo! All right. So I'm going to bring you over here with me. Give it up again for Kat, everybody, doing phenomenal work around the world on behalf of the FIRST Tech Challenge program. And just as our volunteers make our events happen, it is our mentors who make our teams happen. The Compass Award recognizes an adult coach or mentor who provides outstanding guidance and support for a FIRST Tech Challenge team. The winner of the Compass Award is determined from candidates nominated by FIRST Tech Challenge student team members, highlighting how their mentor has helped them become an outstanding team and demonstrating what it means to be a gracious professional. This mentor stood out as truly supporting and believing in her team, not just this season, but across over a decade of phenomenal work toward this program. This season's Compass Award is presented to Burçin Gündüz from Team 25171 in Turkey. Stand next to Corey.
Bize hep söylenen şuydu. Kızlar mühendislikte zorlanır. Kodlama erkek işidir.
Mentor mu? O da erkektir zaten.
Ama biz onunla bu algıları yıktık.
Onunla birlikte sadece bir robot değil, aynı zamanda bir gelecek kurmak.
Hatalarımızı başarılara dönüştürmeyi ondan öğrendik.
Bugün yaptığımız her işin başında onun bize verdiği cesaret var.
Bilimin bir hayal değil, bir yol olduğunu bize gösterdi.
Arkamızda duran biri olduğunu bilmek en büyük şansımızdı.
En zor günde bile ben size inanıyorum demesi bize başarabileceğimizi hatırlattı.
Tam 12 yıl, onlarca takım, bilime dokunan yüzlerce öğrenci. Ve bugün biz bu hikayenin bir parçası olduğumuz için gururluyuz. Teşekkürler bu için.
Congratulations once again to Burçin from Turkey. We do have one of our global key judge advisors, Şefik, here to present the award. If she's not here down here on the floor, we will make sure that gets to her. Let's give it up one more time for our Compass Award winner this season. Now, it has been awesome to recognize some individuals down here, but we really do want to take a moment to recognize everyone who is making this week and this season happen. Students, I want you to think about everyone and all of the people who have helped you get here. The late nights, the rides to the meetings, the encouragement when things didn't work out on the first try. Just with one huge round of applause and cheer, can we please thank all of the volunteers, coaches, mentors, parents, and supporters who make First Tech Challenge possible.
We should have done it.
And of course, today, the rest of the week, and throughout now and future seasons, we ask you to honor the first ethos of gracious professionalism. Gracious professionalism means combining fierce competition with mutual respect, kindness, and empathy. This means doing your absolute best work and at the same time respecting and valuing all of the other students, teams, and volunteers who are putting events together for you and contributing to your season's success. Our schedule up here in First Tech Challenge is jam-packed this week. We have qualification matches all day today and tomorrow across our 12 fields on 6 divisions this season. And on Saturday morning, we will be running Alliance Selection. Throughout today and tomorrow, judges will be visiting you in your pit, so be ready to impress them. Saturday afternoon, we'll proceed into Saturday morning, we will have our divisional playoffs and divisional awards, and then Saturday afternoon, we'll conclude with our First Tech Challenge finale, Da Vinci Round Robin Tournament, our first to 2 wins finals format, the Inspire Award ceremony, and the 2026-2027 game preview. Before we get started, let's be mindful about safety, both physical safety and our psychological and emotional safety. Please be mindful of your nearest emergency exit and make a safety plan with your team so that you know what to do in the event of an emergency or if you get separated. Everyone here also deserves a safe, supportive, and positive fun experience. So if you are having trouble, please talk to a trusted adult for help. And if you see someone who might be having a hard time this week, be that friend, be that smiling face, make a new buddy, and help them also have a positive experience together at Championship. Thank you all for helping us make this a safe and enjoyable event for us all. We've got a few more things coming up before we toss to our divisional play, but at this time, please rise if you are able for the playing of our host country's national anthem. Thank you all. Just a few quick things until we dig in to decode one more time. How does that sound, First Tech Challenge? Before we throw it to our divisional play, I'd like to take a moment to introduce part of the team that is making this show phenomenal all this week. We have our desk with First Champs Live, presented by Robo Sports Network, who will be curating all of the action across our event all week long. Let's give a big hello to those folks over at the desk this morning.
Good morning, Championship! We are so excited to be here with you this weekend. I am Manisha Rajagata from the state of Massachusetts, a First alum, joined by some amazing other analysts on the desk with me.
My name is Tijn van Wongen, also a First alum from the Netherlands, and I'm very happy to be here. Yeah, my name is Roel van Ost. I'm also a first alum from the Netherlands, and I'm also super excited to see what's going to happen this championship.
And I'm Ken. I'm a first alum out of Wisconsin, and I'm absolutely pumped to be back here at the first championship.
What we're gonna have for our desk this weekend is we'll be bringing you strategic insights, some replay. What are you guys most excited to see this weekend?
Well, it's going to be so cool to see an expanded Da Vinci field where we're going to go into a playoff system that we haven't seen here at the FTC Championships in the past. So that's something I'm personally very excited about.
Yeah, for me, of course, it's got to be all the European teams getting here, especially the Romanian teams. I think 2 world high scores were at the Romanian league, so yeah, that's got to be super exciting.
And I love seeing that like all of these different regions come together and all of these strategies collide. And as these teams are at the top level, I'm really excited to see what is going to be pulling out the wins there. Is it the motifs? Is it the end game? What are those marginal 2 to 3 points that are going to be sending teams and advancing them further?
It's gonna be a very high power, high excitement weekend here at the World Championship. Just before we get into Decode one more time, we're gonna take a refresh and check out our game animation. Divisional matches. We're now going to take you down to our fields behind us for all of the action. We're kicking off our qualifications. Let's take you there.
You guys are backlit, so if you look at there on the video, their shadows are coming.
Hi. Hello. Mic check.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. Went well, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I can hear you guys too.
So we're kicking off
Anxiety
with Ross.
quelled.
We're so bad.
Quantum Robotics, who has a world record.
Our first division that we're going to be taking a look at today is the Ross division. What can we expect to see this morning first up here on Ross?
Yeah, I already mentioned it during the opening ceremonies. We got a Romanian team here, and not just any Romanian team. This is the highest OPR scoring team. For the viewers at home, OPR means your points that you scored. Tijn, can you elaborate on this?
It's basically a statistical system to calculate how many points you add to a system. So basically, how much do you score, but calculated.
Yeah, and I mean, they've already set the world record, right? 463 with no penalties. I think they're going to pull out a banger here on the Ross division.
Yeah, in the end of the day, OPR, it's theoretical, but scoring, that's practical, that's counted. They have scored a world record, and they're going to look to expand on it here at the World Championships.
Yeah, and Tijn, how do you feel about coming into this competition knowing you're the highest scoring team out there up till this point? Does it bring some extra stress with the team members?
Well, I've never been in that position, unfortunately, so it's something I'm going to have to imagine. I'm sure it'll give a little bit of stress, but it's going to give confidence as well. You know, and you've proven that you can do it. So you just got to do it again.
consistency, keeping it cool under pressure, being a former Drive team member myself. Everything is blocked out when you're down there on the field. There's no venue noise. You don't hear the game announcer. All you're doing is locking in on your robot. You're reviewing your match strategy that you make with your alliance partners ahead of the game. So coming in, I think there's a lot of excitement too. You know, you get to play with all of these teams from across the world, especially in their regions where they're putting up these high number matches. I think it'll be really exciting to see how the teams collaborate and try and elevate each other's OPR as we move into the weekend.
Yeah, I think they do carry that advantage, though, of, you know, there's an intimidation factor, right? Talking about a cyclical game, you're trying to lock in. There is a level of nerves that you can get, you know, we're against the team that has the #1 OPR, that set the current world record. There is a dynamic to that that may end up helping them, but we'll have to see here.
I think you already mentioned it in our preview in the beginning. It's really interesting how the different styles of the different regions in the world will now impact each other together. Because you can play one way, and if everyone in Romania plays that way, it'll work. But if you do it here, and your alliance partner from wherever in the world doesn't know how to do that, it's a different ballgame.
I think I'm excited to see how the teams will challenge each other from the different regions, like you're saying. So something that I've seen, like, is there going to be an emphasis on one part of the game versus the other? You mentioned this earlier, Ken. I want to see the teams kind of raise the bar with Decode. We haven't pushed the game to its ultimate potential, and that's what the championship is kind of for. We get to that upper limit of what teams are capable of, what the rules are.
And there's also potential for all the teams out there to come up with new strategies. They had time to prepare for this event. They did prepare for this event. They know what strategies the other regions are going to play, and maybe they come up with some way to counter that. So that's going to be super exciting.
You mentioned something really interesting there. That's what makes FTC unique. You start in September. They've had months to get here. There is all the time in the world to watch the live streams and get a feel for how do we adapt. They do this, we do that. It's a bit of a chess game in that manner.
Yeah, and I think coming into the World Championship here, right, with all the teams at such a high level, it just unlocks so many new strategies that maybe weren't opportunities before because maybe you didn't have two robots that had a certain capability or were capable of executing on a certain timing. And suddenly with all of those doors unlocked, it's a totally different ballgame, exactly like you're saying.
What kind of archetypes can we expect to see in terms of robot strategy? Like, what are there identified, like, characters across the robots, regardless of region?
Yeah, I think you have two major types. One of them is the turret, right? So there's a rotating shooter that can shoot from anywhere on the field without rotating the robot. The shooter always points to the goal and scores. The other one, I think, is the double wide shooter. So there you have to turn your robot, but you can score balls more quickly. It's a trade-off. Do you want to be faster at aiming or do you want to be faster at shooting? I think there's a slight benefit for the turret robot here, but we'll see how things turn out.
And we'll have to see as well, right, the close zone versus the longer zone. Typically, that's where we see a lot of those turret-based robots going for those longer shots, but maybe we'll see some new robots come out, you know, new strategies as these teams are able to play at a higher level.
Yeah, because get the precision that you need to shoot from far and not have them bounce out. Maybe a turret there, while more accurate, is also a little slower. Does it bounce out because your second ball is coming in?
How about the end game? Are we gonna see the buddy? I don't want to call
Park,
it
yeah,
Buddy Park.
I think so. So we know that there are some teams that have the capability to lift their entire robot, but it takes time and it is a big risk. If you lift your robot in the air and your teammate pushes you around, that's gonna be rough.
That's one of the big things coming in. You know, you're working with entirely new teams, right? Maybe in your region you've even practiced with some of the teams or had a number of league meets or qualifiers with the same teams, and there's that cohesion there, right? As much as you have time to prepare with your alliance partners, there isn't that same level of familiarity. And so that's where, yeah, that risk of, you know, something occurring during a match is just absolutely amplified here.
And don't forget, there's also, for some teams, there's also a language barrier. We got teams all around the world. They need to find a way to communicate with each other across their countries and their languages. So that's going to be also interesting to see how that's going to turn out.
I think that's the real beauty of championships. We've seen them practice. Oh, we're going to Ross already.
sorry, I made a mistake there. We're going to Jackson there. They've already had auto, and we're going into Teleop.
Who's that small robot launching into the blue goal?
What a great first match here on Jackson. We're now going to take you over to Ross and see the action over there.
Wow, we are at championships. What a way to start of the day. 376 points in match 1. That is incredible.
And don't forget that Red Alliance also putting up a great score of almost in the end of the 200s. That's not nothing.
It's crazy that is a losing score here.
That's what happens here at the World Championship. Everything is just up another level. And it's those marginal points, those little things that you can do, right? Like we saw that turret strategy play out, that just cyclical nature. We saw teams trying to throw their opponents off of their game, right? They go for a cycle, steal from their loading zone, and then bump them on the way. Like those are all the micro things that get you to a World Championship.
Yeah, we saw the different archetypes as well, right? There were a couple of turret robots there. There was also a robot that can just only shoot from one stationary position, but they use the front launch zone. They clear it. They make sure they put in those balls and then leave the turret in the backside of the field to make sure they can do those long shots.
You're a bit more flexible up top. There's more space, but that also means you have to drive a lot more.
It was also cool to see that end game come into play, right? Right off the rip, we saw teams going up, trying to let themselves. Maybe didn't work out for one of the alliances there. Blue Alliance ended up taking the win with a crazy score of 376, though. And as we, all of those things build to that total point.
What I think will be interesting as the days progress it's not just about winning. Even if you win, you can score the same amount of ranking points as your opponent in theory. So you got to find that balance where you're trying to get edge out and win, but maybe let the high score go in favor of scoring one more ranking point, because that can make the difference when we go into alliance selection.
I'm very curious to see the role of defense, offense, if that's going to become more defined positions on your alliance versus depending on where you are in the match, you're prioritizing one thing versus another. We're now going to take you over to Edison very shortly. We have so much action here on the field. Auto starting, let's take it away.
Here we go.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. Three, two, one.
With the pace of the Blue Alliance, and we have one piece out in the field. Let's see which team it's from. But one goes for the Red Alliance. We are entering almost in-game, and we're heading up. We have overflow, so the team open up the raffle, and let's get 3-1 more. That's great. We're entering the end-game period. One goes and almost gets in for the Blue Alliance. This match is heading with lots of emotions, and for being our first match in this field, it goes with lots of passion. Ending this match at well, certainly we had a pretty close matchup here with just 1 point of difference. Let's see how it goes in the results. And we have scores for this match, and the winning alliance is the Red Alliance win this first match at Edison's. Congratulations to both alliances.
Welcome over to Field 2. I'm Eve Drew, your announcer this weekend on Edison Field 2. Let's meet our teams. Starting us off from Bedford Junior High School in Temperance, Michigan, United States, it's the Loose Screws. They will be joined from Paulista, Pernambuco, Brazil. It's Space Tech. On the blue side of the field, it's 26501 from Madrasa International Techno Natura Depok, Jakarta, Indonesia, Red Scales. And they will be joined by 18240 from the Girl Scouts in Kalispell, Montana. It's Robo Scout Squad. Now, with that being said, we have the thumbs up. Drivers in the box in 3, 2, 1, go. And we are off for our first match on Field 2 on the Edison division. Over on the blue side of the field, the Red Scales are going to be working on over. On the red side of the field, Team Calamari over in their own human player area, working with their human player, playing that distributor role as their alliance partners, Robot -1.
Drivers,
managed to
pick
get
up your
another
controllers.
trifecta.
Three, two, one.
And we are off. Ice Robotics, hailing from Bloomington, Indiana, going to be working with their human player, firing long distance. They're going to be in some competition with Team Calamari, using both those turrets, competing for real estate over in that far launch zone. For the Red Alliance, Team Calamari holding it down, nailing a trifecta from the near zone before going to hit that gate with instantaneous haste. On the red side of the field, Team Calamari once again facing some contention from Ice Robotics, the Hoosier team here on Edison. KAP 27674. Once again hitting the near launch zone. Both of these alliances have adopted a very similar strategy with the near far structure, staying out of each other's way, but not necessarily the other alliance's way. We have seen some contention over in these launch areas. We have a score 266-228 with just under a minute left to play here in match number 2 on Edison. 98-79 hitting from long distance. And the Blue Alliance looking to hold their advantage. They will break the 300 mark as this match draws slightly closer to a finish. Remember, that goal RP is going to be 67, so that is the threshold these teams are trying to meet, and both of them will get there, earning at least one extra ranking point when it's all said and done. Now, as we approach the end game, 11-3-29 over in the far launch zone, these teams are going to attempt to park on top of each other in these base zones for 15 points apiece for a full. As Ice Robotics gets the full, at least as it appears, we will see what the final tally is in just a moment. we have a score for match 2 on Edison, and it will be the Blue Alliance 468 as our visitors from Kazakhstan as well.
Here on Edison, we took a look at this past score. Coming out of Autonomous, the Blue Alliance had a lead. It wasn't very large, but over the course of the match, what did you notice?
First off, we saw Ice Robotics taking that far side of the field. And what I think was really smart of them, every time they went into that back launch zone to shoot their balls, they pushed around the other team. So they just hit them slightly, so the other team got off guard, and they're like, oh, now we have to rethink what we were doing, and we have to focus again. And those little time that you take away from the other team, that's going to make a difference on the very high level. So, yeah.
Yeah, that coordination in Autonomous, right? Loved what I saw from both alliances, right? Each robot kind of taking a quadrant of the field and playing the artifacts in that zone, not bumping into each other. Those are the types of things you can coordinate with these high-level teams that you see here.
And it shows in the end scores. If you subtract the penalty points, they end up at 453, which is only 10 points of the world record. We're 5 minutes into the day.
Yeah, and it's like talking about those ranking points too, right? Even in a loss, that Red Alliance still earned 2 of those objective ranking points. That's a new mechanic this year. It's not just about did you win the match, did you lose the match. It's the choices that you're making during the match that can affect your overall ranking throughout the competition.
And we talked earlier about the end game park. So in that last match, we noticed that it was a very last second shoot until the last physical second possible and then advance to the park area of the field. What are we thinking about how things are going to evolve moving forward? Is that still going to be the meta, or is this the early establish those high ranking points based on artifacts scored?
There are a couple of robots that can really make space and you can park together fully. But if you can't park together fully, the points really are on the edge of being worth it. If it takes you 20 seconds to coordinate that, it's not worth it. So you can just better score a couple more artifacts, park together, have it be sloppy, but you still get those RP.
That's where it depends what you're playing for. Are you playing for the win, or are you playing for the RP, right? You might find yourself in situations where you're ahead by 100 points. Hey, we can take that time to coordinate that climb, get some bonus RP. You might also find yourself in situations where you're down by 100 points and you're going, the only thing we can play for is this RP, and that ability to be dynamic, to adjust on the fly is what separates, the average team from the top teams here at the first championship.
I'm excited to take all of you to another division here. We've got so many awesome fields behind us, so many amazing teams. We're going to Lovelace next. What are you most excited about for the rest of the morning?
Yeah, we're going to see some really high scores. If we only watched qualifications 1 and 2 now, we already got amazing high scores. I think it can only go up from here. Once the teams get tuned in, once they got to see what's out there, that's going to be awesome.
For sure. On a personal note, I'm really looking forward to seeing a couple matches of our Dutch teams that are going to be out there. We have 3 of them. They performed really well at our national championship, and I'm so proud to see them out here.
This gate and tunnel dynamic is really interesting for me, right? You're watching that these gates are getting, these classifiers are getting filled up so quickly. And there's basically a robot just sitting there the entire time opening the gate. But we're also seeing a lot of stealing, undefended stealing of those artifacts from opponent secret tunnels. So it's not really affecting teams right now. Interesting to see how that dynamic shifts throughout the competitions, if teams get more aggressive with that, if teams start defending their tunnels and those artifacts, and what that ends up playing out like.
Yeah, especially in close matches, that can be the difference maker.
I really want to see in the next couple of matches what teams' emphasis on motifs are. We saw a little bit of it in that last qualification match where the teams were working together to match the obelisk, but I'm curious to see if that's going to be more emphasized, or what we're seeing with Park, where it's that risk-benefit analysis that the teams are doing.
Yeah, I think with that, let's send it over to the Lovelace field for qualification 4.
Over on the Blue Alliance, we have from Piraeus, Greece, it's Team 24966 Portables Ubitact.
Gotta say, I was over at their pit. They have some lovely desserts if you want to try them out. From Los Angeles, California, United States, we have Team 2506, the Technobots. All right, and we're going to get this qualification match number 4 off in 3, 2, 1, go. And we're off. All 4 robots move in. Exodus lobbing some shots. One of them went over, but those 2 other ones got in as Red Alliance elects to empty their classification ramp. Looks like the main strategy here is going to be shoot, unlock, shoot, unlock. A ball has managed to hit my foot. It's going to be the first of many to hit me today. To get out of the way for our field resetters here, we got Xbots emptying the classification ramp at the end of endgame here.
Pick up your controllers.
We're going to end with a full classification ramp on blue. Let's see what Teleop holds for us.
3, 2, 1.
All 4 robots, 3 robots. I see some spinning over there from Xbots. Can they get up and running? There they are, all 4 robots alive here. Portable's Ubitech is heading back to their human player station to pick up some artifacts. They're going to go line up in front of the goal here. They're going to go 1, 2, 3. They're all in. Blue Alliance has filled up their classification ramp, and they're going for overflow right now. Never mind, Blue Alliance decides to empty their classification ramp with about 1:30 left in this match here. Xbots going over to the human player station to pick up some artifacts. Looks like they're going to lob some from the back. 1, 2, 3. They all get in. Ooh, speaking of that, I almost got hit by 3 more from Portable's Ubitech. Technobots lobbing some from the closer goal here over on the Red Alliance side. Very interesting strategy there as they elect to empty out their Blues classification ramp here. Exodus has some artifacts in tow heading over to the opposite side of the human player station here. They're going to line up. They got 1, 2, 3. And their Xbots partner also lines those up with about 52 seconds left in our match here. Lots of artifact scoring. Xbots is going to open up their classification ramp, and Technobots elects to do the same. We're going to be entering endgame here. Let's see what some of these strategies are going to be here in about 10 seconds. Blue Alliance is going to open up their classification ramp twice, one with each robot. Red Alliance is doing the same here as we enter endgame now. Let's see what kind of strategies we got. I'm excited here. Blue Alliance lobbing some artifacts over. One of them gets in. They're about halfway. Red Alliance tries to empty their classification ramp, but they do not get it here. With a couple seconds left, we're going to go ahead and finish this in 3, 2, 1. Looks like we're going to get some interesting parking strategies. All right, let's see what the matches are. We're going to have results from match number 4 here. Match number 4 is going to go to the Red Alliance. They're going to take a 346 to 1.
All right, with that, we're going to quickly go over to the good old division where Qualification 5 just started.
Red side of the field continuing as well. Some artifacts up and into the red goal.
Okay, we're going to go to Lovelace real quick while Goodall keeps up setting up their field.
Also did a very good job playing with MSET Cuttlefish by utilizing
3,
his close
2,
launch zone.
1.
And now drivers pick up their controllers, and we see MSET Cuttlefish shoot. Their partners also shoot and score for the Blue Alliance. They are catching up. That was for the Red Alliance, who is trying to hold their lead over this Blue Alliance. Team 7244 out of the box robotics successfully scores 3 into the Blue Alliance goal, followed up by their partner, Royal Society of Robotics. They've scored 2, and now they are looking around the field for more artifacts, and in goes another 3 for the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance still has the lead over the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance working to overtake them. 7244 shooting now from their far zone and collecting some artifacts from near the Red Alliance ramp. A lot more shots for the Blue Alliance, and we've got a filled up classifier over on the Blue Alliance side of the field, but that is very quickly released as to not produce overflow artifacts, which only score 1 point as opposed to 3 points that scored for a classified artifact. There's 3, now 4, 5 classified artifacts on the red side. There's 5 classified artifacts on the blue side, and we just saw another 3 go in as well. 30 seconds remaining here in qualification, match number 5. A lot of robots in one side of the field now moving away towards their loading zones as they try to build up their points before our end game period. Looks like Team 7244 has one more volley of artifacts that they would like to shoot. We've got 5 seconds remaining, and Team 21502 is in position in their red base, as is both of the blue robots on that Blue Alliance side of the field. Give an exciting ending to things here in qualification, match number 5.
All right, we're going to try that good all match one more time. Qualification 5 coming up.
Jeltok Sun scores from a little bit closer up. Both of our teams in the triple digits by now, but the Blue Alliance has managed to take the lead only by a few points here. It keeps going back and forth between which alliance is ahead. We've got some very evenly matched teams here. An impressive competition between all of our robots. With a minute left in our match, Red has managed to push themselves up just a little bit here as Freets continues scoring for the Red Alliance. Their partner 16617 on Red. Scoring from the far side and possibly attempting some defense there on the Blue Alliance, attempting to slow down the blue side scoring. We'll see how that works out for them as the Blue Alliance robots continue to push through, grabbing from their loading zone and launching up and into the goal. With 30 seconds left, Red Alliance just hitting 200 points. Blue Alliance not too far behind as Jeltok Sun scoring another artifact there for Blue in the end game period. Not too much time left. And the Blue Alliance has pushed themselves up just a few points. Red still has a few seconds left to take the lead as 202.65 on Blue. You'll see them lifting up, waiting for their alliance partner, Jeltok Sun, to come and scoot on underneath in the base zone. Across from on Red, those Red Alliance robots attempting to meet each other as well at the end of Qualification 5. And here's our scores for Qualification 5. Your winner is the Blue Alliance. With a final score of 273, the Blue Alliance will take the win for Qualification 5.
Let's quickly move down to field number 2 for qualification number 6. We've got our next competitors ready. We've got 24697 from Almaty, Kazakhstan. It is Sana.
So what we really saw there was a defensive battle. The Red Alliance knowing they couldn't keep up offensively, so they just sent a bodyguard over and they stuck with it. And they kept it close to the last seconds of the game.
Yeah, that was amazing. Defense in FTC. It's been a long time since we saw it on this level. Yeah, you have to know coming in as that Red Alliance or as that Blue Alliance, that 2265 Heart of Robots being a very good robot out there during the earlier season, having a high score, in the earlier season. Yeah, you got to shut them down if you want to win this match, and in the end it was super close.
Yeah, and that's where we saw some of those RP decisions coming into play, right? Your Blue Alliance, 63 of the 67 needed artifacts for that RP, instead opting for that end game where we saw the one partner lift, other go under, and it ended up helping them pull out the win and the RP. We're going to jump over to Goodall again for Qualification 6.
Doing the same on the Red Alliance, their partners Overture, those bright purple panels will patiently...
Drivers, pick up your controllers. Three, two, one.
Overture, waiting for teleop time to begin their scoring, and they will sink a purple artifact down into their classifier. There's another quick round from Robo players, 18270, as they pick up some loose artifacts over by the Red Alliance. Goal. It is a blizzard of fuel over here in the Goodall division as the Blue Alliance empties their classifier into the Red Alliance secret tunnel. That's another full classifier already for the Blue Alliance. They are working fast, and it shows in the score, 151 to 108. Blue Alliance with the lead. Still over a minute, plenty of time to score and classify those artifacts. Purple or green, we don't care, you decide. There goes Overture with some longer shots, a little bit of defense from the Blue Alliance, sends one of those out. 24967 Sana continuing the good work for the Red Alliance. Now 45 seconds left. Blue Alliance increasing their lead. 257 to 165. Overture, those purple artifacts matching the purple panels on their robot. Make some additional scores. Now 30 seconds left. There goes Robo players. Some loose artifacts by the Blue Alliance goal. They're going to line up with those goal panels to help sink two more. That is the end game whistle. Blue Alliance still with about a 60-point lead. As we come near the end of this match, Red Alliance almost has achieved the threshold for the artifact rank point like Blue has. 3, 2, 1, time has expired.
Continue to stay really tight as we ramp up our qualification matches across the divisions. We're going to take you to another match just randomized, ready to go in just a few seconds here.
Decode station completely full of artifacts. 14906 trying to release them with some overflow coming out. 2 get stuck in there. Looks like Red Alliance is going to focus on overflow points. However, they do release the gate so they can get some more points for their artifacts. Blue Alliance coming in, shooting consistently.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. Three, two, one.
And we are now in tele-op period. 18108, just going for it. Ramming into 12887 to go get their artifacts from the human player. Over possession on blue, called by the head referee. Oh, we got some launching outside of the launch zone. 14906 undisturbed, just continually shooting particles into the Blue Alliance goal without too much hindrance. 18-108. 18-108 with the strategy of hitting robots as they shoot in to try to get their opponents to shoot and veer off their projectiles so that they don't make it into the thing. 18-108 going in to shoot 3 into their goal. 12-8-8-7 shooting some into their goal. It looks like the Red Alliance are just going to go back and forth to try to prevent as much robotics contact as possible. 24-0-64 releases their gate. 18-108, once again, trying to get as many artifacts into it. 12-8-8-7, collecting more from the partners. Over here in the launch zone, robots trying to shoot in. Robotic contact happening again so that the projectiles miss their goals and their shots. Most of these robots are trying to figure out ways to shoot without being disturbed by the opposing alliance coming into the launch zone with high velocities. That's the whistle for in-game. Both teams going into the 200s. It could literally be anyone's game. It could be decided by parks. It could be decided by patterns. We will find out here in the next 5 seconds who the winner of this match is. Red Robot going in for a full park on 14-906, and that's the match.
Okay, we just had a look at a match over at Franklin. What did you guys see?
There was a 5-point lead for the Blue Alliance coming out of Autonomous, and it was neck and neck throughout the course of the match. 18-108, 2 for the price of 1 here. So they were in their human player area, collecting artifacts to score, and just completely trying to throw off the Blue Alliance in that far zone while scoring into the red area.
Yeah, and I think the combination of that with, I mean, look at the field. There's no artifacts anywhere. Teams need to be clearing out those gates. In that match in particular, there were a number of artifacts leaving the field. So there were scarce pickings for those teams to actually score with. And that's what you saw at the end, those teams starting to prioritize the end game because where are the other points?
Yeah, and I want to highlight 14-906. We've talked already about turrets being kind of the meta, most teams opting to it, but there are alternatives, and they show they can be a top-ranked robot without a turret.
And it's
worked so well.
And it's really interesting also to see how scoring accuracy is going to play a game over once the competition progresses. Like, if you miss a few of those artifacts, that's going to hurt. You can only shoot 3 at the same time. That's like a third of your cycle that you miss. Like, accuracy is going to be really important once this game progresses to a higher level.
Shooting only takes about a second to get all 3 of those out, but it's going to pick them up to really intaking them. That's where you lose a lot of time. So accuracy is so important.
And even for some of these teams lining up to score, right? How long does it take you to align and get in position on that key to actually get to the score? And that's a big factor here where we're seeing kind of the different robot archetypes to be successful in some things and struggle with others.
We've seen both approaches this morning of keeping those classifiers full throughout the match. In that last match, they weren't really emptying them as quickly as we've seen on other divisions thus far. So it'll be really interesting to see as we head over to Edison in a second here, what the teams are going to be prioritizing.
Yeah, if it's close, it's scary to empty it as well because, yeah, it gives you some artifacts, but it gives your opponents artifacts as well. And that is something you want to avoid at all costs.
Absolutely.
Yeah, as we head over to Edison for Qualification 7, one robot to watch here is Team 8680 Kraken Pinion, currently ranked in the top 75 worldwide.
Wow. That's the thing I love about championships the most. You just get to see teams bring out the best in each other, right? Everyone's got their thing in their regions, and when you come here, it's really that sharing of ideas, new strategic ideas. Each match is going to be different. with depending on who your alliance partners are. Like we've seen matches with 4 turrets. We're now going to go to Jackson. Let's take a look at the game underway there.
Jackson.
The Blue Alliance from Claremont, California, sponsored by the Web Schools, Vision Express, and Rock Bros. It's 359web.exe. And last but not least, sponsored by the Gear Alliance, St. Vrain Valley School District, and Toro. From Longmont, Colorado, it's 11260 Upper Creek Robotics. We are set here on Jackson. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go! As the match begins, all 3 robots moving for their alliances. Upper Creek Robotics sending 6 up, but only 4 make it. We do see 19426, the Cardinals, sending 6 up as well, but those go a bit too far. We do see Blue Alliance, Upper Creek still moving for their alliance with 5 seconds left. Let's see what they can do. They're getting lined up once again. That's 3 more up and a full classifier.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. Three, 2, 1.
Let's see if the Blue Alliance can keep the lead they have. We do see Red Alliance 19426. Cardinals getting lined up. Their alliance partner 26115. Alphabots doing the same, but we do see the Red Alliance Cardinals sending some of the artifacts outside of the field a bit too early. Let's see what Blue Alliance has to say. Upper Creek sending 3 up, but 2 go in. 1 goes over. We do see them emptying that classifier. They're grabbing 3 more artifacts for their alliance. Right now, Red Alliance 11-67 for that ranking point. Blue Alliance already halfway there for that ranking point. the Red Alliance, we do see the Cardinals playing some defense against Upper Creek. We do see they make it, though, for the Blue Alliance in the far launch zone. They're grabbing more artifacts for their alliance. We do see Red Alliance 26115 Alpha Bots sending 3 more artifacts. One bounces above the gate, but it does land inside of the classifier. They send 3 more up for the Red Alliance, while their alliance partner playing some defense against that Upper Creek robot. We do see 11260 grabbing some of more artifacts, but with that, we are in our end game period. That means we have 20 seconds left. Let's see if anyone decides to park with about 5 seconds left. The Red Alliance coming to a still with 3 seconds left. Upper Creek tilts, and with that, we have our match.
All right, we're gonna now take a look at these scores, see how that match on Jackson played out. While we wait for those scores, joining us in the booth, we have Brenna. Brenna, talk to us about what it's like to be a game announcer.
Yeah, so my name is Brenna. I am from the Indiana district usually. I'm a Purdue student at University of Junior in biomedical engineering, and I've been really passionate about FIRST for 12 years now. Started in 3rd grade in FLO Junior and moved up through all the levels. Now I'm mentoring an FRC team, but I absolutely love announcing. I love getting to know all the teams and being in that experience and that environment. Also, like, just being able to watch those matches so intensely and get to know all the strategies, all of the different methods that the teams used, all the different mechanics on the robot. I just love learning about it every year, and it's so interesting to me, and it's something I would love to continue doing for many more years.
Awesome. I love another FIRST alum in the booth with us.
Yes.
So you're on the Edison field. What have you noticed about Edison thus far?
Yeah, so we've had about 9 qualification matches. I believe that they're playing their 9th right now. But we have a lot of strong teams in that field. I know from my district personally that we have Ice Robotics, and they are one of the top scoring teams in that field. They have a turret designed robot, and they're really good at rapidly firing the artifacts pretty precisely into their classifiers and earning a lot of points there. And I'm excited to see how qualification matches play out for the rest of the day and see how, like, the ranking shuffle. With 140 qualification matches, a lot of stuff can change, so I'm excited to see how that plays out.
Yeah, and we also just had a look at the Jackson match, where 11-2-60 played. Upper Creek Robotics, defending world champions, also world champions in 2022.
And they're also coming off of a CRI win as well, one of our premier events last year.
So, yeah, they're definitely wanting to score some points here. Did you see anything interesting?
I think what they did in that match, right, there were 3 robots on the field, so a bit of an unfortunate situation for the opposing alliance, but it still didn't stop the defending world champions from pulling out an interesting strategy. Whereas previously we'd seen 2 robots, one each kind of take a quadrant of the field, right? They were bouncing back and forth. They were at the far launching zone, at the near launching zone, kind of playing dynamically around their gate, right? Releasing it on the way back from their cycles, right? Something we haven't really seen and something they were able to take advantage of with less robot traffic on the field.
And so they have the full field to basically use, so they can go to all the artifacts that are laying around. For the viewers at home that don't know what the artifacts are, those are the colored balls you see on the field, and they have to be scored in one of those blue or red goals, depending on your color. But yeah, if you have the full field for yourself, then you can go literally anywhere. You don't have an alliance partner to basically coordinate with. So in a sense, it might give you an advantage. Of course, you still have one robot less for offensive power. Yeah.
With that, though, plenty of artifacts on the field on the Franklin division. Let's check out Teleop in Qualification 10.
Artifact after artifact into the blue goal. 27, 676. A little bit too strong on their outtake there. Hopefully they can make a little adjustment so that they can make some artifacts into their goal. 16-818, 16-417, cycling, shooting into their goal just one at a time. They're just going to steadily win this race against the Red Alliance. Although it could be anyone's match still. Blue Alliance only in the 80s, while the Red Alliance able to score 70 points so far. Blue Alliance just need to make sure they don't do any penalties to make sure that they can keep their lead up. But the Red Alliance trying to go in to get some of the artifacts, getting really close to that blue gate. And you got to be very careful with when you go to the other side. 49 seconds left on the clock. Red Alliance trying to go in to get some more artifacts from the blue, from their human player zone. Hopefully they'll be able to shoot in some more into their zone. 16-417 shoots one more in. They release their decoder there, their classifier. Oh, and 16-417 pushes the Red Alliance into the gate, incurring penalties most likely against the Red Alliance. We are now in the end game. Robots are going to go to park as soon as they can in this last 5 seconds left in the match. We have 6-818 trying to lift off the ground. They're unable to. They are able to. Oh, but in the last minute, 2 partials on blue and maybe a full on red. All right, the teams are picking up their robots as we announce the score from that last match. Blue Alliance wins 308-80.
There was some amazing matches we saw, and we go now over to the good old division for qualification match number 10.
Points for our Blue Alliance with a full classifier.
3, 2, 1.
And away we go. 7 artifacts count for pattern points on the Blue Alliance, 3 for the Red Alliance. All 4 robots moved, so they will get those movement points. Now 6-2-7-2 taking some of their first tally-up timed shots around their partner's technical difficulties. Iron Eagles Prime now makes it back to their loading zone. 6-4-1-7 blue crew with that bright blue triple turret takes a better timed shot at the Red Alliance goal. They'll get at least 2 of those artifacts. But the Blue Alliance starting to crawl away with their lead, 153-95, but still well over a minute. Plenty of time to shoot and score. Classify those artifacts. There is currently 5 purple artifacts in the red classifier. 5026 is going to add a little green to that one. Some 172 technical difficulties now makes the move to empty the Blue Alliance classifier to make some room for more full credit artifacts like Blue Crew. They're taking those shots far on that small launch zone, but the Blue Alliance is maintaining, possibly increasing their lead. They have the artifact rank points, but the Red Alliance is not far behind. They currently have 58. Not many left to score for that. 15 seconds left. Here come the final scores. What will we see for Parks? I see technical difficulties lining up in the Red Alliance. Tesla coils for the Red. 2, 1, time has expired. And here we have our results of good old match number 10. That will again go to the Blue Alliance. 277 and a full 6 rank points for our Blue Alliance. Very well played.
All right, let's meet our teams for qualification 11 here. Starting on the Red Alliance with 25576. Their community team from Plano, Texas. That is Voyager X. And their alliance partner 22156 from Tollgate High School in Warwick.
It is amazing how time is flying by here. We're going to go over to the Goodall division. We have a bunch of teams showing up from all over the world here.
Yeah, and I mean, on that last match, all 6 ranking points earned by that winning alliance there, right? We're starting to see these teams take advantage of those bonus objectives. It's not a 3 RP average of just winning, doesn't cut it anymore. You need that extra edge here, and that's the difference between, you know, first, second, third. It's missing 1 or 2 of those ranking points in your qualification matches.
And talking about archetypes, did you see 6417 having a triple wide turret? So they get the best of both worlds, I guess.
Why not both?
Yeah.
Another team we want to highlight here, right? We're going to move to Lovelace next for qualification 11. Team 23511, the Seattle Solvers, out of Washington. Right now, currently ranked 153rd worldwide. Match is about to start here shortly. Let's send you over there.
2, 1, go! And 2 minutes and 30 on the clock and running now, where we have movement from all robots. We see a lot of action here on the Red Alliance, where now it seems as if they're going to go for a 2-cycle auto here from 14423. 23511 letting the gate down, trying to grab more artifacts on their side. We have a 18908 as well, going to go for another cycle. That's 3 more artifacts for the Blue Alliance's side. They're going to drop the gate now and collect the same 3 for another cycle, with now 5 seconds left before the beginning of our teleop period, with a current score of 36-36 as we now enter our teleop period.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. Three, 2, 1.
2 minutes on the clock and running right now with the current score 58-44. We see movement from the Blue Alliance as they now try to shoot one artifact inside of their side. We have movement from the Red as well, responding with 1-4-4-2-3, successfully shooting one artifact to their side as well. Their alliance partner now 2-3-5-1-1, also going to follow suit. Going to try to grab 3 more artifacts and let that gate down, releasing more artifacts onto the field. We have 1-8-9-0-8. Going to try to also cycle 2 more now. That is 1 successful artifact for the Blue Alliance with 1-4-4-2-3 not going to respond. Unfortunately, missing the mark just slightly right now. 2-3-5-1-1 adding more artifacts as well to their side with now a total of 4 artifacts on the red side's favor. We have 2-3-9-4-8 right now trying to line up for a perfect shot from the far side of the field for the Blue Alliance with their alliance partners 8-9-0-8. Also going to shoot, but unfortunately just missing the mark slightly as they're pushed a little bit off course by 1-4-4-2-3. 1-4-4-2-3 now going to try to grab more artifacts, and it seems as if we do have parts flying around here as 1-8-9-0-8 unfortunately just lose their bumper piece. They're going to try to now grab another artifact and shoot it into their side, adding a total of now 5 artifacts to their side of the field. We have 3 from the Red Alliance now sitting in wait with 1 more added by 2-3-5-1-1 with a current score right now 149-74 with a time of 45 seconds remaining. 1-4-4-2-3 now going to try to score more artifacts. Alliance partner 2-3-5-1-1 also following suit. We have a response here from the blue side as well, where we have 1-8-9-0-8 and their alliance partner 2-3-9-4-8, also adding a total of, it seems, 6 artifacts to their side of the field. 2-3-5-1-1 going to drop the gate now and trying to add more artifacts so that they can score, cycling 3 more for the red side with 1-8-9-0-8 also responding suit. 1-4-4-2-3 now going to grab from their human player. Add a few more artifacts as we now begin our end game period. With a current score of 194-98 with 15 seconds left now. We have broken the 200-point mark now as our teams are scrambling for the last 10 seconds now to get as many points as they can. With tensions high right now, 1-8-9-0-8 going to add 2 more artifacts to their side of the field. Line themselves up for a nice park. It seems like we're going to have a good park from all teams with 1 second left, and that would be game here.
So our current world record with no penalties is 463. Our teams are ramping up, already challenging that world record here, and we're just in the beginning of our qualification matches. What did we notice in that last match?
Yeah, we saw a lot of those cycles that are getting very good at that repetition of shooting at that front launch line and then opening up the gate immediately to make sure that that ramp is not overfilled and we're getting all of those artifacts classified, which they're getting into the rhythm of things and really getting that down to a science, and I think that's what's going to help us get those high scores today.
How do you guys feel about opening the gate, but being in the tunnel of your opponent alliance? Is there a risk for penalties there? It seems that there is a potential risk for penalties, but I think we're head now to Jackson Division for qualification number 12.
Let's see how our teams utilize the protected zones in this next match.
Period.
3, 2, 1.
And the driver controlled period begins with 2-6-5-3-7 getting ready to line up and shoot. They are charging. And they shoot 2 for the Red Alliance. Meanwhile, over here we have 24 Carat clearing the Blue Alliance classifier with both Alliance members launching now 5 in that Blue Alliance goal. Red Alliance lines up and shoots 3 more for the Red Alliance classification ramp. Meanwhile, 24 Karat scores 2 more, filling up that Blue Alliance classifier. Both ramps are cleared with both teams shooting now 6 into each of their respective goals. 3 more, now 4 for the Red Alliance with 20744. That's going to be your 24 Karat completely filling that Blue Alliance ramp. 24 Karat launching 2 more. Those move into overflow. Meanwhile, we have 2 more by Tech Tigers for the Blue Alliance. Over here, we have Arcturus Artemis scoring 1 more for the Red Alliance. With less than a minute remaining in this match, Blue Alliance still has lead, but it's still incredibly close. 2 more for the Blue Alliance as Red Alliance scores 1 more by ASAP. 3 more overflow by the Blue Alliance, while Tech Tigers and 24 Karat clear their goals. One more into that Blue Alliance goal. Now 4, 5, 6 for the Blue Alliance classification rank. 3 more, that's 2 classified, 1 overflow as we enter the end game period for the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance racking up those overflow points. 3 more for the Blue Alliance. Over here on Red Alliance, we have 26537 Arcturus Artemis lining up to shoot for the Red Alliance goal. They launch, unfortunately, it's just short with 3, 2, 1. And we'll have those scores for you momentarily, folks.
All right, with that, we're going to move over to Franklin for match 13. One team to look out for here, 25-640. One small step for an axolotl, currently ranked 85th worldwide out of Pennsylvania.
And also winning Inspire.
Inspire Award winner. Very, very awesome stuff. Our teams are well-rounded here at the championship. Amazing robot performance, but also amazing in the judging area as well.
Yeah, right, talking about the ranking system, right? The points, everything you do in a tournament all culminates into one score, and that's what determines who advances. It's not just being good at one thing. Let's check out the match here.
Cubed ETs. They are going to ready up over in their own base and fire.
Blue, 4 on red, and looks like a few robots have left that starting line.
3, 2, 1.
And to teleop we go. All 4 robots in motion once again. A 2-5-6-5-0. One small step for an axolotl over on the red alliance, wasting no time, immediately scoring 2 artifacts on that into their goal through that square and into the classifier. Their alliance partner 24089 Iron Lions. You can see them back here picking up some of those artifacts that are on the field. Looks like they're trying to move in and score as well. Right there, you can see Team 30110 Coyote for the Blue Alliance going to their loading zone into the far launch zone, picking up and scoring 2 more artifacts. I'm counting 3 in the Blue Alliance. And you can see here in this closer launch zone, their alliance partner 15297 Legacy scoring a few more, clearing out that classifier. Only 3 left for the Blue Alliance. Now 4, now 5 scored by Legacy 15297. And here we go, 24089 Iron Lions just scored yet again. That completely fills out the Red Alliance classifier once again. And they've cleared out, making room for more. 1 minute left in this match. The Red Alliance just crossing 200 points there on that scoreboard, but the Blue Alliance is not that far behind. It's still a very close match here on field number 1, and very exciting to say the least. You can see all 4 robots in a bit of a tussle there, trying to vie for that floor space. They're trying to get to the best launch zone possible there. Counting 7, 8, 9, 10 artifacts being scored on the Red Alliance, now being cleared by Team 24089 Iron Lions. 15297 over on Blue. Legacy doing the same, clearing out, making way for a few more. Their alliance partner swooping in, 30110 Coyote scoring a few more, going back to that loading zone. And we see 1 more artifact going in there, and that's less than 20 seconds left in this match. Still pretty close on the scoreboard here. 10 seconds. I'm seeing teams go ahead. Blue Alliance completely filling up that classifier there with 3, 2, 1. And we can see all 4 robots have moved towards those bases. You can even see 1 small step for an axolotl, 25650 off the ground, making room for their alliance partner to close out this match. Scores are in from that last match, and the win goes to the Red Alliance.
Okay, so we saw some cool matches now, and we're heading now to Loveless number 13. What are we gonna see there?
I think we're gonna see Team 23,435 Gyro Robotic Droids, currently 10th worldwide, against 9791, divide by 0, 39th. So a big matchup there, right? And in these tight matchups with high-performing teams, one of the big pieces of a cohesive drive team is the drive coach, right? So, like, tell me, what is the role of the drive coach in this game?
Yeah, so a drive coach can be a really important part of the game. They're not handling the controls, but they're still playing an integral part in that drive team. So a lot of the time, the drive coach are going to call out important things such as how much time's left in the match. That can really depend on like what strategies you're focusing on. Also, if someone's playing defense on you, or they look and they see it's best for you to switch to defense on another team, they can also call out those important strategy changes. If your robot goes down, they can help you call out, hey, intake's not working, let's transfer over to playing defense on the opposing alliance. So a lot of important calls that drive coach can make that can really help the drive team shift their focus during the match and make those important game time decisions when they're handling the controls.
And I also think once we go further into the tournament, the people get more nervous for each match. The drive coach should also be this like calm, peaceful entity within your team. So without further ado, let's go to Loveless Division for qualification match number 13.
3 going to respond now, trying to add more artifacts from the human player side. 9791 now also grabbing 3 more artifacts from their side of the field and going to join their alliance partner in that human player box just to relocate out for the last second of the autonomous
Pick
period.
up your controllers.
With a current score now of 62 to 84, the Blue Alliance hold a lead right now. We're going to have to wait and see how that transitions as we enter our teleop period.
3, 2, 1.
2 minutes on the clock and running right now with the current score of 70 to 95. Blue up right now. 19213 is going to go straight for that human player box and try to intake some with their alliance partner 9791. Going to try to grab 3 more artifacts and successfully scoring them inside of their field. Going to cycle 3 more as well. On the red side of things, we have 2, 3, 4, 3, 5 following the same strategy. Going to put 3 artifacts in and cycle 3 more out. 3, 2, 2, 8, 1 also going to try to follow suit, trying to grab some more artifacts inside the field, but it looks like they're going to take the artifacts from the neutral human player box. Try to grab some from 9791. 9791 trying to position themselves now, adding 2 more artifacts to their side. 32281 also going to try to play rather defensively around 9791 as they try to tango around this side of the field. With a current time right now of 1 minute and 17 on the clock, with a score of 133 to 188, Red Alliance is doing all they can to catch up to the Blue Alliance, but 9791 is doing the best to make sure that doesn't happen as they keep on cycling artifacts on their side of the field. We have 32281 now going to try to cycle more artifacts with their alliance partner team 23435, adding a few more artifacts to their side of the field with a current total now of 8 artifacts, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Almost now we have an overflow of artifacts for the red side as the gate now drops down. 19213 giving them a slight push, trying to steal artifacts from the red side, with a few artifacts now flying outside of the field on this side of for the Red Alliance. 23435 now going to add 3 more artifacts to their side of the field, with the Blue Alliance now following as well, dropping the gate on their side with 9791, continuing with their successful cycling of those artifacts straight from the gate. With a time right now of 30 seconds left on the clock, with a score of 213 to 288 right now, the Blue Alliance is still holding a steady lead as we continue moving on towards the end of this match. Will the Red Alliance catch up as we now enter our endgame period? We have to wait and see what these last 20 seconds of this match holds for us. With 32281 now going to try to grab more artifacts from the human side of the player. 9791 still continuing strong with their cycling, with their alliance partner now going to try to shoot some artifacts from the far side of the field as well, as both of them now line up with a parking with the last 5 seconds. 5 seconds of the match right now. 3, 2, 1. Successful parking from all robots, and that is an end match for this side of the field.
What an amazing match here on Lovelace. I noticed a bunch of heavy defense consistently throughout the match. And I really think that affected our alliances. We talked about drive coaching and making those strategic changes on the move. You don't always prepare for defense, but our team's very adapted very quickly. Talk to me about the controlled classifier release here. You know, sometimes our teams have been doing a full release, releasing all of the artifacts back onto the field, but I was noticing that the Red Alliance in particular was focusing on just a partial release.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like there's times where it's just opportunistic to, you know, open your classifier and release it. If you're right there, you're making a cycle, you might as well, right? It's just a quick hit, and then suddenly you're back to 9 3-point artifacts. A reminder for any of the audience at home, any of the artifacts that are classified, right, they stay in that ramp and they're stationary there, those are worth 3 points. After that, when they start to roll over, they're only worth a single point. So teams prioritizing those classified artifacts because of the point advantage there.
I think an interesting dynamic that we saw on the field there is that we had 4 turrets and a lot of defense going on. It is not an easy task to train those turrets in the code to auto-align and get those precise shots into their classifier, but those April tags on the field, those are like, they kind of look like a QR code. Those are going to help those robots align a lot better, and especially with defense and trying to shoot on the move, it's going to make those shots as possible.
We're now going to take it to the Goodall division for match number 15. Teleoperation mode already underway here.
It's Theseus across the field. They've got a lovely ocean pirate theme going on here. That's a beautiful blue robot. Cleanly made, it's cleanly scoring with another artifact launched up and in for the Red Alliance. But across from them on blue, 16076 is up against the blue gate, allowing all the artifacts to clear out, making room for them and their alliance partner, the Robo Glaciers, to continue scoring. Although I'm not seeing too much scoring from 7288 here. It seems to be mostly on their partner robot, 16076. Hopefully they're able to continue scoring. Not seeing motion from them either, but across from them on the Red Alliance, those 2 robots are up and at it. 16617 on a red, performing a little bit of defense on defense against that blue 7288 robot. Old Red Alliance 26000 continues scoring there. That's Theseus and their robot Apollo. No artifacts in the air with 30 seconds left. The Red Alliance is in the lead with 81 points to Blue's 38. A bit of a robot jam at the center, but all robots are back up and moving, which is great to see as we enter our endgame period. Only 20 seconds left. Still a lot of bumper robots, no artifacts in the air yet. I wonder if we'll see any last few scored here, or if it'll be up to the parking for the final points. Seems to be the case as all of our robots head back to the base zone, attempting to secure these final points in the last seconds of qualification 15.
Okay, and we have already started qualification match number 15 at Raw's division, where we have high scoring teams competing. So let's have a look and see what it turns out.
Earn 3 points for that potential ranking point as 18-225, their partner, cycles off the near side spike mark, puts 3 more up and in the blue classifier as we've got 7 as time clicks down.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. Three, two, one.
And qualification match 15 enters teleop control. We've got team 14270, 3 up and down on the red goal. They are a fast bot connecting with 2 more as they clear the ramp. Meanwhile, the Res Kids, that's team 23942 from Kayenta, Arizona, USA. They go to the loading zone looking to pick up 2 more with their side loading active intake off the floor. Lining up their googly-eyed robot. 1 long shot just goes left of the goal. 23-5-24 looking to connect from that backfield small triangle as well. Looks like their turret is pointed towards the audience side. Hopefully they can work out there. There it goes. Unwrap and spin around. 18-225, 3 up and down for the Blue Alliance as they clear the gate of the artifacts they just scored. They are cycling back and forth. That's high definition from Bellevue, Washington. Those purple artifacts go up and in and get shot again repeatedly. 23-942, their partners from Arizona connect on a purple artifact up and in. Meanwhile, 14-270 does a little pirouette. That's Quantum from Romania, 3 up and in. They are incredibly fast on their cycle times, back and forth to the launch zones. We are at 48 seconds to play, 184 to 106. Red out to a bit of a lead there. High definition looking to connect with and open their blue side gate. High definition there, maybe a disconnect. We've got 36 seconds to go and they are not in motion. The Res Kids mixing it up with 2-3-5-2-4. That's Robusta from Malaysia on the backfield. Robusta has been having some shooting issues. Their turret is facing away from the goals. Look like they're making an easy and early strategy claim to the red base as we enter endgame. Really smart move for the team from Malaysia. The Res Kids going back to the loading zone. We'll see if they go for a park here with 10 seconds remaining. 250 to 117, coming down to 8 seconds. High definition has come alive. They make it to their blue base. And that's time.
Okay, we just had a look at Raw's qualification match number 15. What did you guys see?
I was seeing over on the Red Alliance side, one of our red robots was making consistent cycles to the near zone, to the goal, and just taking out 3 artifacts from the classifier at a time. What we talked about earlier, of trying to maintain that score differential, like when the artifacts are out of the classifier, they're only worth 1 point. So a lot of good time management there too, especially going into endgame.
Yeah, and it worked out for them, right? Check it out, scores posted there now, 269 to 131 and 5 ranking points. That team currently sitting at rank number 2. And it's that kind of game of chicken almost with each of these alliances, right? Who is going to, try to absorb those penalties in the secret tunnel at first? But for now, they're just letting each other work in each other's secret tunnel to maximize those cycle values.
Yeah, and what I also like, if I want to highlight team 14270, Quantum Robotics, having the current world high score, their robot is quite narrow. And I think there are 2 ways to go. You can build a wide robot that gives you the opportunity to easily intake balls, but it comes at a cost. You have to sequence those balls into your shooter somehow, so you need more complex mechanisms. A narrow intake gives you the advantage that all the balls come into your robot sequentially, and that fits in with their strategy over at the ramp, where they just let the balls roll in from the ramp straight into their intake, and they are good to go for another cycle. That's some amazing core. It's almost like a dance if it's out on the field. It looks really pretty.
yeah, they had that entire half of the field to themselves, basically. And I thought it was really interesting. You don't see it a lot where they open up that gate and immediately collect those artifacts because of what you were talking about earlier with that secret tunnel penalties. But like you said, they pretty much experienced no interference from the Blue Alliance. So it was really interesting seeing those really fast cycles of going from that near launch zone to the gate, to collecting those artifacts, and back to the near launch zone, and racking up those points pretty much single-handedly for the Red Alliance.
Yeah, I think one of the areas that you look at a cycle, right, and it's you go, you find your artifacts, potentially even stop at the gate to get them, you move to the launch zone, you stop, and then you launch them. Their robot doesn't stop moving, ever. Like, you watch them launch, they're still moving, they're on the slowdown cycle as they're going and launching, and then once they turn around, they're straight back to that gate. And I think that's where you're seeing the ability of, in those very specific situations, right, that robot design, that gate strategy working in their advantage, right, it's playing out. Once defense gets in the mix, who knows, right, it's a totally different ball game. But soon we're going to cut to Edison here for qualification match 15.
Okay, while we wait for Edison 15, how are you guys feeling up till now? We're almost at the point where teams gonna start playing their second match. So almost all the teams play by now. So then the ranking is becoming interesting. Up till now, it's just getting on there, getting on the scoreboard. And then after this, it's gonna be, can you push yourself into those alliance picking seats, like number 1 to 4, where you wanna be at?
I think something too, with that first match, everyone's getting comfortable with the stage that we have behind us. The lighting's different, the environment's different. There's so much more action going on than potentially some of the events that you've previously played at. So now that the teams have had a match under their belt, I'm excited to see how they change things up, how they amp things up. We're gonna take you to Edison right now with already match 15 underway.
And they almost reach overflow at that part of the field in the Blue Alliance. They have a crash a little bit between Alliance partners, but they are doing a wonderful job in this autonomous period. It has lots of movement and emotion.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. Three, two, one.
But we're not done yet. We have plenty of time running up in order to get the most amount of points over here. Team 22-10-5 is getting right there, working very closely with their human player to get the most quantity of artifacts inside of them. But one of them got into one of our head refs. Please be careful with it. Team 24-21-9 is doing a pretty great job with those artifacts, doing pretty closely at range, but it's helping its alliance effortlessly. Team 18-65-0 also doing wonderfully, moving quiet and smoothly, just searching for the most quantity of artifacts. But Red Alliance has reached overflow. Please, teams, share the artifacts. There are not plenty of them. You need to keep those drawers open in order for more teams. The Blue Alliance has an overflow, plenty of artifacts going in and out. They have reached full state. They need to open that gate in order to let them flow out again. 3 perfectly executed artifacts, and now we have triplets. 3 different colors going all in. Team 18-65-0 is heading out. It's aligning and it goes. 1 artifact goes inside of it. In the Blue Alliance, Team 10-25-5, it's struggling a little bit heading into position, but 2 artifacts go in. One of them goes out from its partner, Team 22-10-5. 3 artifacts, almost 5 of them got in. They almost got, well, they went missing one, but they have another one inside of it. We have plenty of time still left. 3 artifacts for the Blue Alliance, doing it perfectly. It's aligning that shooter, it's aligning perfectly. It almost looks like harmony. We have a few time left and this match is over. Both alliances were doing a pretty great job between moving, flowing between these teams. That's great. So let's see how it goes with the results. Our result ready. Let's see which one of the duckies got it. And the winning alliance is the Blue Alliance. Wonderful job for both alliance. The Red Alliance got 152 points. And the winner, the Blue Alliance, got 264 points. That's a wonderful.
Okay, that was qualification match number 15 over at Edison. We see the Blue Alliance taking the win with 5 ranking points. What did you see so far?
I mean, a little bit more of a scuffle in that match, right? Robots getting in their face, especially towards the end there. Your Blue Alliance really, really close to that ranking point and eventually got there. But it was close. That Red Alliance defender was kind of sticking on them in that larger launch zone and trying to stop them from scoring there.
Okay, and we have a new host over here at the desk, Brian. Brian, introduce yourself.
Yeah, no, nice. Excited to be here. Hello, my name is Brian Gaffey. I am also from the New England region, and I'm a first alum, so I'm really excited to get a chance to see all these incredible teams and see how the game has been played outside of the New England region here at the World Championship.
Anything you're specifically enthusiastic about today here at the first championship?
Yeah, no, it's been incredible watching how many teams have been able to, coordinate their scoring of the artifacts to try and match those obelisks to get all those artifacts scored in order, and just seeing how quickly these teams can try and really optimize scoring that has been incredible, and I'm excited to see how that, plays out as we go on.
Okay. Did you catch anything interesting in the last match over at Edison?
I think that the dynamic with using, like what you were just talking about, using those patterns is really interesting because a lot of teams either really focus on it or we don't focus on it. And it can really make or break it. Like we're talking about, those ranking points are very important today. The difference between getting 5 and 6 ranking points can really mean a lot. So I'm excited to see, like you said, seeing those patterns come up in the future and seeing them get those obelisks. And it also really adds to the score of the match.
That is the difference maker, right? We're seeing a lot of 5 RP wins and even 2 RP losses, right? And that's huge, right? Even in your loss, right, you got to get those ranking points built up because a couple good losses, right, can offset maybe a win and a bad loss for a different team that could be ranked above you. Speaking of great teams, our next match we're going to show is Loveless Qualification 17, where we've got 61-65 MSEC Cuttlefish. They're out of NorCal, ranked number 54th currently.
Okay, let's see what they're going to do. So head over to Loveless Qualification 17.
Looks like we might still be waiting on the scores for that one. So I'm actually curious more on these motifs, right? What types of strategies are we seeing and communication between teams are we seeing to help them get those motifs and align those artifacts in the correct order?
I think it's really difficult for teams to get those motifs, especially with so many artifacts going around. But if we looked at the other match a few matches ago where we had Quantum Robotics, I'm not sure if I saw it correctly, but it seems that they have a mechanism on their robot to reorient the balls in their shooter, so they sequentially shoot a motif. That's not something you want to do for every shot, right? But I mean, maybe in the end, just before endgame, just make sure you got those motifs there.
And using those artifacts that are pre-staged on the field for autonomous mode, they are set up in certain orders already on the field, so you can try and read those April tags, identify, oh, we need to score this motif with these artifacts. So if I have some auto pass, make your robots be a little smart, you can drive over and try and pick up a few of those there while you're scoring all of those artifacts in that autonomous period.
Yeah, I think we see the autonomous period being that most important aspect into getting that ranking point for the pattern RP. And it's very complex dynamic of, like you said, scanning that obelisk and having that code in a mechanism like that can actively either spit out artifacts. I've seen that as a possibility for robots, but also or reordering them within the robot. So very interesting strategies that are coming into play.
Okay, so without further ado, we're ready for Franklin Qualification Match 18. So we head over to the field and let's have a look.
Go. Red Alliance is first to strike. 3 in for them. Here comes Blue Alliance as well. 18-763, Texpan from South Africa scoring for Red. Here comes Blue Alliance East Rankin Robotics scoring for Blue. Releasing from the gate immediately from the goal into their robot. 5 seconds left of this autonomous period. Red Alliance, 1 of 3.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. Three, 2, 1.
2 minutes on the clock. Blue Alliance in the lead, 95-59. Here comes Blue, 3 misses. Red Alliance making 1. Blue Alliance making 1. Red Alliance making 3. Oh, looks like only 2 of them went into the shoot. 1 minute, 40 seconds. Red Alliance is catching up. 1:15 for Blue, 80 for Red. 1 minute, 30 seconds on the clock now. Here comes Blue Alliance, team 8803 East Rankin Robotics. And their partners shooting and scoring. East Rankin scoring for Blue. Astro Bruin scoring 3 for 3 for Blue. Red Alliance now. Team 18-763 Texpan from South Africa scoring 2 of their 3 shots. Now playing a little bit of defense over there on the Astro Bruins. Less than a minute to go. Blue Alliance in the lead, 181-135. 2 for 2 there for the Blue Alliance. In the center of the field, a collision between Red and Blue. Both trying to keep each other from scoring, both trying to scoop up artifacts. 35 seconds left. Red Alliance scoring, and here comes Blue. Oh, off the rim, stuck at 199. There we go, Blue Alliance breaks 200 points. 25 seconds. 15 seconds left. Blue Alliance in the lead by about 60 points. Here comes Red scoring 1. Blue Alliance scoring 3. Blue Alliance 2 balls. Yes, ranking point for the Blue. 3, 2, 1.
All right, great match there on Franklin. What did we kind of see from that match? I noticed there was a bit of a fight there for that launch or that smaller loading zone, the long range one. And was that like a difference maker in the match? What else did you guys see?
Yeah, no, there was a lot of robots that were trying to get there, using those turrets, as we pointed out, to be able to make those long downtown shots from there. You know, but we also saw that it could be a challenging shot. When it's contested there, it can be hard to locate that tag, be locked in, and, you know, some of the difference makers can be how many of these shots go just a little bit left or a little bit right versus, you know, falling out of the field, getting put back to the human players, you know, quickly get back into the other alliance. But, you know, every cycle, if you're making 2/3 of them, it can slowly grow a deficit over the course of the match there.
Yeah, and we talked about shooting accuracy this morning as well, but you saw it here as well. Like, if teams miss a couple of balls, it's gonna not contribute to your score, of course, but it's also really hard to get them, even if they hit the goal, to make sure they go through the gate, onto the ramp, and you get those points. Like, especially if you design shooters that have a lot of spin on the balls, these balls fly everywhere when they touch the goal. So you really got to have that shot dialed in perfectly to make sure the ball stays neatly in the goal.
Yeah, and I think we're going to have some artifacts flying all over in our next match on Edison. We've got two top 300 teams here, one out of Missouri and another out of Georgia, both from the USA. Let's check them out.
So here we see the scores from qualification match number 16 while we wait up for qualification match number 17. We see a 4 ranking point score. I think we see a lot of 4-ish ranking points being scored for the top teams. Like, not a lot of 6 ranking points yet.
Yeah, and we also saw on the opposing alliance that we saw they got that pattern RP, so they're not going home with 0 ranking points. Like we were talking about earlier, those getting the 2 RP that, or the 3 RP that are possible in that loss can be really important for the teams. But they got that pattern RP, which has been one of the more difficult RPs to get today. So very interesting note from that last match.
Yeah, while they're running intros here, currently just outside of the top 8, the Circuit Runners Robotics Surge. What are we looking to see out of, you know, these top-ranked teams to continue to stay in those top-ranked positions? Like, what do teams need to keep doing that's good?
Yeah, you know, I think, you know, it's watching all those artifacts come out, making sure that you're clearing that gate, allowing all of the artifacts to come in, because every artifact that scores when it's full, you're losing 2 points an artifact there. So let's take it out to the field.
We have lots of action in this autonomous period. We have 6 artifacts for the Blue Alliance. And the Red Alliance is having lots of fun with those artifacts. It's having full and overflow. They're making it pretty rapidly and effortlessly.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. Three, 2, 1.
Okay, we're good to go. That's great. So we're heading back to the Telia period. We have 1, 2, 3. Plenty of artifacts going on. The Red Alliance in 2013-1. It's hitting 3 for 3. Its partner, 1002. It hits another 3 for 3. Jeez, it's a lot of mathematics going on around here. And we have pretty lots of movement going down over here. The Red Alliance doesn't want to be left behind, and he gets all over the artifacts from the broader distance. The Blue Alliance is working really great to get that overflow. They have lots of artifacts. Please open the gate and let those artifacts leave so we can have more action in the field. 1, 2, almost all of them got in, but they got a little move by a robot from the Red Alliance. They have doing pretty good movement, and it goes right here. It wants to open the gate. The team is looking for it, and it got 3 artifacts inside of it. Almost all of them got in. Its partner almost got me with one of those artifacts, but it got 3 of them perfectly done. We're looking at a pretty close matchup between these beautiful made robots. The Blue Alliance has reached an overflow. They need to open the gate and let those artifacts leave. 1, 2, 3, 4 for the Red Alliance, but one of them got out of the field. They're doing a pretty great job with it. With that bell ringing, it's time for the end game. We have pretty good time left to be done and making lots of points. We have one of the artifacts going outside of the field. Each one of them, they're practicing. They are reaching their position. It's trying to go up. Team 21-22-5 was trying to go up.
All right, we got a great match there from Edison Qualification 17. We're going to now head over to the Lovelace field for Qualification match number 18.
Ruckus Robotics shoots out their 3. Unfortunately, none of them make it, but Laserbots in the back there gets those 3 in. Ruckus picks up 3 more, and they do knock 2 in. Red Alliance has already filled their classification ramp while I was looking away, and they've decided to empty it. Let's see if they can get some more in the end of Autonomous here. We got Exodus shooting 3 from the back there. They got 3 more. 1, 2, 3. They all get it in. Exodus and their partner Static doing really good work. They're about to they almost got 2.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
Red Alliance over here almost got 2 full classification ramps in Autonomous. Let's see what both teams, or both alliances, can do in Teleop.
3, 2, 1.
All right, let's play. A little bit of push in. Laserbots trying to climb up on top of Exodus there. I think that was unintentional. They're going to shoot from the back. They got 1, 2 in. They're going to pick up some more. Going to shoot from the front. 1, 2 in there. And Blue Alliance is 1 away from filling their classification ramp. Red is deciding to empty theirs as we are 104-65 favoring Red here. With about a minute and a half remaining here. Ruckus Robotics shooting 3 in. They had a lot of overflow, so they're going to empty out their classification ramp and immediately start filling it back up. Ruckus Robotics heading over to their human player station, picking up 1. They're going to shoot it, head back. Exodus looking to find some more artifacts, trying to park themselves on that back area while Laser is trying to push them out of the way. A lot of fighting and shoving in the back there, but that's what makes this game interesting. Blue Alliance is going to try to open up their classification ramp to try to fill it up again here as we have about a minute left in this match number 18. It's 155 to 126 favoring Red. Ruckus Robotics adding some more in. Same with Laser Robotics. Trying to fill this in, trying to close that gap. It's still anyone's game. Red Alliance is going to open up their classification ramp. We got 18996 trying to shoot, opening up their classification ramp. They got 3. The obelisk has been attacked as we are a few seconds away to the end of this here. Let's see what happens. It looks like Exodus is about to lose their... Oh, they've lost their marking. Luckily, that doesn't really do much here. They're going to go back to the human player station, pick up 1, 2, and 3 as we enter endgame. 18996 trying to get a last couple shots here. A lot of pushing and shoving over in that base zone. Let's hope we don't get too close to touching each other over there. We're going to have some last final shots as we get to the end of endgame. Let's see what kind of parking we got. We're going to have to do some fast parking. A little bit of a kickstand from Exodus there.
Another amazing match. So we head over to the Edison division while we go for qualification match number 18.
That's part of that pattern as 24-7-51
Drivers, pick up your
responds
controllers.
in kind.
Three, 2, 1.
And we are off here as 506 is looking to build on their autonomous success that put them just within 15. The Blue Alliance, however, pulling away as 24-7-51, hitting 2, going for 3, as their counterparts on the Red Alliance, 23-6-23, the Hydro Dragons, they are going to go on over, going long distance from that far launch zone. They will shove out, earning that spot from 86-80, Kraken Pinion, pun intended, I imagine, as 506 with their wide profile turret shooter hits that gate once again. Over on the red side, they are 2 away with 2 more artifacts, which they will hit. They will earn that extra ranking point. The Blue Alliance comes within an inch themselves. Neither side has quite met that motif pattern point threshold of 22, but there are still 5 points on the table for both sides, as 24/7-51 unfortunately does go inactive. That's our team visiting us from Hanoi, Vietnam, and they are back in it. 35 seconds left, 15 to end game, and we are seeing more pushing and shoving. This is probably the single year defense has had the biggest factor in the history of First Tech Challenge, and it's been thrilling to see how that plays out on the far side of the field. As we are in the end game, you can see the Hydra Dragons looking to keep the Blue Alliance's narrow advantage, but the Red Alliance manages to hit a couple of overflows. That full ramp will get them over the top. 2-1. And it looks like we have a couple fulls for 15 apiece on both sides, but we will see where that winds up in just a moment when we're back with scores. We've got the go-ahead to post scores. And the winner will be the Red Alliance. 418.
Okay, let's have a look at the scores for qualification match 18 over at Edison. We see 418, a big score, but still the event high score currently is at 453, so not too far away from it, but still some margin to go to. But we'll now head over to Loveless Division for qualification match number 18.
Let's get this next match underway. We will start in 3, 2, 1, go. And right away, we have shooting on both sides of the field. Not too much accuracy, but we did have a lot of artifacts shot. We just saw a scoring attempt by team 23-232, who is still on the move, and they are coming back for another cycle and another scoring attempt. Meanwhile, down on blue, looks like team 19369 is still on the move for the Blue Alliance, using artifacts that come down the ramp.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
So we have a score of 62-15, and you see those blue points increase to 68 as the referees input those points.
3, 2, 1.
And looks like everyone's headed toward the red loading zone. Team 7854 taking advantage of that as Team 19639 clears the ramp for the Blue Alliance and scores 3 of their own. That's followed up by their partner, Team 19448. And now the Red Alliance responds by sending Team 23232 over to shoot. And looks like some also come across the field. They don't quite make it in the goal, though, for the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance is doing a great job of shooting. Red Alliance trying to shoot from across the field, but they find their artifacts not going into their goal. Big blue lead here as they continue to shoot. 19639 clearing the ramp, picking up artifacts and scoring along with their alliance partner, Team 19448. Seconds remaining here in qualification, match 19. And it looks like we have a Blue Alliance robot shooting again. That was Team 19448 as the Red Alliance is also getting a few more artifacts in that goal. There goes one in for Team 23232. That is 1 successful artifact, and now 3 successful artifacts for their Red Alliance partner, Team 7854. 20 seconds remain. And we have a Blue Alliance classifier cleared once again as we put a few more into there. The Red Alliance robot Team 7854 has scored 1 more artifact and is seeing if they can score another. Actually, they're going to opt to park in their Red Alliance base. So it looks like both alliances are going to be walking away with some base points here. We'll see exactly what those points are when we show the scores in a few moments.
All right, as matches are playing out here, some of these fields starting to go to lunch as well. We've got a new guest on the desk. Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself?
Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Adolfo. I'm one of the game announcers over there for Lovelace, and I'm very excited to be here. Thank you.
Thanks for being here. I mean, so you've been on the field for this morning, right? What's it like out there at the World Championship? There's 6 divisions all here. The energy, like, it's got to be awesome down there.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Coming from New York, like, it's just definitely a whole different scenario, right? The energy in New York is great, and I love it, but it just doesn't beat anything that you have here in Texas, where just the energy is high, the crowds are amazing. What more can one ask for sure.
Yeah, and I think the gameplay so far has been incredible as well. I mean, we're starting to see in some of those past couple matches, right, that classifier really playing a big role. We're seeing some of those classifiers fill up quicker than these alliances can actually empty them, and that's leading to 4, 5, sometimes 6 artifacts getting scored. That's 2 full cycles just rolling and being only worth 1 point versus the 3.
Yeah, and talking about ranking points, I want to point out, yeah, you are from the Loveless division, and currently the number 1 and number 2 ranked teams in Loveless have a ranking score of 6 ranking points, getting all those 6 ranking points in a single match, while only getting 246 points, which is compared to the high score of 453, it's more than 200 points difference. But still, it's good enough to give you a first ranked seat. So it's not only about the points, it's not only about the scoring, it's getting all those elements of the competition, yeah, being good at all those elements.
And things you might see here at the championship event is, once you know that you've got that win secured, you've got enough points, then you might start saying, hey, maybe I want to slow down. I want to score the artifacts a little bit slower to make sure I get that pattern artifact. We're going to take a little bit extra time, come back, get into our parking zone, elevate our robot up, and really make sure. You have to be very careful when you drive robots underneath each other. Those stilts, they can be very, they're very fragile. You don't want to take a strong impact. So, you might say, hey, we're going to get the win, we're going to get those 3 rank points. Let's take our time and go and get those other bonus rank points, because at the end of the day, it's the rank points, not your high score that get you there.
So talking about Loveless, let's head over to Loveless for qualification match 20 and see if we can beat those number ranked seeds.
Them from Virginia, United States, it is Team 18264, the Electro Novas. Check in to make sure we're all set here. All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go. And we're off. Blue Bananas and Robocorns immediately shoot their 6. They get 4 out of the 6 artifacts they go for. Blue Alliance does the same. They get 2 out of those 6. Very nicely done. Looks like Electronovas is going to go for another more. They're going to try to pick up some of those artifacts out of the classification. It looks like they pick 1 up. A little bit of pushing by the Blue Alliance, but it doesn't seem to affect the Electronovas as they do score that other artifact. Red Alliance has filled their classification ramp. They're going for overflow now. It looks like one of the artifacts got stuck.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
Hopefully that artifact will get unstuck at the beginning of teleop here. Let's see what these teams can do.
3, 2, 1.
Here we go. Robocorns immediately shoots those 3, and their Blue Bananas is going to open up that classification ramp, emptying it out. Electronova is heading back to their human play station to pick up some of those artifacts. They're going to go up. Let's see if they can get them in. It's going to be lining up. Robocorns managed to get 2 in that time. They might be having a little bit of lock-on issues, but Electronovas does figure it out, and they get those 2 into the artifact ramp there. Blue Bot Builders is in the back trying to score some points, but Blue Bananas is pushing them out of the way to score their own artifacts. None of those do get in, though. We got 98-29 with about 1 minute and 20 seconds left here in this match number 20. Robocorns going for a few more artifacts here. They're going to open up that classification ramp to see if they can cycle some more in. A lot of bumping back there by the 2 blue bots. Not the Blue Alliance bots, but the blue named bots. A little bit of confusion over there, but that's fine. Both robots have that nice little indicator light that lets them know what kind of balls are in their system or artifacts are in their system and how to shoot them out. As some of those balls or artifacts are flying over my head here, I have to dodge out of the way. Who would have thought that being behind here is one of the most dangerous jobs? It's obviously not. Robocorns picking up 3 more of those artifacts, heading over to the shooting area. 1, 2. They got him in. We got 152 to 50 points over here on the favoring the Red Alliance with about 35 seconds remaining here in this match. Lots of lobbing over here from the Blue Alliance here. Let's see if they can get some of those in here. Blue Bananas lob some over from the back, and they get in. It's like Blue Bot Builders having a little bit of an issue shooting from the back here as we enter endgame. Let's see what these teams do with these last couple of seconds here. What kind of strategies will unfold? Looks like Red Alliance is going to continue to throw these artifacts into the goals as I get knocked in the head a couple times there. Looks like we're going to have some kind of kickstand to end out our match. Nicely done, both alliances. Let's see what the refs decide for our score in a little bit.
All right, here. So we can see that here in qualification match number 20 on Lovely. All right, we can see here in qualification match number 20, the Red Alliance there winning that 266 points, earning 4 rank points. Fantastic work, getting some upward movement there. Adolfo, you've been field side on the Lovelace division here. We're seeing those scores over 200. What are the teams doing on Lovelace? What are we seeing here that really lets them stand out?
Yeah, the competition in Lovelace has been very dramatic in the last few matches, I would say. Lots of high-scoring matches with, I believe, the last few matches. One of the matches that really stood out to me was match 15, qualification match 15, with a score of 339 to 386 with the blue division taking that one. And you see a lot of repeat with these matches where they're breaking all these 200 and plus, and it's just amazing to see all this energy. But that particular match, it was a standing performance. It was like a standout performance from especially team 21239, All Systems Go. There's definitely one of the teams to be looking forward to with this event. Currently with an OPA of 193.67, I think there's definitely one of the higher ranked teams on this end. But also just their performance as they were cycling through a lot of robots throughout a lot of the artifacts throughout this match. It was just impressive to see how they were just consistent with it, very fast with it, very accurate robot. And if they can keep this performance up and have that synergy with the rest of their alliance partners, I honestly think that they can take this event.
Yes.
For sure.
Excellent. It looks.
If we have a look over at the Rolls division, which is about to start, where we have 3 teams in the top 10 competing against each other. So let's have a look.
High-level game, I can already feel it. Team 15104 Static Eagles firing those extra bonus artifacts in while the Bananas score from those artifacts they've picked up. Blue Alliance has a narrow lead in the live scoring. Red Alliance tying it up. 15104 Static Eagles shoot and score, and Red matches it. That's Make Mine.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. Three, two, one.
And the drivers take control here in match 23. We've got a few robots firing those artifacts already. Static Eagle shooting from upfield on the audience side. Wow, we've got some shooting by Red, Howard Dynamics, and Make Mines. Howard Dynamics lining up. They shoot. They score. Nice and clean. That robot really able to effectively move game pieces around. They have a 3D printed Spindexer inside. And 3 more artifacts for the Red Alliance by each robot. Over on Blue, Banana Box shoots and scores. And 3 more for the Red Alliance between those shots going in by both Red robots. And Blue Alliance takes it back. Banana Box. Red Alliance has a decent-sized lead, nearing 40 points. But Blue trying to tie it up, trying to get closer. Banana Box lining up. Oh, they shoot a little short. That hood needs to be at the right angle so they can get maximum points. Their hood actually adjusting on the fly as they shoot, putting those artifacts into different positions so they don't collide mid-air. A very smart strategy by those robot designers. 45 seconds remaining. Red Alliance holding onto that lead, about 30 points. We are setting and matching. Blue scores some artifacts, then Red scores some artifacts. Blue not really able to meaningfully pull ahead, but they are putting up a lot of points. Howard Dynamics lining up. They shoot, they score, they go back for more. Static Eagles getting 2 of those 3 artifact shots and playing a little bit of defense on Howard Dynamics. 15 seconds remaining. Red Alliance still about 40 points ahead. Blue scoring a few more. We're getting close to the end, folks. We've got robots parking. Banana Box lining up that turret. We'll see if they shoot. That's all for match 23. We'll get you the final scores in just a moment.
All right, that last match wrapping up. We're going to cut to Goodall, where there's a replay of qualification match number 3.
All right, we're ready to begin qualification 3 here in 3, 2, 1, go. Autonomous begins here with a 1, 2, 3 on either side of the field. That Theseus robot is fast. 26000 already filled up the blue side ramp. Hit the gate. Another 6 artifacts in for blue. I can't keep up with them. They're already over 45 points. And we were just barely halfway through Autonomous by then. They're not stopping. With another 1, 2, 3, 4 blue in the last few seconds. We'll see if they can get a last one. No, another 1, 2, 3 on red from 15991.
Three, 2, 1.
Our Blue Alliance will begin in the lead with 82 points to Red's 71 as we enter the tele-operated mode. Blue Alliance ramp is full, is 49-64. Attempts to hit the gate to open it. They seem to have a little artifact in their way, but they've made their way around it, meaning it's all clear for their alliance partner Theseus to fill it up with another 4 artifacts there. Across from them on red, we've got Team Gamma with another artifact scored for the Red Alliance as 12272, their alliance partner, heads over to the loading zone to grab some artifacts from their human player. Crash into the Blue Alliance robot there, but they'll make it back to the center of the field. Prepping one, didn't quite make it in. The next 2 do, so that'll add 6 points to the Red Alliance's total, bringing them to 128. Just a few points behind Blue. Some evenly matched alliances here. Our scores are climbing fast, but they're pretty evenly matched. The Blue Alliance has been able to push themselves into a small lead here. Just a few points ahead with 152 to 146. And as Theseus, our robot all the way from Australia, continues scoring with another 3 artifacts in, their alliance partner, the Rolla Patriots, will make sure that gate is hit and open for them. Across from them on red, some far travelers as well. We've got 15991 from Romania here, scoring for the Red Alliance with 1 and 2 up and into the goal. Their alliance partners come from Missouri. That's 12272. Hoping to gather a few more artifacts from those red human player. Our Blue Alliance has made it over 200 points. Red Alliance only 9 points away with 15 seconds left in our match. We've got just a few seconds left as our robots rush to catch up. Red Alliance might be able to catch up here at the end. Some last few points scored, and all of our robots rush to the base zone here at the end of qualification 3.
All right, wow. That was a incredibly close match. Very close scores here for qualification match number 3 replay. Ken, tell me about a little bit about what you saw there.
Yeah, scores still being finalized, but it's going to come down to the wire, and it's the micro things that happen during the match, right? We were talking earlier about that game of chicken that we literally saw occur. There was a Red Alliance robot about to open their gate, about to go grab some of those artifacts from that blue secret tunnel, and that blue robot is just sitting there waiting for them so they can potentially get that penalty there and boost their score, gain the advantage.
Which is really impressive because a lot of teams throughout this entire event, they have been taking that tactic of taking artifacts directly out of their gates, out of their tunnels, to try to increase their cycle times and make sure they get as many points as possible. But this is a new layer to it that I just haven't seen as of yet, where now instead of sticking to their side of the field, now they're trying to risk penalties potentially by taking the artifacts straight from their teams. Because if you remember, there is a certain rule interpretation about limiting how teams can score, and in terms of like how what side of the field they can score as well, which I know you were talking a little bit about that earlier as well.
Yeah. And so let's have a look at the match scores. We see red 233 against 266 for blue, which is amazing considering the fact that they scored the same amount of artifacts. It all came down to the pattern, the base, and the fall points, and then those 25 fall points are gonna add up in your advantage, and that's, yeah, it's a really smart play from the Blue Alliance
it's also those ranking point differentials, right? Those base points also counting towards that bonus RP there that the Blue Alliance got, bumping them up to the 4. That Red Alliance, though, able to hit that motif minimum of 22 points, able to walk away with some ranking point. Looking ahead, though, we're going to be going to the Ross division for their next match coming up. Looks like those robots are set in the field, and we're going to take a look at this match shortly.
Over here on field number 2, I'd like to introduce the teams for match number 24. On the Red Alliance, they will be playing solo this match. Please welcome from North Dakota, US, it's team 26907, Ricochet Robotics. They will be facing on the Blue Alliance from New Hampshire, US, team 24018, it's Avant-Garde. And on the other side of the country from California, United States, it's team 11212, the Clueless. We've got the thumbs up from our head referee for match number 24. We'll begin the match in 3, 2, 1, go. Team 26907 puts up 3 artifacts on that red goal. They go 2 for 3 before swiping 3 more off the spike mark. Comes back for 1, 2, 3, up and in. Meanwhile, Avant-Garde with their beautiful 24018 bot on the backside, all the 3D printed teal and pink with their vertical spindexer parked there on the far side of the field after putting 6 up and down in the red classifier. Ricochet's bot doing a beautiful job right down to the red goal, 6 in.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. Three, 2, 1.
Red Alliance out to a 46-25 lead as the blue is playing at half strength. Team 11212, that's the Clueless from California, puts a bunch of artifacts up in the Blue Alliance. 1, 2 more on their shot as they clear the gate. Harvesting out of the red secret tunnel. They return, shoot just wide right on a brisk pace as Avant-Garde goes 3 for 3 in the middle distance. That's 24018 from Nashua, New Hampshire. The Clueless comes up 1 for 3 on their next volley as Ricochet clears out from the red classification ramp. They spin and gather another near the red side loading zone. 26907, they get 1 unlucky bounce out of the goal. They go 1 for 3 on that volley. 24018 doing a little bit of cleaning work here with their vertical spindexer. 1, 2 up and in the blue goal. They collect 1 more off the floor, 2, and we'll see if they go for, nope, 3 as they take aim, set their sights on that blue goal, 2 up and in. Efficient scoring for the kids from New Hampshire. 11-2-1-2, the Clueless sets up, trying to shove Ricochet off their mark in the big launch zone as Ricochet goes back to their human player, takes 3 in their horizontal swap dexter. 1, 2, and 3 all go wide as we've got 38 seconds, 111-73, the Blue Alliance ahead. Avant-Garde goes 1 for 3 with their latest volley, tangles with Ricochet on the backside. Ricochet, beautifully done from the long shot. That's the crew from Bismarck, North Dakota. Clueless lines back up, discards 3 artifacts. Look like they might be having a retention problem with the gate that feeds their flywheel as they make alignment collide with Ricochet and send Ricochet just off their mark here in endgame. 8 seconds to play, 132-91. What happens with our base level parks? Ricochet in, might be a full and a partial for the blue. Round of applause for the teams here in match number 24.
Alrighty, we are now going over to the Jackson division for qualification match number 23.
Keep up with the scoring of red. We see 18140 Thunderbolts in disguise putting 3 artifacts up and in. We see Wise in the far launch zone doing the same. They put 1 in, 1 goes over.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. Three, two, 1.
And the drivers now grab their controllers. We do see the Blue Alliance looking to strike for first. Thunderbolts in disguise being able to make 1 artifact, but they collide with 19502, the moment makers of the Red Alliance. Those 2 robots colliding back and forth in the far launch zone. But their alliance partners, 26744 for the Red Alliance Lion Robotics Black, coming back across the field. They send 4 artifacts up and in for the Red Alliance. But let's see what the Blue Alliance has to say as 18140 collides with the Red Alliance in center field. We do see Wise lining up for the Blue Alliance, 11308 in the far launch zone. They send 1, 2, and will they make it 3? They grab more artifacts, but the Red Alliance, both robots up in the close launch zone. 26744, Lion Robotics Black, looking to try and collect artifacts from the open gate of the Blue Alliance. 19502 trying to keep that number 1 position. This match is closer than it looks. It's 163 to 136. But the Blue Alliance still trying to maintain or even close the gap that the Red Alliance has. Right now, the Red Alliance has a full classifier. It's being emptied by Lion Robotics Black. They're moving back across the field, but with those end game sounds, we have about 10 seconds left. Let's see if these teams can park here in the few seconds we have. But with 2 and 1, we see Wise come off the ground. We'll see if that's enough to turn the tide, but this could be a close one.
Okay, we'll now head over to the Ross division for qualification 25 that just started. Let's have a look.
49 shoots and scores. They're the enforcers. 18-27 on the Red Alliance. That's Area 52 from Plano, Texas. Lining up, they shoot, they score. And 2 more for the enforcers, 3 more for the Weeping Angels. And 18-27, Area 52 scoring for red. Enforcers shoot and score. We've got a minute remaining. Red Alliance has pulled ahead by about 40 points. Weeping Angel sitting at the loading zone from the artifacts, having a little bit of trouble. We'll see if they're able to get back and going, but the Enforcer scoring more for the Blue Alliance. Area 52 scoring for Red, picking up some artifacts, trying to get them free from their Alliance partners. There are not a lot of artifacts thanks to the backup at the Red loading station. But 18-2-27 trying to get some of those artifacts. Red Alliance pulling ahead. And we've got blue artifacts going in, won by the Enforcers and their Alliance partners, Robotics Revolution from South Korea. 2 for the Enforcers, 3 for Area 52. And Area 52 at it again. 196, Red Alliance pulling into a solid lead. Trying to get a few more artifacts, and that is a score by Robotics Revolution from South Korea. Enforcers lining up. They shoot, they score. And we've got a clean score by the Red Alliance. Area 52, as time expires. We'll get you the final scores in just a moment.
All right, let's head over to Lovelace for qualification 24.
Count until the very end of the match where you can count for motif points. So that's why you see them filling them, maybe not up all the way. Meanwhile, Blue Alliance does have that full classification ramp. They are going to empty it. Let's see if they can fill it back up as we enter a minute left. It's about 170 to 125 favoring the Red Alliance. Overclock box going back to that human player station. It's the battle of the overs. We wanted them on the same alliance, but they are on opposing alliances. Overclocked and Overclock fighting for that back shooting spot, constantly bumping into each other, but they both seem to be going pretty well. Seattle Solvers opens up that Red Alliance gate to empty that out with about 35 seconds left here. A lot of pushing over here. We got Bitflip trying to push Seattle Solvers out of the way to try to mess up their shots. Bitflip does score theirs. We're about 5 seconds away from endgame with 238 to 176 favoring Red as we enter endgame. All 4 robots are on that side of the field. It does look like Bitflip has stalled out. Luckily, it's in front of their own gate, so they are allowed to be there. But we have to be very careful with the last couple seconds here so we don't mess this up. We're going to have 1 park from Blue Alliance. That was a lot that happened at the end there. Luckily, everything seemed to go well. We'll have to wait and see what the refs decide on this match, and we'll get that in a second.
Okay, we just saw Loveless qualification 24. We saw some interesting strategies again. We saw defense being played. We saw great scores being put up. Adolfo, anything you want to mention here? What did you like?
Yeah, the defense is definitely a big factor that I've seen in a lot of the Lovelace matches, where a lot of them are definitely taking that far end of the field and trying to fight over it, pushing a lot throughout. And I think at the end of the day, it really does boil down to whatever robot is heavier and whatever robot is able to really take that position, because the teams that are able to dominate that backside of the field are definitely the ones who are scoring the highest.
Yeah. And I saw that noticeably, something new for me that I saw there was the Red Alliance was doing a lot of kind of shooting on the move there. So as they were trying to push their way in against the Blue Alliance, as soon as their robot was breaking that plane, that scoring triangle, they immediately started trying to get those artifacts into that goal. They might not have hit 100% of them, but they were getting a huge majority to slowly keep increasing that score lead.
Yeah, and that's where, like, I guess what I was seeing was it wasn't even necessarily about the size or weight, because every robot is just so different, right? You were seeing some robots that, hey, they're pushing against me. If I just give in to them, they're going to slide way over and miss all their artifacts as well, right? So it's just a totally different, there's a lot of different ways to throw your opponent off their game. And that's what teams are sort of feeling out, right? In the one thing that may have worked in their region, just something totally different needs to happen here.
Absolutely. It looks like we've got our last minute of play here in Ross for qualification match number 26. So let's see how high these scores can go.
Game 281 to 123. 7140 looks comfortably parked in their base for the Blue Alliance. As 8304's Susan takes partial claim in the red box. 3565 squeaks in to their next to their partner. Full and partial for the Red Alliance is the call from the referee. Good for 15 points. And those scores are in on match number 26. It goes to the Blue Alliance with a score of 318 to 371. Good little package.
All right, we are going to go live here to the Loveless division for qualification match number 25. So it looks like autonomous mode has just ended. Ken, can you tell me a little bit about what's being finalized in these scores right now?
Finalizing the scores, the biggest thing is those motif patterns, right? One of the new things here at Champs is the extended break period between autonomous and teleop, now a total of 15 seconds. But as robots are moving into action, you see one robot close, one robot far for red launching.
Yeah, for sure. And again, you see that defensive play that we were talking about earlier where a lot of the teams, they fall into the positioning of two robots, one robot from the Alliance in the back end of the field, while another one really takes forward and tries to drop the gate from that forward side just to really get those cycle times up and going, just to try to increase the gap between each other, for sure.
And here's something interesting happens, so that you see the Blue Alliance now taking away balls from the red tunnel, but the red robot just waiting for them to pass out of that tunnel zone. If they go in there, that would be a penalty in their advantage. So that would have been a smart move.
Yeah, but now you see Blue taking advantage of that clear side of the field, right? That classifier unloaded all of those artifacts, now spreading across the field into the Red Alliance loading zone, though. Check that out. Human player passing to their partner and a quick shot from that far key.
And I'm seeing something as well from the Red Alliance's, the Blue Alliance's human player, where it seems as if they're trying their best to really keep their hands away from the robot, but they're doing the best to also kind of force them and guide those artifacts into the robot's intake. Now, whether that may be bending the rules a little bit, we'll have to wait and see what the referees think about that, but it does seem to be improving their cycle times as well.
Yeah, and it's a close match here. There's less than 20 points. We're closing in on 5. And it's coming down to a huge volley there from Blue, still with this long, close and far strategy. Red a little more dynamic with where their robots are going.
For sure, but I think it pays off for Red as well as they're increasing the gap between them and Blue. But like you said, it's an absolute nail-biter of a match where we're going to have to wait and see what happens in the last 10 seconds of this match.
Right.
And it's interesting now, we're now in the last 5 seconds, but you don't want to open that gate anymore because you might want to get those extra points. But there's always this trade-off in these final seconds. Am I opening the gate, getting those extra balls, getting some extra points? Or do I leave them in there and get the bonus points?
We can see from that live time score here, without the park at the end there, Blue Alliance let 9 of those balls go, those artifacts go. That's 18 points. That could be one of those difference makers here in that match.
Well, but it also, check out the Blue Alliance with those climbs though. Stilted up one robot, the other directly under it. Those motifs interesting though. So 2 out of 3 of every motif is a purple. So statistically, right, filling your classifier up with purples is the safest bet to go if you're not sorting. And I see 7 purples in that Blue Alliance classifier. It looks like maybe about 50-50 from what I can tell on the camera for Red. So this one is going to be close. Both alliances with that leave bonus and autonomous, it appears. A lot of motif points there. And 107 total artifacts scored by Red, 86 by Blue.
And I really do think it's that volume of artifacts scored by the Red Alliance that is going to make the difference for this match because it seems as if in terms of performance when it comes to autonomous and motifs, both alliances are on a steady footing, but it really is just that sheer volume of artifacts from the Red Alliance that will get them this victory.
And when it comes to ranking score, right, this is what we talk about with, like, good losses, right? Like, regardless of the outcome of this match, both alliances should be walking away with some bonus ranking points. They can really come into play, especially as you get into, right, rankings aren't quite solidified. Once we get into those matches later in the day tomorrow where you have alliance number 2 versus, or seed number 2 versus 3, right, a bad loss versus a good loss can be all the difference.
Right. I mean, we're all trying here, every team here, trying to get to that Da Vinci field, and that means going out there and just, getting those rank points every single match. Try and squeak out, even if we walk away, we do have scores. They started coming in here. And it was that Blue Alliance there. Fantastic job. 7 points separating those two alliances here.
And it's interesting, and we talked about the volume of artifacts, but look at this. It's the fall points that make the difference in the end. So yeah, people have to be conscious about where they're driving their robots, where other robots of your opposing alliance are driving, but also you can use fall points in the advantage in your own strategy. If you notice your opponent's robot being at a place where it shouldn't be, if you bump it, that's points for you directly.
Right, Red managing to get 329 artifact points from being able to, get all of those, constantly grab those artifacts from that return section, but it came at that cost of 55 points, and while they might have gotten that rank point for scoring so many artifacts, a win is 3 rank points, and you can't just give up those 3 rank points there.
Yeah. Okay. So, meanwhile, we'll head to Loveless Division for qualification match number 26, where the number 2 seed is facing the number 3 seed. So let's have a look how that's going to turn out.
Over on the Blue Alliance from Yeongju-so, South Korea, we have Team 25316 Eagles. And joining them from Tainan, we have 19213 Mystery. We'll go ahead and randomize the field, see what we got. It's going to go to purple, purple, green. We got the proper OKs. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go. And we're off here. We got Minerva's Mechanics immediately filling up that classification ramp. Very nicely done. And Watermelon Wise backing up to that human player station. The Blue Alliance is doing really good themselves. Mystery is able to pick up those 3 artifacts consistently and drop them all in. They are going to fill up their classification ramp and park off the line. Blue Alliance is going to get, it looks like they might get that leave point.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
Yep, we did get all 4 leave points. Very nicely done, both alliances. Let's see how this shakes up in Teleop.
3, 2, 1.
We got all movement from all 4 bots. Very nice. Watermelon lobs those 3 over the goal, but it looks like they're going to go try it again, and they get all 3 this time. Nicely done. Watermelon is doing a really good job of just going back and forth to pick up those artifacts really consistently. Besides those first 3, I don't think they've missed a single shot yet here in Teleop. Meanwhile, Mystery's picking up 1 artifact. They're backing up. They get it in. 1, 2, 3. I didn't even notice the 3 in there. Very nicely done. Blue Alliance is going to go ahead and empty up their classification ramp. Eagles are shooting from the back, going to their human player station. Lining up a nice shot. They did get bumped by Watermelon, but that first shot did go in, though. They are sitting there a little bit. Let's see if they can come back here. Watermelon is heading back to the human player station to pick this up. Minerva's Mechanics is doing really well themselves. It looks like Eagles might be a little bit dead in the water. Luckily, they're not in a bad place, so they shouldn't get any fouls if they decide to stay there. Minerva's Mechanic is going to open up their Red Alliance goal here as we are about 50 seconds left in the match. We are 206 to 141 favoring Red. Watermelon Wide's back in their human player station again, picking up some more artifacts, and they lob 1-2, and they get it nicely done. Very good. Oh, nice. Eagles is back in the game here. FTA has brought them back to life. With about 30 seconds left, there's still plenty of time to make some points here. Minerva's Mechanics is going to go ahead and empty out that red classification ramp. Let's see if they can fill it up as we enter endgame. See what kind of strategies we got here. We are going to be continuing scoring artifacts, maybe filling up a classification ramp. Red decides to take out all of theirs. Mystery is going for overflow, so much overflow that it looks like it actually has gotten stuck there. Those will still be counted as overflow as we end the match. Really nicely done, both alliances. We'll have to see what the refs conclude about this. We got scores for match 24. It looks like the Red Alliance is going to take that. And Red Alliance is going to take that 292 to 201. And it's a clean match. No fouls. Really great job from both alliances. We love to see that. It looks like, yeah, Red's going to take it. So congratulations, Red Alliance. Over to you.
Now let's take things back.
Okay, so we now see Loveless Division wrapping up with qualification match 27 being the only qualification left before everyone goes to lunch.
Yep, things are starting to slow down here a little, but there's still plenty of robot action. Only 2 divisions running right now, and we're starting to see, you know, the defense here ramp up. We're starting to see the defense ramp up here, right? That's the teams are getting a bit more aggressive.
2 Incaneers. We're ready to start. So qualification match 27 will start in 3, 2, 1, go. And so we saw the Blue Alliance might have been having some technical difficulties. I'm not sure, but they had to make a switch. Both robots started in the far launch zone. Meanwhile, down on the Red Alliance, looks like we have one classified artifact, and it looks like the gate was activated because there's some artifacts down in the corner as well. Team 26949, Royal Society of Robotics, just added another 3 artifacts onto that ramp and cleared them and then scored 2 more.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
So Blue Alliance has some work to do once we get into tele-operated period to make up some points.
3, 2, 1.
So right away, this Blue Alliance robot, Team 21982 Engineers, they've successfully scored, I believe, 2 so far into the Blue Alliance goal. That was actually a 3rd that they scored there, and now they are coming back with 3 more, and they are able to score 1 of those. Meanwhile, it looks like Team 18908 Mighty Hawks is in the loading zone right now, but the problem is I'm not sure that robot can move out of there. And the loading zone that they're in is not their own loading zone. So you see the Red Alliance robots trying to get in there. That's because that's the Red Alliance loading zone. So unfortunately, that dead robot is actually pulling a foul each time a robot touches it, a Red Alliance robot. Our Red Alliance is building their score up. Team 26949 just successfully scored at least 1 or 2 artifacts into their Red Alliance goal, and it looks like their partner, Team 32281 Chili Dogs, just scored some and are coming back away from the loading zone with some in tow, and they are able to score 2 of those artifacts to put more points on the board for the Red Alliance. 35 seconds remaining here in qualification match 27, and it looks like that blue robot is almost all the way out of the loading zone, which would be a really good thing for the Blue Alliance. 21982 also playing on that Blue Alliance Engineers. I believe they just successfully scored 3 or possibly 2 artifacts, and they are coming back for more. Unfortunately, they are hit with a defensive bump by Royal Society of Robotics. However, they are still able to score some. 5 seconds left, and we've got 2 red robots near their base. 3, 2, 1. And we'll have to see what the referees have to say about not only base scoring, but the final scoring for this match. So we will come back to you very shortly with those scores.
Okay, that was an incredible batch of matches that we've had this morning. We've had all of our teams coming out here for 1, 2 matches. Strategies are starting to change. Robots are starting to make different, adjustments on based off their strategies, who they're playing with. What have we seen so far?
What we're seeing so far is the teams that are able to make those adjustments are the ones that are doing well, right? Because we're seeing a lot of heavy defense coming out, as we've touched on all morning, right? Teams are starting to get more comfortable. For some of these teams, they may not have had their competition for 2-3 months, right? So this is for their first time competing for real, in that amount of time. As they're getting more comfortable, things are getting a little more rough and tumble with some of the more relaxed contact rules this year. There's also this kind of mutual gate understanding of, hey, we don't mess with your secret tunnel if you don't mess with our secret tunnel, and it's leading to a lot of quick cycling robots. I think it'll be interesting to see how the defense and that agreement collide, right? Because if suddenly we're seeing teams start to, not disrespect, but disregard that agreement, and suddenly a lot of what teams have been practicing and doing all morning, suddenly isn't working for them, and it's not what they have to adjust, the teams that are going to be adjusting and able to adjust quickly are the ones that are going to succeed.
Yeah, and that brings us to the robots. There are so many different robots around here. We talk about turrets this morning. We talk about double wide shooters. We talk about triple wide shooters. But I've even seen triple wide turrets. I've even seen a triple turret, so 3 turrets. So in the end, and I agree, it comes down to the teams who can do the cycle the most who are the quickest. So it's not about the archetype, it's about who can make the quickest cycle. And when the defense is playing up, it's going to be who can transition the best towards a new strategy.
Yeah, and I think it'll be very exciting to see just how the energy here in the venue is also going to increase as the competition gets harsher because, like you said, a lot of these teams are starting to get comfortable with their surroundings, with what's going on here. And so now you have that mindset of we want to win, we want our team to go far and take it further. That is really going to start pushing the team spirit here in this venue. So from a game announcer perspective, I think it'll be very great to just feed off that energy and just, you know, revel in all of it because at the end of the day, this is for the teams and this is a celebration for all the teams here.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I think the only thing I would add on to that is it's all going to come down to these ranking points. So these teams are going to start going up. They're going to make sure that they're scoring the number of artifacts they need. They're going to make sure that, hey, maybe we start slowing down on some of our scoring, get those motifs in, get those locked in place at the end, maybe be a little bit more careful around those gates to get that, while also leaving time for those robot parks and the double park.
Yeah, you're starting to see that, right? We touched on earlier that some of the top-ranked teams with these perfect RP averages, they're not scoring a lot. But it's how they're scoring, the types of points they're scoring, the objectives they're completing in a match that's leading to them pulling out the win and the bonus RP objectives.
And that's interesting, because in playoffs, this is not going to get them the win.
Yeah.
So they need to find an agreement with hopefully a partner that can get them that, like a lot of points. But in the end, yeah, we'll see how that turns out. And there are a lot of points scored. Currently, the high score is at 453. That's a huge score. It's not yet the world high score, but we'll see if we can beat that throughout the event.
Well, if there's anywhere to beat a world high score, it would be right here at World Championships, of course.
That should be, yeah. Okay, then I think we now head over to lunch break. So we'll be back after lunch.
Team on each alliance, so the outcome of this match could drastically change that. So we'll have to see what happens here. For Autonomous here, it looks like the Chieftains have decided to just go for their move while their alliance partner, Bionic Bulldogs, is going for all those artifact points, which they do manage to do. They fill up an entire classification ramp. And Blue Alliance manages to get a fair amount of artifacts. They have 3 more. Can they get them in? Yes, they do.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
That was a really nice last-second autonomous shoot for the Gyrobotics Droids robot.
3, 2, 1.
All right, look alive, robots. Here we go. It's teleop time. Bulldogs instantly, or very quickly, opens up that classification ramp and is picking up some artifacts and refilling it. Shiprock Chieftains looks to be doing the same. Gyrobotics is trying to open up that classification ramp, but they're going to try again. There they go. They're picking up a few at a time. They're all going to fall out here. All systems go launching from the back. They get 1 out of those 3. Gyrobotic Droids is doing a very good job lifting those in as we're about a minute and a half left in this. We are at 100 to 148 favoring the Blue Alliance here. All systems go is lobbing those artifacts from the back as they are about to fill up their classification ramp, and they're going for overflow. Gyrobotic Droids decides to empty up their classification ramp. Red Alliance, Bionic Bulldogs launches those 3 artifacts, and they get them in as they empty it out. Let's see. Chieftains lining up for a shot from the back. Can they get it? They're lining up. That's 1, 2, 3. Oh, they got bumped by All Systems Go, so unfortunately, those 3 didn't make it, but there's plenty of time with about 50 seconds left. 210 to 135 favoring the Blue Alliance here. Let's see what they can do. Gyrobotic Droids is trying to empty out that classification ramp. They launch those 3, and they're immediately, they don't even get the chance to touch the gate. 40 seconds left here before the end of the match. Let's see what happens. Shiprock unloaded their artifacts. Looks like that might have been a little bit of a mistake. There's still plenty of time to pick up a few more and get a couple shots in. Gyrobotic Droids fills those 3 up. We're getting relatively close to endgame, so it'll be interesting what kind of strategies we got here at the end. Blue Alliance decides to empty up their classification ramp. Tons of artifact in that human player station over there. We'll see what happens. Endgame begins, and there was a little bit of robots in the wrong area there, but hopefully that won't affect it too much. Blue Alliance is 1 away. Never mind, they have just filled the classification ramp with a couple seconds left here. Let's see what kind of parking strategies we got. And that's it. Nicely done. We'll have to let the refs decide what this is going to be. So after we announce the scores for this match, we are going to
All right. It looked like we had actually one more match there. We're just hungry for more matches here. But First Champs Live here at the FTC divisions here. What do we see in that last final qualification match?
I think we saw that there's a diversity of strategies that can be successful, and the teams that realize and have the ability to adapt to that are going to be the ones that succeed. You saw for the Blue Alliance, all they were doing, right, they were doing what we see a lot of teams do all season, right? Just straight to their human player station, 3 artifacts there, pick them up, straight into the goal, repeat a bunch of times, and it was working for them, right? They realized we're not getting super defended in this match. Let's do this match, right? The next match, maybe they get hard defended, and they're going to need to adapt to find a different way to succeed in that match, right? So there's a plethora of options for teams to choose in terms of how they want to approach this game, and it just varies so significantly based on who your opponents are.
And we talked about this during the day, that these ranking points being important. If we look at this match, we have 21 to 39, all systems go, being on the number 1 rank in Loveless with a ranking score of 6, facing the number 4, 21-502 Bionic Bulldogs with a ranking score of 5. So they both want to score as much ranking points as possible, but in the end, they also want the 3 ranking points you get from the win. So there's a trade-off to be made here. What are you going to focus on? Is it enough to focus on all the ranking getting all the ranking points, or do you need to focus on winning the match?
Right, and that's where I think we see, check out that blue classifier right there, right? All purples, right? That's a total of 6 guaranteed, perfectly classified artifacts in there for a little boost in that point score, and importantly, for that motif ranking point.
Right, those are those kind of heads-up plays that you start to see of like your drive coach, paying attention in the match, seeing, all right, what kind of strategies do we need? How much time is it going to take for us to get all of these purple artifacts into there? We have our scores in for that match, actually. Congratulations to our Blue Alliance. Look at that, another 6 rank point victory. I think, as you pointed out there, they were very smart there. Exactly 24 pattern points for that motif, sort of from stuffing that goal with with those purple artifacts. A very unique strategy to get there, but hey, rank points are rank points when you get there.
And imagine that this is only just the morning. We still have 2.5 more days to go. So it can only go up from here, and we already have huge scores.
Yeah, no, I think that's where you also see these teams that are still here in the stands, still scouting, keeping note of what is happening in these matches. Hopefully they can use that this afternoon, tomorrow, as we build up to that Da Vinci tournament.
Yeah, right, and that's something that we can explore more. It's like, what are teams scouting, right? Are you scoring? It's not just how many artifacts are you scoring anymore. That's a piece of it, right? You don't necessarily want to pick a partner that doesn't have a playoff capability. But also there's so many more of these qualitative aspects of how do you scout for a good driver? How do you scout for, heads-up plays during a match? These are all things that, the top teams are going to be on the lookout for and have their own unique way of categorizing.
Yeah, flexibility and adaptability is definitely going to be the name of the game here as we transition to these next few days. How can teams adapt and how can they think on the fly, both inside the field and outside of it? Especially in that last match, I'm not sure if you caught it, but one of the teams did seem to have some sort of intaking issue. But then having the opposing alliance sort of bait them to get their artifact unclogged and then be able to go for a last Hail Mary in the last few seconds, I think that was one of the more impressive sides of being able to think on the fly and really adapt to any situation. So the more of that we see throughout the rest of this competition, I think is going to yield a lot of great results for a lot of teams here.
Definitely. And I think to have this adaptability and to make sure you stay fresh. Now the teams are heading out. Make sure they take their break, and so are we. So we will be back after lunch. So yeah, thank you.
Alliance has done the same as 27-6-7-4, adds a few more as we head into the last couple seconds of Autonomous.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. Three, two, one.
The teleoperated period now underway. We're seeing lots of action from all four of those robots scramble to get those artifacts over towards the back of the field. On the Red Alliance, we're seeing 27-6-7-4. They're shooting from that front launch line as the Blue Alliance does the same. 19-5-0-0 opening up that gate next to the Blue Alliance's goal. 21-9-3-6 picking up some of those artifacts from their human player. They're dropping it on the ground of the field, and they're able to pick it up with their intake. Over on the Blue Alliance, we're seeing 13-1-0-0 make quick cycles back and forth from their human player with artifacts over from the launch line for the Blue Alliance close to the front of the field. We're seeing 13-1-0-0 rapidly fire artifacts back and forth. 19-5-0-0 for the Blue Alliance immediately opens up that gate and collects the artifacts as they come out. We're seeing 21-9-3-6 also pick up those artifacts from their human players for the Red Alliance. Right now we have 227 points for the Red Alliance, 175 for the Blue Alliance, just under 1 minute left in this match. It looks like the Blue Alliance has scored 48 of those artifacts. They need 67 to hit that ranking point bonus. Over on the Red Alliance, they have 85 of those artifacts scored. They've hit that threshold for the ranking point. Back to the field, we're seeing the Red Alliance still do those quick cycles on that back launch line. They're fighting for the space between them and the Blue Alliance, 13-1-0-0, also trying to shoot from that back launch line. We have just under 30 seconds left in the match. That sound means it's in-game. Teams are able to park and earn some more points as we head into the last couple seconds of the match. 21-9-3-6, last second artifacts from that back launch line. 5 seconds left in the match. 3, 2, 1. That's the end of qualification match number 19. We'll be back in a few moments for those scores. We are ready to take a look at those results from qualification match number 19. Congratulations to the Red Alliance, winning with a score of 401 points to Blue's 286 points. They got 5 ranking points in that last match. Congratulations to the Red Alliance.
All right, welcome back to Field 2, where we have 4 teams to introduce. Let's meet our teams for match number 20. Starting us off on the Red Alliance. From Avon, Indiana, it's 14-9-54, the Teal Roboreals. They will be joined, hailing from Oviedo, Florida, 7477 Super 7.
From Kazakhstan. And their partner team, 27501 EFZ Robotics from Shanghai. And this match will begin in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, nice to see. Post-lunch matches, all the robots are working as specified. A lot of artifacts going in as planned. 32-728, clearing up the classifier so that they can get some more artifacts in. 34-063, collecting the chute from the launching zone. 21-305 seems pretty stagnant on the field. Maybe their autonomous is over. Blue Alliance robots still continuing to shoot forth. 27-501 didn't realize it didn't have any artifacts. 2 partial
Drivers,
parks.
pick up your controllers.
As we leave autonomous mode.
Three, two, one.
All right. We're in the teleop mode. Looks like we have efficient scoring on the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance, 21-305, able to shoot 2 artifacts in, and their partner, 34-063, shooting 3 additional ones in. Wow, this robot is working really fast. Blue Alliance shooting so many artifacts at the same time. 34-063 gets 2 in. Oh, wow, 27-501 has a really fast shooter. They can just shoot those artifacts in really quickly with a very interesting technique. A lot of support for the Blue Alliance in the audience. Hopefully we can get some support for the Red Alliance in the audience as well. A lot of accurate shooting in this match, I will have to say. Most artifacts that get shot at the goals get into the goal, which is definitely the goal of this game this year. As much artifacts as possible, with the Blue Alliance already surpassing 200 points, Red Alliance working their way up to get into the 200s. Accuracy is not enough for this game. You also have to have speed and as many artifacts as possible. 21-305 shoots very accurately into the Red Alliance goal. 32-728 clears the classifier in the last 20 seconds of the game. Will they be able to score a pattern of some sort? Red Alliance locks in their things. They're going to focus on overflow. In the meanwhile, the Blue Alliance is going to fill up their classifier. And they have 2 partial parks. Well, they used to have 2 partial parks. Looks like we have 4 partial parks on this field. results coming in for match 20. Blue Alliance wins 359 to 238, walking away with 5 ranking points. However, the Red Alliance does get 1 ranking a point for all of that shooting. Back to field 1.
Introducing the team, starting with the Red Alliance. We have team 24804 from Kazakhstan, their Exception. And their Red Alliance partner team 17755 from Torreon, Mexico, their Serbotics Blue. Over on the Blue Alliance, from Cross River, New York, we have team 10949 Mob Robotics. And their partners from Durham, North Carolina, 24064 It Can JIAR Jankastrophe. Alliance, 3, 2, 1, go. Blue Alliance scoring first, 5 in so far, but here comes Red. There's 4 for them. This already can tell it's going to be a high-scoring autonomous period. 3 more for Red, 2 more for Blue. Here comes Serbotics, Red Alliance. Yes, both Red Alliance partners scoring simultaneously. 3 more for Red.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. Three, 2, 1.
It is a 1-point difference between these two teams. Red Alliance has a slight lead, 68 to 67. Blue Alliance has now taken that lead. 2 minutes to play. Let's see how this works out. 2 in for Red, 2 in for Blue. Here comes Red Alliance. 1 more, 3 more for Blue Alliance. Red Alliance sends a couple of artifacts flying way off the field. Blue Alliance getting 5 more in total. Both partners working together. Here's Red Alliance, 17-755. Serbotics from Mexico scoring. 24-064 from Durham, North Carolina, getting a couple. Here comes their partner from Cross River, New York, scoring 3 of them in there for the Blue Alliance and releasing the gate. Back for more. Blue Alliance, 1, 2, 3 more in for Blue. With 1 minute to play, Blue Alliance has taken quite the lead here, 192 to 107. Red Alliance getting pushed out of the way while 24-064. Jankastrophe scoring. Here comes Jankastrophe for more. 1 more. Mob scoring 1. Jankastrophe scoring 3 for the Blue Alliance. And here comes Mob getting another one in. Jankastrophe, 2 more in. 30 seconds left. Red Alliance trailing. "20 seconds left. Serbotics scoring for Red. Both Blue Alliances getting a couple. Serbotics again scoring for Red. 3, 2, 1. On the scores, Blue Alliance takes the win with the score 269 to 161. Red Alliance being awarded a yellow card for a G408.
All right, let's introduce the teams here in match number 22 on field number 2. Over here on the Red Alliance, we have team 9876, The Countdown, Olympia, Washington. And their alliance partner team 3110 Coyote from Irvine, California. Over here on the Blue Alliance, we have team 19862 Mecha Mantises from Fremont, California. And their partner team 27679 CDC Tech from San Juan, Puerto Rico. This match will begin in 3, 2, 1, go! Fast, rapid shooting into both goals from both alliances. Countdown overshooting a little bit, but gets some of their artifacts into the goal. Nope, they're overshooting in general. 19862 clears the classifier in order to get some more artifacts. Trying to cycle it through. 3110 shooting rapidly into that classifier. Looks like they got a pretty
Drivers,
good
pick up your
amount of
controllers.
that pattern that they were supposed to score.
Three, two, one.
-1. Their opponents on the Blue Alliance will be composed of Americans abroad in Europe, 2606 for the Circuit Breakers, and 9808 from Kansas, United States. It's Team Chargers. We've got the thumbs up. Drivers in the box in 3, 2, 1, go! And match number 22 is underway here on Edison. 9808 getting work done, hitting a trifecta but missing the next. Meanwhile, 9879 in red, root -1, is doing everything but being imaginary in this match as they nail another 3 for 9 points total. 54-12 is your tally as auto comes to a close.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. Three, two, one.
The gong has sounded. The students are in control for the remainder. We are seeing a lot of back and forth interplay happening between blue and red, namely the Robo Rangers and their counterparts, the Circuit Breakers on blue. The Blue Alliance, they are able to pull off 9808 just as fast as they could to avoid incurring a foul there. Incredibly smart driver play. The Red Alliance looking to maintain their lead as they are ahead by a total of 94 points here. They're chasing after that 67-point threshold. Neither side quite got to the 22 motif points in auto, but there's plenty of time for that to change in the end game as 9879 hits a pair into that obelisk. On the blue side, you can see the Team Chargers ranked 5th and showing off why they are able to hit while facing contact from 9879. That far launch zone is crowded with 1 blue and 2 red machines battling over that spot. The Red Alliance, despite having 2 far shooting specialists, is still able to maintain their lead, 223 to 102. 18 seconds left to end game And 98.79. Root -1. With their beautifully machined chassis, they are going to hit from nearby. The Red Alliance has adjusted their shooting positions a bit to stay out of each other's way, especially with the Blue Alliance bum rushing that far launch zone. The Red Alliance has hit at least one extra ranking point with an easy path to yet another depending on their base points. Now that we are in the end game with 3, 2, 1, and that will be the end of the match. We'll have a final tally for you shortly.
Thumbs up and I'm ready to go. T minus 3, 2, 1, go. Red Alliance strikes first. Blue Alliance right behind them. Blue Alliance looks like they've made 5. Blue 2, Reds 3. 4 more for red. 3 more for red. 4 more for blue. 2 more for blue. 10 seconds left of the autonomous period. Here comes Axolotl. 1, 2, 3 more for them. Here come Beaverbots.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. Three, two, one.
Here comes Mad Hatter. No, Red Alliance strikes first. Both Red Alliance partners scoring simultaneously. There we go. Mad Hatter's getting 2 of the 3. Axolotl scoring from across the field. 3 more from the Axolotl pink robot. Beaverbots, the purple robot there, scoring a couple. Axolotl from Pennsylvania scoring for the Red Alliance. From Plano, Texas, the Technobots Red Alliance scoring a couple. With 1 minute 15 seconds, Red Alliance in the lead, 115 to 73. Here comes the Beaverbots from Virginia, scoring 3 artifacts for the Blue Alliance. Axolotl scoring another one. Technobotics scoring 1 for red. Axolotl scoring for red. Beaverbots scoring for blue. 50 seconds left. 154 for red, 108 for blue. Beaverbots from Virginia scoring again and releasing the gate. Axolotl from Pennsylvania scoring for red. Here come Technic Bots. 3 more for them. Beaverbots, 1 more for blue. We're with 30 seconds left. Red Alliance breaks 200 points. Red Alliance has scored a ranking point by getting more than 67 artifacts into the goal. Great job, Red. 10 seconds left. Axolotl, 2 more for them. 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Here come the scores. It goes to the Red Alliance with the score 293 to 170. Red Alliance coming away with 5 ranking points.
And now we're over here in match number 24. Let's meet the teams on the Red Alliance. From Fort Lauderdale, Florida, Team 3435 Clutch Robotics. And from Chihuahua, Mexico, Team 12887 DeVolt Phobos. Let's meet our Blue Alliance. From Sunshine Coast, Australia, Team 24089 Iron Lions. And here now after lunch, they're finally here with their robot. Glad to see them. It's Team 9999, the Ninjas from Ottawa, Canada. This match will begin in 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, rapid shooting into both goals on both sides. 12887 able to shoot from very far on the field. accurately into the goal. Some of the artifacts bouncing out, unfortunately, on the red side. That might mess up their pattern strategy. 34-35 with the strategy of emptying the classifier and feeding it back into the intake, but yet overshooting the goal. With just 3 seconds left in autonomous, will any robots go for a park? And it does not look like it.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. Three, two, one.
And we're off. Or should I say we're on, because these robots are now moving. We have one robot in the Red Alliance. Seems to be kind of stuck there, 9999. Hopefully they'll be able to figure out their issues in a second so we can see that their robot works today. Blue Alliance shooting way from across the field. Blue Alliance stuck in the red things. I'm hoping the Ninjas will be able to get that robot off the ground sooner than later. We want to see that shooter work. Blue Alliance go ahead and scoring a bunch of artifacts in their goal. Robots running into each other in the loading zone, smashing into each other as they launch, but it seems that most of the shots are going in. Oh, and finally, 9999 is now off and running. Hopefully they'll come contribute to the Blue Alliance score as the Red Alliance is taking a lead here, 139-87. Each robot coming in, scoring as much as they can. It looks like the Red Alliance going to emptying their classifier so that they can get and harvest more of their artifacts. 20 seconds left. This is now the end game. Red Alliance crosses the 200-point threshold. Five seconds left on the game. 3, 2, 1, and that's the end of this match.
The obelisk has reappeared. At last, all is set. It is time to resume match play on Goodall. We will start in 3, 2, 1, go! Our bellies are full, and it's time to resume the robot action on Goodall. And Brickbot is wasting no time in doing so, scoring a triple salvo, going over to the gate to quickly catch it as it falls down the classifier. That has been a strategy we have seen quite a bit of here on Goodall, but now
Drivers, pick up your controllers. Three, two, one.
It looked like Brickbot may have gotten a little stuck there in Blue Crew, but they are quickly able to get themselves free, so now the teleop time scoring can begin. And Blue has got quite the mountain to climb, 135-28. We'll see if they can do that with the power of Blue Crew's triple turret they call Duck Trio. Super-powered jalapenos. getting some more artifacts for themselves and their partners. Brickbot, Cybernetic Elks. They've got those bright red panels all over the sides of their robot. Scores another triple line into the Blue Alliance classifier, which they quickly empty into the Red Alliance secret tunnel. Here comes the Jalapenos. 1, 2, 3 into the Red Alliance goal. And Brickbot is right behind them. Blue Crew, I'm sure the audience appreciates that gift. But now they're going to come to the large zone and readjust their shooting pattern. There they go, scoring 2 green ones into the Blue Alliance goal, but Red Alliance, with about 30 seconds left, still maintaining a 150-point lead. They have taken that momentum and have run away with it. In fact, the Red Alliance is just 1 artifact shy of the artifact rank point. There they go, number 69. All 4 robots got the autonomous movement credit. As Red Alliance has breached 300 points, how high will the Blue Alliance be able to climb in 5, 4? Here come the Parks in 2, 1. That is the end of the match.
Hey guys, welcome back after lunch. We just saw Good Old Division qualifying match 24. Was a great match, but before we dive into the analysis, we've got 2 new faces at the desk. Start to my left.
Yeah, hi, my name is Graham Simmons. I am an FTC alum. I graduated 2 years ago, and I'm really excited to be here joining you all at the sports desk this year.
And I'm Mark Case. I'm one of the game announcers. I'm on the Good Old Division, and I've been announcing here at the World Championships for 4 years now.
Well, Mark, you were in Goodall, so you know these teams best. Take us away. What did you see?
Well, we had 2 different robots going out there. We had 2 total different styles. We've got the red division where we had the super-powered jalapenos and the brickbots. Currently, the brickbots were ranked number 6. And they had a rapid load and a rapid fire system where they can load the balls in less than 3 seconds and shoot all 3 balls in less than 3 seconds. And you saw by the score how fast that adds up to points. Whereas opposed to Cybernetic Elks over in the blue, they had a triple shooting system where they load 3 balls and fire all 3 balls at one time. And it's a turreting turret that can shoot from just about any place, and they're using the cameras to line up with the QR codes and the Apple tags to be able to line up and rapidly fire.
Yeah, especially that turret was really unique and cool to see. I think they had some issues in auto. After that, the scores were similar. What did you see there, Brian?
Well, I also noticed that the Blue Alliance there, they started really trying to focus on trying to get those motifs near the end of the game. So once they didn't have to worry about opening the gate and worry about those secret passage, who's going to steal those artifacts or not, they could, use that triple shooter to be, just right to get it, filled up to try and earn that extra rank point.
Yeah. Okay, I'm hearing that we're going to go to Edison, where qualifying match 25 is ready for us.
We have our thumbs up to start match 25. Drivers in the box. 3, 2, 1, go. We have artifacts in the air from all 4 robots on the field and 4 different corners of the field. We're seeing artifacts fly towards that Red Alliance goal from 14.525. That's Terabats. Ice Robotics on that front launch line, they're adding 2 of those artifacts as well for the Blue Alliance. They're currently in that 2nd ranked position. Over on the Blue Alliance, we saw Team 23-396 Hivemind add a few as well.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. Three, 2, 1.
Our teleoperated period underway now. Drivers are able to now control those robots and employ those strategies they've been working on all season. We're seeing Ice Robotics quick cycles back and forth from the corner of the field to that far launch line. That's 11.329. We have 19.956. That is going to be BHS Mayhem Performance Robotics. They're working on adding a few artifacts into that Blue Alliance goal as well. 23.396. Hive Mind is going to work on opening up that gate for the Blue Alliance. That's going to allow some more room for artifacts on that lower ramp. So each of them can be 3 points and classified. Teams have to open up that ramp after about 9 artifacts to make room. So if you're running some fast cycles, that's going to have to be a common operation for your team to open up that gate. Team 11.329 Ice Robotics, again, shooting from that back launch line. Their human player lines up 3 artifacts in a row. 19.956 also adding to the Blue Alliance's score by shooting from that near launch line for the Blue Alliance. Right now, 222 points for the Red Alliance, 54 points for the Blue Alliance. There's still 40 seconds for that Blue Alliance to narrow up that gap and work towards that 67 artifact goal RP. We're seeing Ice Robotics and their alliance partners 14.525. They're working on adding to that artifact score. They had both robots move in autonomous. They have already met that goal RP. They have 7 of those motifs so far. So let's see how many ranking points they get at the end of this match. We have 10 seconds remaining in the match. Last second artifacts are flying up through the air. 5 seconds now. 3, 2, 1. That's the end of match number 25 here on Field 1 in Edison at the first championship. Let's see our scores in just a few moments.
Wow, we saw a really cool match in Edison, qualification match 25. The Red Alliance playing very strong, but also giving out a good defense.
Well, it was interesting to watch the Red Alliance. They not only did a good offense, but they did a great job of defense, blocking the blue team from getting into prime position. But they obviously had a spot that was perfect for shooting. When Red was not there, one after another made it into the hopper. But when there was somebody there blocking him, the red team figured out real quickly how to stop the scoring.
Yeah, that's a really impressive match. And if I recall correctly, you know one of these teams, right?
I do. Been able to go out and scout some of these teams, and they were talking about their strategy, and if they got a perfect spot, if they're in that spot, they can't fail. And unfortunately, Red figured it out on them, and so they were able to get that perfect spot.
Yeah, good scouting goes both ways. It's not just us scouting the robots, you're scouting your opponents and alliance partners as well.
Yep.
Yes. So, Mark, question about that there. So, did we see that both robots were fighting over the close key? Were they trying to be in the, I've seen a lot of alliances try and play where someone's got in like the further away key versus the close key to try and do their shots there. It seemed like maybe the Blue Alliance were both trying to be those close shooters. Were they getting in each other's way as well?
They were. They definitely were. They both had their strong suit was getting into that one close shot where they can make the balls one after another. But they're both trying to fight for that same position. And so that, unfortunately, the teams that had both long distance and close-up shots, those have a big advantage.
And it can be hard, right? You start the season off with a robot design, and those robots are very often optimized for one position or the other. So you might have a heavier robot that's a little slower, but can really play defense in that far shooting zone and push the other robot out of the way. But then you have to have a little more travel between the close shooting zone and where you're intaking the artifacts. So if you have 2 robots that are optimized for that close zone, it can be a difficult decision for the Alliance to choose if they want to focus on the far zone or focus on the close zone or make a compromise and have a split with one on the far and one on the close.
And it's one of the tough things about FTCs that you're playing together with teams that you don't know yet to begin with. So you always have to make a little bit of a prediction, how do I build my robot so that it's optimal at scoring, but also flexible enough to do different strategies. Because especially at the World Championships, you might know within your region what you need to build, who you're going to face and who you're going to play with. But once you're at the World Championships, you can be playing with anyone. And every region has specific highlights that they want to do. and stuff that they maybe prefer not to do as much. But here it all comes together.
One of the teams we're going to be seeing in the next match, the Heart of Robots from Romania, they have that type of a program where they can do both close up and far away. But what's cool about Heart of Romania is their outreach. They built devices that are Braille oriented, and they built devices that are linked to a hearing aid. So they're made accessibility boxes for people to come to the robotics championships. And so that was one of the big things that Heart of Robots did from Romania. They really wanted to focus on bringing the entire community together. We're going to see them here probably in one of the next matches.
Yeah.
It's great to remember that, you know, FIRST is more than robots, and all of these teams with their really incredible robots and all of their design prowess and the strategy that goes in the matches, there's a whole other you know, element behind that you don't really get to see if you're just watching the robot game.
Yeah, that's all true, and we're going to see it on the field right now.
We are set to start match number 26. We will do so in 3, 2, 1, go! The Rainbow Robot of Load Robotics has once again blessed field number 2 here at Goodall, helping the Blue Alliance starting a scoring flurry, giving them the early lead in autonomous mode. Robo players 18270 trying to match them point for point, while their partners, Budget Tech, putting their budget in mind, are waiting up for Teleop.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. Three, 2, 1.
Ringy ding ding, that bell means it's Teleop time on Goodall. There goes Load Robotics 1, 2, and the third just skims off the top of the goal. But there goes Robo Players with a quick trio followed by another. There goes Budget Tech now at the tip of the large launch zone. They seem to have stalled. We'll hopefully see them get back in action soon. There's another 5 for the Blue Alliance going down the classifier. Load Robotics taking advantage of that to start the flurry again. Both they and Heart of Robots are in a scoring frenzy on the Blue Alliance, and it shows 167 to 110. There we go. Budget Tech is back online, but surrounded by robots and artifacts of all kinds. 20265 trying to play some hardy defense on Budget Tech, but now they are free, trying to line up for the Red Alliance goal. They'll instead try and go for another artifact. Load Robotics scores another pair. 30 seconds left. Blue has started running away with this match, but that's not stopping Robo Players. 18270 as the whistle sounds for our end game. The turrets are spinning. Budget Tech looks to be defending against Load Robotics. No one is yet trying to park, but there goes Heart of Robots as the time counts down to 0.
Yeah, so some really interesting stuff happened in that match there, right? You saw the one of the robots was disconnected, which is, you know, unfortunately something that happens somewhat frequently in these matches. And it's important that teams know how to adapt to those situations, because sometimes they're recoverable, like it was in this match, which is awesome, and we always hope to see that. That's what our FTAs are there to do. But sometimes you don't get that you know, that benefit of coming back, and it can be pretty impactful to the game, especially this year with all the protected zones. So you have the secret tunnel and the the base zone that becomes a protected zone in endgame. And depending on where you disconnect, it can be very, very impactful. If you're in the middle of a base zone, you might want to have your partner come over and push you out so that you're not, going to be having those penalties drawn for your alliance in endgame.
And they did that really smart, pushing them into their own human player zone where there's nothing at risk. And because you're in the corner, it's hard to be pushed out again by accident. So it's a good strategic call.
Yeah.
Even in tough times, you can make the right decision under pressure.
And it's also, part of that can be to protect the robot because, when especially when you're disconnected and you can't move out of the way, it can be really easy. I've driven in matches and eliminations and worlds, and it can be stressful. It can be, high energy. The other robots can kind of just come slamming in. This isn't battle bots, but there is some decent contact. So pushing into the corner is also a way to protect your robot and make sure you have less wear and tear on your robot throughout the day.
And it was also smart where they put him because it also prevented the Red Alliance getting in and getting the balls from as they were coming out of the gates.
Yeah.
So it was a double good strategy for doing that. And Load Robotics had that turret that can travel through swivel 365 degrees. They're a little slow in the load, but boy, did they deliver a rapid fire.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really cool that robot, the Load robot, is pretty fairly. It's pretty 3D printed from what I've seen, which is a really interesting design decision. Talking about what we were just talking about, that robustness. A lot of these robots are made out of aluminum and printed like carbon fiber or TPU to really absorb those impacts and have really robust design. But it's really interesting to see that kind of novel, very, very 3D printed design that they have.
Well, Load also wanted to make sure they had as many colors as possible. They are trying to find as many colors of film as possible.
Guys,
20
I'm going to quickly interrupt. We're back on Goodall and
there we go.
qualification match 27.
Field 1. Red Alliance starting strong. Both robots launching up into the goal. Not seeing movement from the Blue Alliance yet, but that's all right. They've got the whole teleoperated period after this to make it up. But some strong work between both of those Red Alliance teams. We have Fritz here with another 1-2 up and into the red goal. Their alliance partner launching from the far zone.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. Three, 2, 1.
That bell means it's the start of our teleoperated period, so our drivers are in control of their robots. Red Alliance starting with a lead of 78 there, as the blue can now begin scoring. 25943 here on blue. They got bees on the side of their robot. They're easy to spot with all the nice yellow elements there, as a few artifacts are launched up and into the blue goal, and they head right over the gate to clear on out the ramp. Red Alliance already over 100 points. They've hit triple digits here with another 1-2 from 14-503. Followed up by their alliance partner, 25-209. That'll bring them to 120 points on red, launching for over a blue robot up across into their goal. Blue trying to catch up here. They've reached 50 points. As 25943, that's Hive Robotics, launches from the far zone, attempting to minimize their cycle time by just going straight between the loading zone and the launch zone. Although they seem to have a little sidewall there dangling. Hopefully it stays on for the rest of the match. With 45 seconds left, our Red Alliance 153 points to Blue's 62. Red Alliance is 20 artifacts away from that goal RP, and it looks like Hive has lost part of their side shield. Hope those wires stay safe. We'll have to wait and see. But their alliance partner, 4133 here, at the center of the field, performing some defense against the red robots, attempting to slow them down. Might have been functional there as the Red Alliance launched an artifact off the field after 4133 there tried to get in their way. Fusion, our blue robot there, still trying to push these red robots out of the way. In the last few seconds of our match, they're trying any effort to slow down. And as we hear the buzzer, all of our robots gone back to meet their alliance partners in the base zone here at the end of qualification 27.
Hey, good match there again on Goodall. Back-to-back bangers, I think. What did you see out there, Brian?
I saw that the Red Alliance was trying really hard to try and make sure they got to that 67 artifact threshold there, coming up just a little bit short there, just from some strong defensive plays by that Blue Alliance, able to just come in here and shave off one of those ranking points there from them. So, just lots of like real quick time decision making being made by all of these drive coaches and drive teams. What's really incredible about all of these teams here is they're forming new relationships, they're forming new friendships, they're meeting up in the queues right before the match, going over their match strategies, but then they still have to go and communicate and talk to each other during the match. They have to see, how did Autonomous go? Let's use our 15 seconds between Autonomous and teleoperated play, adapt our teleop play to that, what we got done in Autonomous, and then execute that continuously throughout teleop play.
Yeah. One other really interesting thing that you don't really run into, with that aspect of the game that you don't see at a lot of other competitions is here at the first championship, there can be language barriers between teams. Yep. So back in 2024, when I was still a student, we had a match with a team from another country, and they didn't really speak English. We had a member of our team who was fluent, and so we kind of had a translator. We were able to bring them up as a translator into the box, which is something that, at most qualifiers, if you're just in your region, you don't usually have to deal with that. And that's a whole other element and aspect of communication that you have to have when you're working at the first championship.
Yeah, and as someone that's on the other side of that, as someone who English is a second language, I think coming to the championships, while I already spoke English, it really makes you a lot better at it because you get to speak it with native speakers. You get to learn how people actually talk, not just how your English teacher talks. So that's really a cool experience of coming to champs.
And that really emphasized what Team Fritz did. Team Fritz, they're from Vietnam, and one of their big things is making cultural awareness. At their pit, you can write your name in Vietnamese. You can try Vietnamese food. You can try on the traditional attire. You can try they've got a traditional game from Vietnam. And that booth, if you go to that pit, busy all the time.
Sorry guys, we're going back to the field again, and on Ross qualification match 29 is ready for us. A little bit more time to talk about that Vietnamese team that you were telling us about.
Well, what's really neat is that the team that got here, they were worried about their English. That was one of the biggest things. So what they did is they wanted to make their pit so welcoming that people would want to come. They would want to try the candy, try the treats, try the game, write their name. And that was one of the things they want to do. That was one of the ways they broke that cultural barrier, is by bringing people in to try their home stuff.
Yeah, it's really cool. That's the beauty of championships, I guess.
So well, with over 20 countries here and all the different languages that are here, as a game announcer over the years, I have hosted teams from Holland and Romania, Kazakhstan. It's just so much fun to meet these people and have them talk in their native languages and how exciting it is and what robotics means to them in an international forum like this.
Yeah, and I feel every year we see more nationalities here at Champs. It's growing every year, so that's really cool to see. And everyone's just so happy to be here because it's so hard to get to Champs as an FTC. I think it's the top 1% make it here, whereas in FRC it's like the top 15, 20%. So there is a lot more pressure to do well to even make it here, let alone perform well during the championships. And then we look at the scores and yeah, you can see it's the best of the best.
Yeah. One thing to watch out for in this upcoming match in the Ross division is Info One Robotics, 15-9-93. They're one of the best teams coming out of Romania. Romania is, for FTC, that is a really strong region. And it's a region that a lot of the teams here have to think about, because when you have two Romanians in a division, like you do in Ross here, you have to consider you have two of the top teams in the world, top 5, top 10 teams overall by OPR. And the advantage that they have is that they've played against each other, they've played with each other, and they have a lot of experience. They're able to optimize their autos with each other, and that's something that these teams have to take into consideration. And we're going to see that coming up with Info One Robotics on the Ross division.
We've got activity out of all 4 bots. The Blue Alliance goes 5 for 6 in their first volleys. Red goes 6 for 6 there. partnership over here on the Blue Alliance from Florida and New York, 27188 and 5356. Again, 5 more artifacts there as Fractal Fusion clears. Meanwhile, 15993, that's Info 1. They clear the red gate and put 3 more up in the red goal, clearing 3 from the far spike mark. They got him in just at the bell.
Pick up your controllers. Three, 2, 1.
A great close game here in Ross on Field 1 as we come back from lunch, 67-61, as teams are looking to increase their resumes or stake a claim towards Alliance captaincy around this time tomorrow. We've got lots of games between now and then. Little collision between Info 1 and Fusion as they are on the near side and firing artifacts towards head referee Karen. No ranking points for hitting our referees. TARDIS goes 3 for 3 from the far launch zone. That's the team from upstate New York in the Excelsior region. Team 23524 playing defense on TARDIS. That's Robusta from Malaysia. Lots of defense in this year's Decode game as Robusta pushes TARDIS just off their course. TARDIS shoots wide, connects 2 of 3 on their next volley, scoots into that red loading zone and steals a couple artifacts from the red human player. Meanwhile, Fusion here on the near side making quick work of artifacts up and in the goal. They send another 2 up and in. We've got a 150-136 lead with 1 minute to go for the teams from the United States as they take on Malaysia and Romania here at the first championships in Houston, Texas. 15-9-93 comes to the goal, comes to the gate that is in the blue secret tunnel. TARDIS retrieves a few more artifacts, 184-156. We've got just 20 seconds till endgame. Collisions here from Info 1 and Fusion on the blue gate, and TARDIS shooting more from the far launch zone as Robusta continues playing its defense. I have not seen them put artifacts up. It looks like their turret is stuck in one direction. TARDIS goes 1, 2, 2 for 3. Bad bounce there. That's endgame now as the teams look to stake their claim to their bases, those protected zones. We know TARDIS can lift. The question is, can Fusion park under them for our second double-double of the match of the day in Ross? Do we get a full double? That is looking pretty good to my eyes. Wow, what a match. What we're looking for there in endgame is that full double.
Wow, what a way to end that match with that high climb and the park under it. That's going to add up a lot of scores for a Blue Lions that was looking to win already. But they weren't the favorite to begin with, I think.
Yeah, we were just talking about these strong Romanian teams. You had Info 1 Robotics coming into this match, coming into the first championship. They were top 10 in the world, I believe. And you come into these events and you get your match schedule and you see these powerhouse teams. And I do have a little bit of an insight into how this, the behind the scenes of this match, because the other alliance was actually the team that I graduated from. And going into it, you know, you are able to look at these teams and you're able to see what performance both teams have put out in the past. And it is always a possibility that you can pull off an upset like that, either just from 2, teams that are able to do fairly well, competing against a team that's really high performing and then a team that's maybe having some issues at a competition. And it's possible to pull through. Especially one thing to note there with that match was TARDIS having that high climb where they can drop the belly pan of their robot and they lift the whole robot up into the air, and the other robot can come in and park into it, which isn't something you see a lot in these matches. It's a really technical thing to implement into the robot, so it gives you an advantage for sure.
Yeah. I think FTC is really a game where your alliance, if you do it well, can be more than the sum of its parts. You can be 2 good robots that together make a great alliance, and this was one of those matches where the Blue Lions proved they could do that.
Definitely, and being able to lift that robot off the mat, that robot's got to be light. There's just a heavy robot, a stout robot. I've seen teams try to do it and they just fall over. So being able to have a very light robot, robust like that, and be able to perform like that, that's a skill.
Yeah, it's a lot of design challenge. I actually have some insight because my brother was the one who designed that mechanism, and it's really interesting. It's a PTO. It uses all 4 drive motors to engage in the end game and lift the whole robot up. So the robot actually isn't that light, but it's able to use those 4 drive motors because when you're climbing an end game, when you're lifting the robot up, you don't need to be driving across the field. So it's cool, a design challenge to work around. We're headed up to qualification 29 in the good old division now.
One artifact at a time launched back there from 3189 on the Blue Alliance. While across from them on red, we see why 7172 is a rank 1 team, and they're partnered with a strong 18139. Both those red robots side by side. Speedy autonomous score already at 78.
Pick up your controllers.
As we hear the buzzer.
Three, two, one.
Our drivers take control of the robots as we begin our teleoperated period. Red Alliance starts with the lead here, 95 points to Blue's 38. Plenty of time left in the match. Red Alliance just an artifact away from triple digits, and there it is from Rebel Robotics. That'll bring Red to 107. Some defense at the center of the field as our Red Alliance robots look for a place to score from, moving 3189 out of the way. But that yellow and white robot heads right over to the blue goal, allows all the artifacts to come out of the ramp, meaning another 1-2-3 can be scored by their alliance partner, 10104, that other team. Another 9 points scored there by Rebel Robotics with 1-2-3 through the classifier. As 7172 technical difficulties here. Their robot heading straight from the gate to back to the front of the goal. They're just recycling the artifacts they score. They don't have to travel too far. It's a pretty good strategy there. As you can see, they're already 197. With just about 45 seconds left, Red Alliance hit over 200. Blue there, triple digits now, 102. Red Alliance just a few artifacts away from, there you go. They've reached that ranking point threshold for the goal on the Red Alliance. Blue side ramp almost full as 3189 heads to clear it. Their alliance partner, that other team, scoring all the way from the back of the field. 20 seconds left. It's endgame. Looks like 7172 is already in the red base zone, lifting themselves up just a little bit. We'll see if how much of the Rebel robot they can fiddle on if they decide to head over. Both of our blue robots looking to meet each other in the base zone as well. Here at the end of qualification 29.
We already see qualification match 28 on the Jackson division ready for you guys now.
Card for G408, excessive control of artifacts.
All right, this match begins in 3, 2, 1, go! Blue Alliance, the first ones to score here. Red Alliance not far behind. 24070, now releasing artifacts from the Red Alliance ramp so they can continue scoring here on the autonomous period. Bumping their gate yet again. Red Alliance looking to push their score. Blue Alliance has the lead right now, 51-42, but these scores change so quickly, you really can't trust them for long.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. Three, two, one.
Now we're into the teleoperated period. 19013, the first to launch a high angle of attack there for G-Force from Mumbai, India. Now scoring 3 more. Really clean cycles here by this team. You can't see it from up there in the audience, but you might be able to see it up on the screen. Watch for the little green arm that comes out of that Blue Alliance robot. They're able to hit the gate without really being in that zone.
So that puts them in the perfect position to be able to do it. The design seems to be working well for them as they continue to push the Blue Alliance lead, 150 to 132. (37-47) the Hive. Now with some artifacts in their grasp. One up and in for Red as 24-070 continues scuttling about the backside of the field. All new 101. Now headed up to the human player station, looking to collect some more. Those front taped off squares, the white squares in the corner, the loading zones, are Alliance neutral, meaning any Alliance can go in and pick them up, but it technically belongs to the Alliance with the adjacent color. So the Blue Alliance owns the one on your right, Red Alliance owns the one on your left. But as long as there's not a robot of that color, the other Alliance is free to go in and scoop them away. 20 seconds remaining. Blue Alliance still with the lead, but Red is catching up quickly. Blue Alliance is going to have to work hard to keep this. We see defense continuing to be played now as these Alliances are fighting for the final points within 2 points. 3, 2, 1. Wow, an incredibly close match. Nice job.
So moving on from a great match in Jackson Division, we're going to take a look at the Franklin Division where we have another great match ready for you.
They hit the ground, scoring 2 more.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. Three, 2, 1.
Score so far, Blue Alliance has 61, Red Alliance has 39. Red Alliance scoring 3 in a row from Team 19862, Mecha Mantises from California. Here comes their partners, Clutch Robotics from Florida, scoring a couple, releasing the gate, scooping them up, and scoring them right back in. On the Blue Alliance side, we have Team 64-37, Mad Hatter scoring 1. Red Alliance still in the lead, 108 to 84. 3 more for Red, 3 more for Red, 1 more for Blue, 2 more for Red. 1, 2, 3 more for Red, 2 more for Red. Here comes the Blue Alliance, Proxima Nova lining up. Looks like they might have had a jam in their robot trying to get those artifacts free. They shoot one, but way off. 55 seconds left. Red Alliance with the commanding lead now, 178 to 90. Clutch Robotics from Florida scoring for Red. Mad Hatter's trying to play a little bit of defense on Clutch, but Clutch scores anyway. 30 seconds left. Red Alliance already with 1 ranking point. 25 seconds. 224 for Red, 101 for Blue. We're in the last 20 seconds. Red Alliance continues the flurry of scoring. 10 seconds. Teams are making their way to the base with 5 seconds left. 3, 2, 1.
Well, we saw 3 incredible matches back to back to back. But I want to start off with because all 3 matches are very high scores, but getting those extra ranking points is tough. You got to score an artifact every 2.3 seconds to even make a shot at getting over that 67 that they upped for champs. Because it used to be for the lower level that you had to score a little bit less, which makes sense. We're here at champs, it has to be tougher, but it's tough.
Yeah, it was, I believe, at qualifiers throughout the season, at the beginning of the season, they released the number, the threshold for that goal RP for scoring just the straight artifacts into the goal was 36 points. For regional championships, they upped it to 42, and then for Worlds, they up it to 67. So it's just a way to kind of move the bar as the season progresses, as teams develop and the robots become stronger, the strategy becomes stronger, and you want to really reward the teams who are able to put in the extra effort and make those more dominant performances.
Yeah, and it's also logical because it condenses, where you have like regionally a couple good teams. Every level you go up, the percentage of teams that are really that great goes up as well, and together you can score more. That's just easy math. So it makes sense that it also has to be a little tougher to get that extra ranking point.
And those teams that adapted to be able to load their artifacts so quickly, like Clutch did. Clutch modified their game plan to be able to load that much faster. It's at 2 point seconds to be able to load. Loading makes a big difference, and we saw that in all 3 matches. The faster you load, the faster you unload, the more points you get.
Yeah, shooting really doesn't take as much time. Generally, most good robots can score in less than a second all 3 of their artifacts, but it's being accurate and making sure you can get those artifacts back again very quickly. That's where you win time.
Yeah, and you notice that a lot of these teams, they're sort of foregoing trying to get the exact motif. Where if you just go, I just want to score, I want to get that 67. I might not be able to get all the exact motifs, but I want that ranking point. I just want to get as many of them as possible. Those scoring so much faster goes, and then we're starting to see some of these teams focus on, if you just score all the purple artifacts, that's 4 motif points every single time. Every motif has 2 purple artifacts in there. So you start to see a little bit of a fight for those purple artifacts as you get towards the end game.
Yeah, and if you get enough of those, you already get that ranking point. So it is a smart move to do.
Yeah, and we have been seeing some of those 6 RP matches. And those ranking points and those thresholds aren't really as important in eliminations, but in qualifications here, where teams are fighting, because that ranking point, that's how the order in alliance selection is determined. That's really, really critical, and teams are optimizing their strategy to be able to figure that out. It's something that's really important to optimize those teams. And we mentioned Clutch Robotics earlier. They had some issues with their far shooting, so they kind of modified their strategy. They modified their robot to be more optimized for shooting at the goal from the close launch zone. And that's something else that you can also take a look at your division. I know another team in one of the other divisions had some. They had some other robots that weren't as optimized for one style, so they modified their robot because they didn't have any far shooters, and so they became a far zone launching robot. Excellent. Looks like we're about to head over to the Goodall division for qualification 31.
All right, we're ready in 3, 2, 1, go! That will begin qualification 31 here on Goodall Field 1. 3 robots in action, 1 waiting until tele-op, it might seem, but that's all right as we've got 26000 Theseus on the Red Alliance with some consistent scoring. They'll head to the gate, open it up, and grab all of the artifacts that spill out, launching another 1-2 into the red goal, following it with another 2 for 4, bringing them to 72-54 here at the end of Autonomous.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. Three, 2, 1.
We begin our tele-operated period. The drivers take control. Our Blue Alliance already at triple digits. They'll start in the lead here with 104 to Red 72. Our Blue Alliance had a strong Autonomous, but Red had 2 robots up and moving at the beginning. Hopefully we'll have Indy's Innovators up again to continue. Yeah, looks like I see them moving over there. That's good to see. All their alliance partner Theseus here continues some rapid-fire scoring from the loading zone to the launch zone and back. It's 1-2, 1-2. They fill up the ramp with some additional overflow. And it's back to scoring they go. Across from them on blue, we're seeing them at 155. So a bit over 2/3 of the way to that goal ranking point on the Blue Alliance. 22-985, hitting open that blue gate, allowing more room for their alliance partner, 232-92, to score another artifact there, adding 3 points to their alliance's total. As the super-powered Jalapenos follows up with another artifact. With 50 seconds left, Blue Alliance in the lead, 202 to Red's 159. Indy's Innovators over on that red secret tunnel. Can't quite tell the strategy there. We'll see if they can continue with their alliance partners soon. But in the meantime, Theseus is just back and forth faster than I can pay attention to. And with 25 seconds left, they're almost to 200 points. Just a few more artifacts and a Red Alliance will break that. But as we hear the whistle for endgame, both of our alliances over 200, but Blue in the lead with 270. As Super Proud Jalapenos launches another few artifacts there, and their alliance partner, the Paradox, heads to the base zone. Their other Blue Alliance robot looking to meet them. Theseus running there at the last second for the Red Alliance here at the end of Qualification 31.
Yeah, we're going to move on to Edison match 31, where we see one of our very, very high scorers, Root -1.
All right, looks like we're about to switch over to the Ross division. Hopefully some good gameplay coming up.
Me, and it's time to pick up the controllers.
3, 2, 1.
Okay, quick movement. Oh, all the way back from the middle. Did you see that? The Clueless is certainly not clueless when they're shooting from downtown. Look at that, boom, 2 out of 3 that time. Here come the Weeping Angels again, shooting hard and fast. On the run, there goes the Moldova team, getting in place. And that time they were a little bit wide, but still working their way through it all. Not done yet. We've got Cool Name pending, trying to line themselves up. Then again, they look like they might be playing a little bit of defense here. Now they're in place, and boom, boom, 2, right down the chute. Well done. Got a whole lot of action happening on the red side of the field. Couple more happening, and once again, Clueless shooting from downtown. Here comes 3 more. They get 1 out of 3. The Kraken has been released over on the red side of the field, getting all of those artifacts down back into play. Trying to get as many as they can up into the shots going high and a couple of them going wide. But it's all about the numbers here now. These folks are picking them up fast and shooting them out there. Wow. The Clueless, they found their sweet spot. Right back in the far end by the plexiglass. Every time they're hitting 3. That time 2 out of 3. Quick movement again by Weeping Angels. They got 2 more in there. And a couple more by the Clueless. Up close, we're seeing East Brunswick and Moldova trying to shoot over on the blue side. We're getting down here 2, 1. That's it. My friends, my neighbors, give it up for these 4 teams. Working hard.
Wow, what a match did we just see on Ross and on the Ross division. I saw, especially with the Red Alliance, they were playing an interesting strategy where they're offensively focused, but every time there's a little chance that they can block Blue, get in the way, stand around a little longer, make Blue take the shots they don't want to, they take it. Then they're just waiting it out. They'll get that time back later.
And it made a big difference in that match. The score, the huge score difference, so that strategy worked. And also holding on as many artifacts in the chute as possible until it was your turn to grab them. That was a great strategy.
Yeah, it's an interesting differentiation between the programs of FTC and FRC. With FRC, you have the alliances of 3 robots on the field at a time. And so in FRC, you see often there's strategies where a whole robot will go and play defense, and they'll be dedicated to defense an entire match. Whereas in FTC, you kind of need to be playing a little more actively. You need to be both scoring and playing defense, which is kind of a whole other strategy. So you have those teams, especially in the far zone, like we were seeing in that match, where you have, I believe it was 1-1, 2-1-2, the Clueless. They were using their robot. They had a lot of traction and pushing power to push the other robot out of the zone to both get them in position to shoot and get closer to the goal, and also push the other robot out so they can't be shooting anymore. It's interesting strategy.
Yeah, for sure. And it worked, as you said, it worked really well for them there. The points differential, at least when we were looking, was quite big. So that's what you want.
And then be in a position of when you open the shoot, be in a position to be able to grab the artifacts, but move off, and your other team member move right in, but before the other lines can get in there, grab and reshoot. That made a big difference.
Because those ranking points are nice and they're important, but in the end of the day, a win is 3 ranking points. It's hard to lose that.
Right, we could see, the Blue Alliance there, they did focus. They worked hard to get into that base zone near the end to try and secure that base ranking point, so they're not walking away empty-handed either. Exactly. That ranking point can be huge when you start looking at, hey, am I going to be rank 8 or am I going to be rank 9? It comes down to every single point matters.
Yeah, and talking about that every point mattering, something of note in that last match was in the end game, you have the mechanism of the classifier and the gate, and the end game needs to have the artifacts in the classifier to be scored as the patterns. And when you're in the end game, you might not want to be clearing that gate out with 10, 20 seconds left in the match, because if you end up with only 3 or 4 and you had a full classifier of 12 artifacts before, you're losing out on a lot of potential motif points. So what we saw in that match was the Red Alliance actually had, I think, 8 overflow artifacts by the live score at the end of the match that they let roll over, and that's 1 point versus the 3 points for the fully classified artifacts, which it's a trade-off. Do you try to go for another full classifier cycle, or do you let it be and just score a few extra overflow artifacts at the end?
And it's interesting. We don't see the motif being played that much as of yet today, but I think as the tournament progresses, teams will realize these scores are so much closer than you think they're going to be.
Yeah.
At the regional level, you often win by blowouts. Here, it's tough to have a blowout, so you're going to have to look again at those margins and find those points.
Yeah.
And the motifs are one of the places where you can start.
Yeah, one of those margins that you can really try to milk all of the points out of is, like we were talking about before, those purple artifacts. If teams are able to target those purple artifacts in endgame, only intake the purple ones, because the motif works in the favor, right? You have a green artifact and 2 purple artifacts in some random order. So if you can score all purple artifacts, then you're going to get 2/3 of the motif points, and that can be the difference between winning and losing a match, or even winning and losing the ranking point, which could be the difference between you being a captain or being a pick.
Well, gentlemen, I appreciate your time today. I've got to go back and do some game announcing. Right before I came on the table here, I was in the pits, listening to teams, talking about the strategy. What are you doing different? So I'll be going back this afternoon in between my game announcing and listening to some more of the strategies as these kids watch these matches. Being able to come here and report what these kids are doing, it's fascinating what they're doing.
Yeah, we're in a very privileged position, I think, to be here at Championship and just take it all in, see how well these kids are doing. And it's been a lot of fun having you at the desk, Mark. I'm looking forward to seeing you again tomorrow.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys letting me come with a little bit of perspective, and I appreciate your guys' commentary.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mark.
You're welcome, guys.
Appreciate it. Been a pleasure.
All right. It looks like we're actually going to be heading now down towards our Franklin match for qualification match number 34. We've got Team Eureka going up against Team One Small Step for an Axolotl here. Should be a really great match. We've got Eureka still climbing the ranks. One Small Step for Axolotl in 3rd. So let's go to the Franklin division now.
For Axolotl. And their partner, Team 26960 Tech Dragons from Brazil. Let's begin this match. In 3, 2, 1, go. Wow. Artifacts falling in from the sky from nearly all the robots on the field. No, all of them. 26960. Cycling artifacts from the gate. 23392. Shooting from the far launch zone. Goes in for a partial park.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. Three, two, one.
One small step, shoots into their goal. Consistently, that beautiful pink robot doing it so well too, 3392. Also, shooting into their goal with their Viking innovation. 25650. Opting in to shoot from the far launch zone with a cycle with their human player that's going to be very efficient for the Blue Alliance. Shooting so accurately, 3 artifacts over the other. 2871, also very accurate at shooting 3, but they are just going to cycle around again and again to shoot into the Red Alliance. With the Blue Alliance not having any artifacts left for their human player, they now have to go look for artifacts elsewhere. With just about 45 seconds left in the match, it really could be anyone's match, with the Blue Alliance getting 228 points and Red creeping up slowly behind them with 216 points. Each team needs to focus clearly on getting as many artifacts through that goal as possible, not only for the ranking point, which both teams have already achieved, but for winning the match to get 3 ranking points. Each side just keeps on shooting. Will the Red Alliance catch up to the Blue Alliance with just the last 15 seconds left in this game? Robots reverting to hitting each other. 5 seconds left. Everyone's yelling park. We got 4 partial parks, maybe a full park on the blue. We're going to find out when the score is released.
All right, we're headed over to the good old division now to check out Qualification 34. One team to note in this match is RoboPlayers, 18270. They're a really strong team out of Texas, so definitely keep an eye on them throughout the course of this match.
X. The obelisk has made its reappearance, and we are ready to move on with match 34. We will begin in 3, 2, 1, go! All was quiet for about a second or two, but then we got 2 or 3 teams, each attempting a shot, one on either side. Row players on blue, Freets in red, as each get about 5 or 6 artifacts into their classifiers. That's almost a pretty even.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. Three, 2, 1.
The movements and the patterns benefit blue as they go into tally up 51-26. There's another trio filling up the red classifier. Robo players quickly emptying the blue classifier. Freets doing the same for red. The artifacts keep rolling and flying back and forth like an Indiana Jones boulder. Freets busy in the loading zone. I don't know, one of those wheels is looking a little wibbly wobbly, but it doesn't seem to be hurting Freets at all. Much like their partner in overtime. They've got an artifact just on the edge of their turret ready to score, but they make some maneuvers around Robo players. Give a little bit of a love tap to Voyager X, who go to clear. The Blue Alliance classifier now under a minute. Blue increasing their lead, 190-90. Red Alliance still hard at work with about 26 artifacts. Counted and scored to the Blue Alliance 58. Voyager X getting into a bit of a scrum with the Red Alliance. As we now hear the endgame whistle, most of the artifacts seem to be concentrated over on the Blue Alliance classifier and loading zone, so overtime is going to park for the Red Alliance. There goes Robo players with a couple last second shots. They're gonna park. They might have gotten that. Oh, it looks like it's Voyager X that may have gotten the park.
After qualification match 34 in the Goodall division, we're gonna move on to the Franklin division where we have another hit of a match ready for you guys.
For red, and now for blue, we've got Celestial 3278 and their partners, Barker Redbacks. 7 seconds left of the autonomous period. Leviathan scoring for red.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. Three, 2, 1.
70 points for red, 54 points for blue. Red Alliance trying to catch it up, scoring 2 immediately. Celestial scoring for blue. They're currently ranked number 2 in this competition, and they're showing off why. Red Alliance, team 98-76, the countdown, scoring from far across from the goal. One after another, shooting it up and in. Leviathan scoring for red. Leviathan scoring for red. Celestial scoring for blue. It is Red Alliance has taken the lead now, 146-140. Red Alliance trying to make an upset. 3 more in for blue from Celestial, trying to maintain their number 2 ranking. 1 more in for red, 3 more in for blue, 3 more in for red. 173-172 with a minute left. It is a close match. 3 for red, 3 for blue, 1 more for red. Bounces off the head of the referee. 1 more for red, 2 more for red. Here comes Celestial, 3 more for blue. 38 seconds left and only 13 points separates these two alliances. 30 seconds left. 1 more for red, 3 more for blue. 23 seconds. Red Alliance keeps extending their lead. They're up by 40 now. Celestial scoring 2 more for blue. Leviathan scoring 3 more for red. 8 seconds left. 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1.
All right, those were some incredible matches from both the Goodall and the Franklin divisions there. First, I want to take a moment and welcome our newest desk correspondent up here. Sam, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Thanks so much. Yeah, very happy to be here. My name is Sam Smith. I'm a game announcer MC from Iowa, currently living in Illinois, just enough across the river that it feels a little bit weird to not be in my home state. But yeah, super excited to be here. I've been to champs a couple of times. Of course, first time being able to do the desk, so just really excited. I'm over on the Jackson division. I've been floating around on both, so I've got to see a lot.
Nice. So tell us a little bit, what's the energy like over on Jackson? What are some highlights from that division so far?
Yeah, Jackson has just been great. I mean, the audience has been awesome. The teams have been super interactive. It always helps when you get up there. We've got our steps up there as game announcers, right? You're kind of up above them there, and they're all smiling up at you because I went out and did some scouting with these teams. I think that's a really important thing to build that connection for them to have a great experience. And so energy from the teams has been great. Energy from the audience has been great, and we've had some really great matches.
Yeah, those have been some incredible matches there. Graham, did you see anything there in those past 2 matches that really caught your eye?
Yeah, something that's really interesting that we haven't talked about a ton yet is the human player action, because that's a big part of this game, right? You have the human player, 1 per alliance, and they're able to introduce game elements to the field. Something that's different this year from past years is the human players have a little bit more leeway with the robots being in the zone and around them. For safety in the past, it's been that you have to be fully out of the field when the robot's around. But this year, the teams can directly load artifacts into the robot as long as they're not touching the artifact when it comes in contact with the robot. But another really interesting thing is the human players can take the artifacts actually out of the field. And that's a really cool element because you have the loading zones where the human players can introduce the game elements are neutral. So if you have artifacts in one loading zone, even if it's the Red Alliance, the Blue Alliance can come in and can take those artifacts. So you see some really interesting gameplay where you'll have human players either holding the artifacts or they'll have them laid out on the ground, and then if they have the other alliance coming in to take the artifacts, they'll pull them out of the field real quick and try to keep them away because you don't want to give the opposing alliance, some free artifacts.
It's a really cool spot, Graham. Yeah, because that last couple years often was where you score the most penalty points. Human players that are just a tad late really do want to introduce that element back into the field, and just the robots there, penalties.
Yeah.
But now, if you're smart about it, you cannot just score a lot more, but you can also strategically take away points that otherwise would have gone to your opponents.
Yeah, I will say, talking to a lot of teams throughout my home region and other regions around the world, I do think a lot of teams are liking that kind of change in the philosophy of the human player and kind of allowing the human player to both be less of a detractor in terms of adding penalties that teams might feel are not really super connected to the gameplay of the match, and then the human player can also have more of a strategy in the match. You also see with a launching game like this, we have a lot of game elements leaving the field, and we have awesome field resetters who are getting their steps in and bringing the artifacts back around to the human player zone and reloading those. And that's another element because you're only allowed to have, each alliance is only allowed to have 6 artifacts in the loading zone at a time. And if you have 7 or more, then you'll start getting penalties. And that is really, really can be a big detractor if your human player isn't paying attention or your field resetters are really, putting in the work and bringing back artifacts really quick. You got to watch that and make sure you're not getting a bunch of fouls.
Yeah, it's not just the robots that have to be at a high level at championships. It's the people behind those robots as much, if not more. it's the human players, but it's the drivers as well. Robots these days, they do a lot of things autonomously, but still a lot of things also decided by the driver and by their drive coach in the moment strategically. Every match is a build-up about 230 individual moments where they have to do this now they do that. Oh, your opponent does this, well, that means we go to that. Every time you adapt, and that's what really makes FTC great. I'm seeing we're going to Goodle, where we have match 36 ready for us in just a minute.
We are officially halfway through our qualification matches for the day. It is time to start the second half with match 36. On the Red Alliance, it is Team 14503, Robo Sapiens, with 23849, Droid Force. Our Blue Alliance has got 20240, Slingshot, with 14596, Accelerate. That's the signal we've been looking for. Match 36 is going to begin in 3, 2, 1, go. Trying to be the first to score is Slingshot. Over for the Blue Alliance. Accelerate finally starts going on the move. All 4 robots in autonomous action for this match. See, it looks like Accelerate may have fixed that wibbly wobbly part on their intake. Well done to their pit crew. As Robo Sapiens will score 2 more.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. Three, 2, 1.
It's tele-op time for match 36. Slingshot loading up in the loading zone. Another trio of artifacts. And they will snap that up and quickly score all 3. Have a little bit of a spell over by the Red Alliance goal. Some long shots from Droid Force as they quickly score another pair. That seems to be the bread and butter of Droid Force. That is 23849 of the Red Alliance. But here comes Slingshot and Accelerate for the Blue Alliance. Trying to keep up with the Red Alliance score. They may be doing a good job. It's currently 124 to 107. Red Alliance with the lead, but the Blue Alliance at least keeping pace. Accelerate will work their way around Robo Sapiens to deliver their next payload for the Blue Alliance. Very little things are stopping Droid Force 23849 and their amazing long distance turret with another pair. But some quick reactions from their partners spare those artifacts from being overflow and instead will count as classified. Smart move by the Robo Sapiens as we hit the 30-second mark. Red Alliance maintaining their lead, 177 to 147. We haven't seen a high score since the first match of the day here at Goodall. I want to see one of our teams here break 400. I don't know if we'll see that here, but we'll definitely have a chance at breaking 200 on either side. As time expires, Red Alliance will get that done.
Wow, another very high-scoring match. I think we're going to go over 400 total points in Goodall. But we have another great match ready for you on Raw, so let's take a look right now.
And from South Korea, won't you welcome Team 28651, it's Robotics Revolution. We've got the go-ahead from our head referee. Teams in 3, 2, 1, go. Match 37 starts with all 4 bots, artifacts flying. Blue goes 5 for 6, red goes 6 for 6. Make that 9 for 9. 12 for 12 at this point on strong work from that Red Alliance. 71-40, the Nightmares turning into an absolute nightmare for the Blue Alliance at this point as Red just keeps on pouring on the points. I turn to my right. Blue is making quick work of their gate and ramp as well. They're into overflow as Bumblebee, the robot from Wyndham, puts up one more.
Pick up your controllers. Three, two, one.
And we enter driver control as Team 28651 Robotics Revolution. That's our friends from South Korea. Lines up for some shots from the distant launch zone. They send 1, 2, 3 up and down into the blue goal. Team 7140 cutting it close. That's the Nightmares as Banana Box was making a move towards the blue gate. Want to watch out for those protected zones. 18225 comes in and starts clearing their gate, leaving 4 residual on the ramp as we go to a 117-83 lead, crossing the 1 minute 30 second mark. Excellent driving from Nightmares, our friends from Michigan. Team 18225, that's high definition. They're partners from Bellevue, Washington, making quick cycles back and forth from the bottom of the ramp to the near side launch zone. It's all about cycle time and precision for this Red Alliance. They've extended their lead out to about 70 points as our friends from Korea shoot 3 wide left. Banana Box from New Hampshire answers with a couple more as they open up their Alliance gate at the bottom of the blue ramp. Their active intake spinning wildly as Bumblebee, this yellow and black bot from Wyndham, collects more off the bottom of the ramp, comes on back. Meanwhile, 7104 Nightmares continues its cycles with the partner high definition from Bellevue. This might be an alliance to keep an eye on later in the weekend. The synergy here on Red is great. 231 to 138. They've extended their lead to just about 100 points at this time. We're 4 seconds from endgame as bots tangle here on defense on the large launch zone. We'll watch for those protected base zones to come alive here in endgame as Bumblebee, the bot from New Hampshire, takes a couple last shots on the Blue Alliance. They angle toward, we'll see if they angle toward parking. 7140, Nightmares makes a move, fully parked there as their partner's high definition tucked in. What an excellent match, 270 to 170. We'll turn it over to Karen and the referees.
So we just saw qualification match 37 on the Ross division, where there are 9 seeds. 7140 Nightmares showed us why they are ranked so high. Very smart about getting that RP in.
Yeah, you know, we can see over 86 artifacts scored there by that Red Alliance, trying to lock in that first ranking point there. You know, Sam, I think you've noticed some smooth gameplay coming from the Red Alliance there?
Yeah, I think something we've seen across all the divisions and a lot of the matches that I've seen as well on Jackson is this just this idea that slow can be fast, right? We see the score coming across here. Red Alliance takes it 289 to 199, right? Like you said, showing why they're ranked so high, moving up now to 6th here in the Ross division. And so we've heard of some robots that can launch on the fly, right? As they're moving, they're launching, and in that sense, fast is fast. You know, if you can do that accurately, that's great. But if you're missing every other launch when you're doing that, not so fast. So we've seen a lot of teams in most of these matches, they will move very quickly to collect artifacts. They'll come back and sit and launch because they know they can get a much higher accuracy out of that. I talked to some teams out in the pits yesterday, and they were talking about all of the repetitions they did to get some of their sweet statistics up there, right, on this percentage accurate. And a lot of them are doing it moving quickly too. You need a fast drive base. You need to be able to also touch and own, right? As soon as your intake touches it, you need to be able to get that so you can start moving back. But then getting to your spot and sitting is really important.
Yeah, my old coach has a saying, and I was the driver for all 4 years I was on the team, so I heard it a lot. Slow is smooth and smooth is fast. And that's something that I will always reiterate to the teams that I'm mentoring because it really is true. And it can take a lot of mental focus, and that's really something that comes through practice. And it can be really hard also to simulate an environment like First Championship. The amount of stimulation, all of the great, you know, the people cheering for you in the stands, the other divisions. We're in one big room, and all 6 divisions are like all right next to each other. So there's a lot of people and a lot of moving parts around you, and it can be really hard to focus in on the match and make sure that you're not, too jittery and you're making intentional and fast decisions.
And like, for example, you can be behind, but if you just keep doing what you're doing, that score will be made up. But once you see that on the screen, it's very hard to keep your focus on doing what you say, keeping smooth, and not think, oh, maybe I can cut a corner here. Because you cut one corner, maybe it goes well, but probably you miss because of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, what I really loved also in that last match there, Red got 5 ranking points there, but the Blue Alliance, they picked up 2 ranking points. They had a lot of heads-up play and say, you know what, we're not outscoring this Red Alliance, but what we can do is we can lock in, we can make sure we get the motif, we get the motif ranking point, and we can get that robot parking ranking point. When you walk away with 2 ranking points from a match that you don't win,
not a bad match.
That's 2/3 of a win just from playing smart and being focused on executing.
Yeah, it really is, and that's such a perspective I think only really mature teams have, right? A lot of teams that are newer, they're just looking for the win, and they think if there is no win, there is nothing, which used to be the case, right? We didn't have ranking points in First Tech Challenge. This is new for these teams, and I think even some veteran teams are learning how to adapt to that strategy and push for the ranking points even if they can't get the win.
Yeah, it's something that's been really interesting to watch kind of change in the culture and the makeup of FTC in the last few years. We're seeing a lot of these new regions coming up. So you see Romania, we're going to be coming up to a match in a few minutes with a team from South Africa, and they were on the winning alliance in center stage, and they were with a team. The alliance was made up of a Romanian team, a team from California and the U.S., and then a team from South Africa. And that's a diversity that you really have only started to see emerge in the last few years. And it's really interesting to see those legacy teams like 8393, the giant Dyncephalic Brainstorm Robotics team. That's a team that back in the day in Rover Ruckus and before then, before the 2020s, in this kind of modern era of FTC, you'd see them year after year after year. They'd always be in Da Vinci. They'd always be one of those top contenders. And there's just so many good teams now. It's not to say anything about those legacy teams, but it's just everybody else has also been upping the level of competition, and that's really fascinating to watch.
We've been saying you got to adapt, and we've been talking about individual matches you have to adapt. But as a program, it goes on every year. You were on a great team. Now your brother's on that team. But you move on, and you got to get new kids in that take on that legacy, move and learn how FTC's played this year. And next year, it'll be different again. The year after, it'll be different again.
And it can be difficult to have that knowledge transition because there's always a trade-off between training up your new members, and that requires time from your veteran members, and then also employing those members or those veteran members to actually make the team more competitive.
Yeah, so we're back with another great match on the good old division. You'll be seeing qualification match 38.
Fusion with their machine, Chester. And just like that, we are ready to play. We will do so in 3, 2, 1, go! A lot of red and a lot of green between these robots, especially on the Red Alliance. 2 green turrets abound, spilling artifacts everywhere around the field. But there we go, as the Tesla coils make the first score for the Red Alliance.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. Three, 2, 1.
Now here's a question for our referees. What happens when a Red Alliance robot scores in the Blue Alliance goal? We'll find out at the end of the match. 3 of our 4 robots are now in action. There goes Verge coming to life. We've got 4 active scoring machines on this match. There goes Bulbasaur from the bright green machine of my team Mechanics, taking some inspiration from Pokemon number 1 in the National Pokedex. Not far behind them, the Tesla coils going the long shot route for the Red Alliance, but now that's leaving a mess of artifacts able to be picked up by the Blue Alliance, such as the Verge, taking advantage picking up some artifacts over by the Blue Alliance classifier. Now there goes Fusion, emptying out once again, trying to pick up another quick trio. Looks like Red Alliance has turned their autonomous quirks around and have taken the lead, 131 to 87. Well on their way to earning a bonus rank point. Oh no, there is a battery on the field. So now we will be down a robot for the rest of this match. We will see Verge again, and I'm sure they will be ready to rock. So Tesla Coils and Mighty Mechanics will take the 2-1 advantage over Fusion as the endgame whistle sounds. A whole mess of artifacts in that Blue Alliance loading zone being picked up by our Red Alliance, who have extended their lead. As Fusion and Tesla Coils go to park, the match will end.
Another incredible outing on Goodall. And we have again a new face at the desk, Reef. Welcome.
Well, thank you so much. I hope to be analyzing with all of you as we look into the next match as well.
Yeah, tell us a little bit about yourself. What's your history?
So I started doing first when I was in 8th grade-ish, 9th grade, I guess, really. I'm from Long Island, New York. I'm from Team 407 Royal Pandas, and I'm currently a senior in high school, so just finished my FTC career. But last year I was at Worlds. We were also going to go to Chicago this year, and I hope to bring that kind of background from New York here.
It's going to be cool as well because you're a senior, you're graduating, but you're not fully done with your FTC career.
No.
So, Graham, you've been bringing a lot of FTC recent perspective, but it doesn't get any more recent than that. You're still living the life.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. What are some of the things that you've been seeing as someone who did actually compete as a student within this game? What have been some of the big top points and takeaways from watching matches today?
Yeah, so specialization is key. If you're not specializing, especially when it gets to eliminations, you're just going to be mediocre. You're not going to be the best. You need to specialize in one specific thing. Either dial in far, dial in close, but you need to be good at one thing. I've seen teams that try to do both well. They can get pretty far in the regional championships, but I don't think it'll be enough here at the World Championships, where every single second of driver practice matters, where every single maneuver practice matters, right? And so if you haven't always been doing far, or haven't always been doing close, I think you're at a disadvantage. And that's why I think that teams should be really looking to specialize here instead of trying to play both sides.
And how do you balance that? You don't know who's going to be on your schedule. Maybe you end up with somebody else who's also afar. How do you think teams are managing that?
Yeah, so I think pre-world scouting is very, very important. Seeing what teams are in your division. I know that a lot of my friends who are competing, they were very worried because they were just like the scenario described. They're a Pharma and they have a lot of far teammates or competitors as well. And so what they've been doing is you get the division assignments pretty early on. And so from that point forward, they started rebuilding. And hey, you have a solid a few weeks to practice, really dial that in. And so that's worked for some teams. I mean, I know that Hive Robotics used to be a Farbot, and now because they've seen a lot of Farbots in the division, they've switched over, done an emergency rebuild to the close to become a close bot. And so they've been seeing immaculate success in their division because they've had that time, had that foresight to rebuild and practice with their robot. And that's something, but they're still specializing. That's still something.
Wow, that's incredibly impressive because, FTC is a season of months, and you're saying that in a couple weeks they've rebuilt, adapted their entire strategy, and they're succeeding still.
Yes, but to be clear, it's specifically their intake because for the far zone, you want more of a kind of triangle intake because you're going into piles of balls. When the close robot is opening the gate, what's going to happen is your ball's going to pile into your human player zone. And so you need, with far robots, to have a triangle intake to just get the ball as quickly as possible. Whereas for a close spot, you need to have more of an inline kind of intake because they're going into the spike marks, they're going into the ramp, right?
Yeah.
And so the biggest change for that team was to change the geometry of their intake, being able to adapt to the gate. So they actually have a separate piece that kind of acts as, if you guys know, the balls fall.
Zarif, super interesting, and we're sure we're going to get back to that. But in the meantime, we have Lovelace Division, match 39, ready for us again.
Sounds good.
Jump to life as we have some far shots from across the field on the Blue Alliance coming from 19448 Xbots. They just sent another volley of artifacts over towards that Blue Alliance goal. Now moving on over to the Red Alliance team, 31663 RSR Cuttlefish just scored what looked to be 2. Now they're releasing their gate and coming back to score again as their alliance partner scores 2 from the opposite side of the field.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
Robots are very close in score right now. We'll have to see what they do in the teleoperating period.
3, 2, 1.
Blue Alliance does have the lead right now. Red Alliance trying to fight back. We see shots come from across the field. 1 makes it into the Red Alliance goal. Now 2 more, courtesy of Team 21982, Engineers. Meanwhile, on the Blue Alliance, Divide by Zero just released their gate and used 2 of the artifacts that came out of it. They picked up 3, and they were able to score 2 into the Blue Alliance goal. And there we go. That's 3 more for Divide by Zero on the Blue Alliance. Other Blue Alliance robot team 19448 is Xbots. And it looks like it may be looking for an opportunity to get in the way of some of these Red Alliance robots. We saw how they went towards Engineers, and they're now pushing Engineers out of the launch zone, which they would need to be in to shoot. So they opt to go to the other launch zone, and Engineer successfully scores 2. 1 minute remaining here in qualification, match 39. Red Alliance still has the chance to turn the tide. 31663, despite a knock from its alliance partner, was able to score 1 into the goal just now. And it looks like there's a lot of pushing and shoving going on this field, which is all in good spirit because we are just trying to score or maybe prevent some scoring. 30 seconds remaining. And we just saw another volley of artifacts go into the Blue Alliance goal from Team 9791, Divide by Zero. Looks like Team 19448 Xbots is setting themselves up in the Blue Alliance base, but they just found some more artifacts to pick up. Wonder if they'll score them in the next 7 seconds. Divide by Zero had 1 more to score, and it looks like we are going for base zone as time expires here in qualification, match 39.
Well, we were a little cut off in our conversation, having very interesting conversation about specialization and how important it is in this year's FTC game. And well, as a field side MC, you have a lot more perspective on a specific division. And you were telling us that in Jackson you saw an even more specialized robot.
Yes, I mean incredibly specialized. So this robot, I forget what team number it was. I believe it was in match 30 if you want to go back and take a look. But what I noticed is this robot is so specialized for doing gate and ramp that the front of the robot is shaped like an L. So they're pretty short on the robot, but they use that extension to only have a jut out on one side. I'm curious, I'd love to talk to them, see how it works when they switch sides, because the geometry wouldn't work out. But what they were able to do is that they would be touching the gate with their far end, and they'd be just catching them, like you've got a catcher's mitt on the front of your robot, catching them in. So you're not even, it gives you a lot more space too, where you're not clogging the artifacts up in the ramp either. They seem like they really super specialize. I think that really matches the match that we just watched in Loveless 39. There was one of those robots on red that had a blue tube sticking out. It looks like that was specifically to hit the gate as well, possibly to catch them on the front side. So those specializations you were talking about are definitely coming through for these teams.
Yeah, and you can make physical modifications for on the actual robot between matches if you know that you're going to be on Blue Alliance or Red Alliance and which side of the field you would need to specialize for in whatever form that takes for your robot. You just need to inspect all of those configurations at the beginning of the competition, and as long as teams are in good faith sticking to those, it's totally a valid strategy, and that's something that you do see teams doing. It does, introduce some failure modes, because then if you don't, fully attach that part of the robot that you're switching out or anything along those lines, it's another point of failure if you're not, right on top of your maintenance checklist and your pre-match checklist as you're going into the beginning of the match.
That's a really interesting point. So that means also a team could have like 2 different intakes, that they're ready for one match where they have to be the short shooter or one where they're shooting from far.
Yeah, it's a trade-off, because you could get a very solid strategic benefit, and you could get a benefit from points-wise, but it also, there's a whole other game that's played in the pits between matches. So in the pits, you both need to do maintenance, regular maintenance on your robot, because things come loose. Teams use Loctite and things like that to keep screws attached, and teams will swap out parts.
And especially at the World Championships, no other tournament do you play this many matches.
Exactly. And it is a good thing to point out. You're playing matches across 2 and 3 days for the actual qualification matches, 4 including practice matches yesterday, and that is a time span that teams just don't have experience with. There's basically no other competition in the world where you can get 4 days straight of matches, and teams, you can make or break your entire competition in the pits, and regardless of how you play on the fields, if your robot isn't kept in tip-top shape.
Especially on Saturday, when those matches are going to add up a lot and come at you quick, because every match seems like it's shorter to your next one, and you're going to have to fix stuff, go again, match something happen, you're already shouting it over, you got to get this ready, run back to the pit, get it done, and go again.
One of the benefits of competing at First Championship with this longer format competition is because there are so many teams here, you get more time between matches compared to at a regional championship or a qualifier or something like that, where those matches, you might be in, there might be only one match in between 2 of your matches if the schedule works out that way. And so we're hopping over to the Edison division and checking out another great match with Qual 38.
What the Blue Alliance does appear to be crawling ahead by 10 points, 49-39, as we get close to an end. But Vox Slide gets another
Drivers,
3 in.
Pick up your controllers. Three, two, one.
And as far as motifs go, not a lot of them to go around here in the early stages. As 25-on-5, the Cubedettes with their robot, which is also, funnily enough, named Edison, they are going to move cross-field back over to that far launch zone and hit to the Blue Alliance. Crossing with 1002, the Circuit Runners Robotics, as they go ahead and hit that gate. Currently serving gate duty for the Blue Alliance will be Juice. This is a robot that, despite only filling a utility role, they have been able to have massive success with a ranking average of 4.5, which shows the importance of teams like this, especially as we get further down and potentially in the playoffs. Over on the red side, Fox Slide, currently 1-1 on the event. They are going to fire on their own another 3. One of those will end up classified, and then the next couple will be overflows for 2 points total. On the blue side of the field, Juice, once again, hitting that gate and hitting another 3. They are basically going down into the secret tunnel and hitting the gate as fast as they can physically move, and that is the reason the Blue Alliance is ahead 244-194, your tally, with just over 30 seconds left to play. Over on the red side of the field, Fox Slide doing what they have done all event long with those high arcing shots that just clear the front of that obelisk, and it does just enough for them to get the scoring production they need to stay in it with 15 seconds left. Purple, purple, green is the order of the day for the Red Alliance as they fill out that ramp again. And their alliance partners go for the base. That will be the end of the match. It was a close one. We'll see who came out on top in just a moment.
Oh, that became close at the end. I thought Blue was running away with it, and now we have a ball game with penalties, with parking in the end, this might go either way. How did Red get back into that game, Graham?
Yeah, it was really, really impressive. It's a lot of what we talked about before, the synergy between the different partners on the alliance and really focusing on your fundamentals, slowing down, thinking through your actions, making sure that the driver coaches and the drivers are all communicating. And you see the strategy, kind of like what we were talking about earlier, between the different teams.
Yeah, you absolutely do. And I think one of the things that may have led Red to be behind is we see these robots that are gate cycling, right? They're going to go pick up 3, launch them, let them fall down the ramp. Before they even get to the gate, they're opening the gate to get them. And I think we saw in that match there was a moment where Red Alliance had built up 9 up in their gate, and they go to release, and they get the first 3, but the other 6 roll right to the Blue Alliance, right? So it really, really behooves you to get those 3 and just keep cycling those. Now, of course, that changes with your alliance partner who's going to be launching from far. You're going to have some extra that spill over, but the more you can just keep those 3, the more you can keep away from the opposing alliance.
Yeah, especially because the close spot really is determining the pace of the game, right? There's actually there's much less artifacts than you think, because a lot of artifacts are either in the classifier, in the human player zone, or being cycled by the volunteers.
Or in the air.
Yeah, or in the air, right? And so there's much less artifacts than you think on the ground, which is why the close spot is so important in setting the pace, because if you have those 9 artifacts in your classifier, you're starving for artifacts. You don't have anything to score. Every second, you're losing potential scoring time for points. And so the close robot's responsibility is really to open the gate as often as they possibly can. And if you neglect that, you let your classifier fill up, now you're getting overflow. It's really hard to come back from that, but I mean, they got pretty close. So
They did.
And it can be an interesting dynamic because, like you said, every artifact in the classifier is one that you can't be scoring. But it works the other way. Every artifact in the classifier is one that your opponent can't be scoring. So there's kind of a trade-off, and the really, really smart FAR bots are able to, some teams have dual intakes where they have an intake on both sides of the bot. A lot of teams have practiced to be able to rotate their bot really quickly so their intake is really quickly oriented towards the other human player zone and the loading zone if there's some extra artifacts there.
Hey guys.
We're going to hop over to qualification match 39 in the Edison division. Really, really intriguing match coming up. We have number 1 ranked Ice Robotics with number 11 ranked Super 7 on an alliance together, the Blue Alliance. So keep an eye out with qualification match 39.
Should be a high score.
3, 2, 1, go! And we're going to start with the presentation. In the Red Alliance, we have team 18240, Robot Squad from Kalispell, Montana. Partnering with them, it's team 26089, Gladios from Edmonton, Canada. And in the Blue Alliance, we have team 7477 Super 7 from Oviedo, Florida. And their partners, it's 1132-9 Ice Robotics.
Three, 2, 1.
And we're going with the tele-up period. This is going to be a very interesting match. We have overflow on the part of the Blue Alliance. We have plenty of artifacts going all over, and 3 of them got exactly how they wanted. And there goes the other 3 of them. One of them got outside of the field. Well, they have really mastered its artifacts. Really, they're masters at what they're doing. In the other alliance, there it goes up and down. All the artifacts are blowing all over here. Team Gladios, it's practicing, and it got. And it goes 3 artifacts more for the Red Alliance. They want more. They just don't want to be left behind. So there goes another 3, 4, 5, and almost another 1, but they got outside of the field. That's really great. They're doing a pretty great job. 3 of them, well, none of them got in, but I'm pretty sure they're going to make it and try it again. That's the key of it. 3 of them got off for the Blue Alliance team. 7477 is doing greatly with those purple artifacts. I think they really like the color purple because they're only focusing on the purple artifacts. Ooh, what a crash. That would have been a great 3-point for the Red Alliance, but a little bit of movement got them really stuck.
goes the Blue Alliance, and almost perfectly, but just one artifact got in. Their partners, they got the 3 of them. Perfectly executed. They're moving quite slowly. They have quite a flashes between these teams. And we have entered the end game. We only have less than 20 seconds left on this match qualification 39. We have great movement, but also it's really tied up between who will do it. They are logging in. And we have finished this match.
All right, that was an interesting one. We saw the Blue Alliance very clearly. They knew early on we're winning this match. We're getting to that artifact ranking point, but can we also get the motif in there? They have done it in 50% of their matches. I think they just missed out. It was going a little too slow in the end, perhaps.
Yeah, the Ice Robotics robot has a really, really cool element that some teams have this year called a spindexer. And what that allows the robot to do is take in 3 artifacts, and then they have basically a magazine inside the robot that can rotate, and they can select which color of artifact they want to shoot. So that allows the robot to autonomously shoot to match the motif. And you saw them doing that in auto, and it did work for some of the artifacts, but you also had one instance where the artifacts kind of bounced into the goal, and then they bounced around inside of it and got out of order. So, you know, at a certain point, you can design as well as you and optimize, but you can't always beat physics.
Can't beat physics.
Yeah.
Well, let's take a look at Ross, where we have qualification match 42 for you.
Are you having a good time? All right, then count with me here. 3, 2, 1, go! Nice move right out of the gate by Spicy Ketchup. Getting loaded, they load up again. That time got 2 out of 3. Now they've released the Kraken. Here come all the artifacts on the red side of the field. Shooting 3, quick up there. Great job. Oh, and shooting from way downtown. Great job on the blue side of the field with Molten Glass as time runs out in Autonomous.
Pick up your controllers. Three, 2, 1.
All right, now we got drivers moving these robots around. We'll see if they can put some more up on the scoreboard. Movement by Spicy Ketchup. They loaded up. They released all the other artifacts, and then they got underneath to shoot some clean shots straight in. And they're still doing it. Spicy Ketchup taking care of business. The Enforcers trying to shoot from way downtown all the way against the plastic barriers on the far end. Couple of high shots over here. As we move again on the blue side, Cheesy Chips trying to get things taken care of. There goes the Spicy Ketchup. Universal City, Texas, getting themselves lined up and shoot. All 3 scored. They've got 9 lined up. They release them all. Remember, with the artifacts, up to 9, those are worth 3 points apiece. Anything over that is only 1 point. So that's why you see them releasing those so they can get more artifacts on the ground and score some more points. Spicy Ketchup once again loading up and taking care of business. Molten Glass trying to get over where they can get a couple more on there. Oh my gosh, here's a little bit of movement. Spicy Ketchup blocking out Molten Glass, but they still are able to score 2 of their 3 attempts. 71-49, shooting a little high. Enforcers trying to get things rolling there. Molten Glass. They've got some more on board. Nice job. Spicy Ketchup trying to break them up at the last minute. They still get 2 out of 3. Enforcers once again loaded back up, trying to get themselves in place, but Spicy Ketchup once again in the way, trying to mess with things a little bit as we run out of time. I think Spicy Ketchup moved there at the last second, so I don't think they have 10 points. It kind of looks like.
It's another good match, and there's something I want to highlight now that we're about 40, 45 matches into this championship. per division, of course. The ranking really doesn't say everything yet,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
We're going to take a look in the next match that we're taking a look at, Franklin 43, against a very high-scoring robot. Referees 11-5-11. They have an OPR of 160. But they're ranked 43rd because they've lost 2 matches. You got to have a little bit of luck with the schedule, but if you're good enough, you can claw your way out of anything early on. And I think referee's going to show us that in this match.
Referees is one of those kind of juggernauts that you see again and again at the World Championships. They're out of New Zealand, and you see them coming back year after year after year because they're such a high-quality program, and they consistently produce really high-scoring robots. So it's one of those things where your record isn't always everything. You can get unlucky, and it's a whole element where you have some teams who might be really, really capable bots, but they're scored in the lower, like 50% of all the teams, and they would then be picked. And that's where scouting is so important. Yeah. That is a critical element that a lot of the time when you're just spectating, you might not see, but you see teams watching their own matches in the stands, but you also see teams watching every other match in the stands because the teams need to know how all the other robots are doing. And even if you're coming in and you don't feel like you're in the top number of teams who are going to be captains, then there's always the chance that you get a more lucky schedule and you're a captain. And if you need picks, you gotta have something to pick.
Yeah,
for sure. We could see our number 1 seed eliminated Saturday morning after 2 matches, and in theory we can see a match that will go on to lose. Of a team that will lose every single one of their qualification matches, and at the end of the day, on Saturday, when the confetti comes down, it's for them as world championships.
Yeah.
Ranking is important, but in the end of the day, you got to build a robot that performs and performs consistently. And then, if you're not lucky with your alliance partners, the luck will come.
Yeah, and to your point, Graham, I think at this level, teams are really good at seeing through the rankings and doing the scouting. That tells you the true performance of these teams.
Yeah.
Well, I'm very curious. Can referees show us what we've been talking about in Franklin in match 43?
And joining them for this match is Team 25584, Magis from Vilnius, Lithuania. All right, we're ready to begin this match in 3, 2, 1, go! I'm seeing move from all 4 robots starting out this match. I'm counting 4 artifacts already being scored on blue, 6 being scored on red, being cleared out by Team 115-1-1. The referees using that to cycle those artifacts to score more points. Similar strategy over on the blue on the hands with Team 25584 Magis. Looks like they've completely filled out a classifier alongside their alliance partner 10355, Project Peacock.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
All 4 robots leaving those starting lines. Red Alliance slightly in the lead here going into Teleop.
2, 1.
And with that, let's get right into Teleop. You can see right out the gate, 25584 over on the Blue Alliance. Magis clearing out that classifier, making room for more artifacts there. Looks like Team 115-1-1 for the Red Alliance. The referees also clearing out a completely full classifier for the Red Alliance. Their alliance partner, 16417 ROC Rock, scoring from across the field, 2 points there. 5 artifacts total now, 3 more from their alliance partner, 115-1-1, the referees. Back over on blue, another completely filled out classifier being cleared, thanks to Team 25584 Magis, who just scored yet again 3 more artifacts, bringing the total up to 4 over on the Blue Alliance classifier. You can also see from across the field, 10355, Project Peacock scoring a few more artifacts. I'm now counting 7, also being cleared once again from that Blue Alliance classifier. Just over 1 minute left in this match. Points are still being racked up here. 7 artifacts over on blue, 2 over on red. Wait for it. 3, 4, 5, 6 over on red, 7 over on red. There we go. Completely filled out Red Alliance classifier thanks to both 115-1-1, the referees, and Team 16417 ROC Rock. Just about 35 seconds left here in this match. 25584. Magis on the Blue Alliance going for whatever artifacts they can to the back of the field here. But we do have another filled out classifier from the Blue Alliance with 20 seconds on the clock. All the way from across the field, 10355. Project Peacock scoring those last second artifacts. 7 seconds on the clock to try and rack up those points. In 3, 2, 1. Looks like all 4 robots at least partially parked, maybe in those base zones. Kind of hard to tell. I'll leave that call up to the referees.
Wow. 11-5-11, the referee showed us exactly why we were so confident in them and that they could turn around. This might have been a 6 RP match for them. Well, we just had Sam at the desk. He had to go back to Jackson, but we have a very good replacement for him. Barry, welcome here.
Thank you so much for having me. It's been a pleasure. I can't hear you guys over where I am, but I've been hearing really great things from this production. So thank you all for doing this. You guys are making this exciting.
Hey, Barry, tell us a little bit about yourself. What do you do?
Sure. So I work for Lockheed Martin on the Orion spacecraft. I work on the heat shield team for the Artemis program. So here's the different missions that I've worked on.
Oh, that's so cool.
Very nice. Here at the first championship, I'm one of the MCs on the Franklin division. I've been one of the MCs and game announcers since 2012 and have been volunteering at the championship every year since 2007.
Yeah, and you are our first guest at the desk that has brought a prop along.
Yes,
Can you tell us a little bit about your prop?
Yeah, absolutely. So here we have the Franklin traditional flag. So all the teams have signed the flag with their team name, team number. They can put buttons on it. And whoever is the captain of the winning Alliance division gets to take it with them to go battle against the other divisions, and then they get to take it home with it. So it's a long-standing tradition we've had since 2012, and I hear that there's Franklin flags all around the world. So every so often I see pictures of teams doing demonstrations and things, and you can see the Franklin flag hanging up at in their pits or at demonstrations. It always makes me feel good because it's a fun thing that we do, and it's kind of Franklin-specific.
Yeah, that's... When I was at Worlds for the first time in 2013 as an FTC team member, that was already a tradition. Makes me feel a little old. Unfortunately, every year I was in Edison when back there was only 2 divisions, so I never got to sign it, but cool to have it here now.
Good. Well, we're looking forward to seeing who comes away with it. I have no idea who it's going to be. The Franklin division just seems to be every time a team gets ranked, they lose the next match following that. So whoever ends up in the top 8, it's just a constant turnover in those top positions.
It's lonely at the top.
Yeah. What trends have you been seeing throughout the day in your time over in Franklin? What are some common things? What are some surprising things?
Yeah, that's been the big surprising thing is that there doesn't seem to be one dominant team that I've noticed yet. You all might be able to tell me a little bit differently if you all have done a little bit more analysis than I have. But just in general, it seems like as soon as we have a top 8 team, the next Alliance comes in and topples them.
Yeah. We've been talking a lot about in the last few years, and you certainly, I'm sure, have seen this and can offer some insight into this. The level of competition across the board at First Championship over the past few years has really, really been elevated. Back in the day, in the mid-2010s, you had kind of the juggernauts that you would see coming back, year after year. You would have your gluten-frees, your brain stems, your rednecks, all of those teams. And these days, you have really good teams, but, it varies a lot. Yeah. And we're going to go over to Qualification 43 and Loveless. Should be a good high-scoring match.
Alliance side of the field. We've also got some, of course, on the Red Alliance side. Looks like that Blue Alliance gate was just activated. Also possibly a Red Alliance gate activated as Royal Society of Robotics scores 2 for the Red Alliance. Their partner, 21239, all systems go, also scoring from the far side of the field. Great autonomous performance from both of these alliances, but the Blue Alliance...
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
Blue Alliance able to score a bit more points during that autonomous period. They were able to score 28 artifacts.
1.
And now our Red Alliance is shooting now that drivers have taken control. And now our Blue Alliance has begun shooting as well. Both of our Blue Alliance robots have put some artifacts into the goal. At 27,570 just completed at least what must have been their 3rd cycle. That was probably their 4th, and now their 5th. They're coming back to that far launch zone to shoot again. Minute and a half remaining, And our Red Alliance is working to catch up. We see shots come in from across the field from Team 21239. All systems go, while their alliance partner, Royal Society of Robotics, capitalizes on these artifacts just hanging out here in the large launch zone. One minute remains in qualification at match 43. Lots of shooting over on the Blue Alliance side of the field. Also some Red Alliance shooting. Looks like this Red Alliance side might not have as quite the degree of accuracy that the Blue Alliance side has, but they are still making it work. They just passed the 200-point threshold on the scoreboard. 30 seconds remain here in qualification 43. We see more shots from the Blue Alliance from across the field from Team 27570 by a Rongzhen, as they put another 3 into the Blue Alliance goal. 10 seconds remain, and we have two Red Alliance robots around their base zone now. 2 Blue Alliance robots as well, as time ticks down to 0 here in qualification 43.
Yeah, so right before that match, we were talking about those legacy teams, the teams that back in the day when FTC was kind of a bit of a smaller program before it has the really international reach that you see now. One of those teams is 7172 Technical Difficulties. They're a team from Texas. They were one of those teams that back in the day, and still into today, they're a name that is known because they have consistently really high quality robots. Their program is really developed. They have a strong pipeline of getting freshmen developed into really strong seniors and continuing to pass down knowledge throughout the years. And something that's, like what we were talking about is how that kind of style of strong program has been developing more broadly. You have teams both developing new programs that are now kind of sustaining and have success over many years, and then you also have teams that are kind of one-off. They'll show up for a year or two, maybe members will split off from a previous team after they already have some experience, and they'll go and make their own team. And there's a lot of different styles of teams out there, and it's really interesting to see how those different teams can have different levels of success. So you can have a team that is 15 people, it's full, they have outreach teams, they have design teams, they have all the different skills, and then you have some teams where it's just 1 or 2 people, 2 or 3 people, and that the skills are kind of more concentrated, but they can still be really high performing, and they can have really strong outreach even as well.
Yeah, it's indeed very, very cool. Now, with my other desk partners, I'm starting to feel a little old. We have Faris, who's still a senior. You are only 2 years out of. I've been around for a while. I'm a robot boomer at this point. It's been my 15th year.
Oh no,
but
what
at
does that
least
make
Barry,
me?
you can make me feel young, I believe. So
Yeah,
can you
I
tell us
think
a little
so.
bit about the history of FTC at Champs, how it's grown throughout the years?
Yeah, we started off, I think, in Atlanta. So the first year I did it was in 2007. I know that they had a pilot program even before that. But we started out with just 2 fields. I think it was just Franklin and Edison at the time. I started out as a judge from 2007 to 2011, and then I was a backup game announcer from 2012 to a couple of years, then full-time game announcer, then full-time MC. So I've gone from Atlanta to St. Louis to now Houston.
Yeah, what a ride it's been.
Yeah.
And I agree fully. I remember the robots back in my day. They were good robots, great teams, but they would be nothing compared to these robots. These robots are so much more high-tech, so much more impressive and quick in what they do. And like before, you could have a pretty decent robot that had no autonomous, basically. And now if you don't have an autonomous where you score at least 10 artifacts, well, you might not even make it to your regional championship.
Yeah, and something we've been talking about a lot today, and we'll continue talking about all the way, I'm sure, through the end of Da Vinci, is those Romanian teams. They are just like the top caliber. You have so many strong Romanians, and that's been another element of that expansion. Teams both in the US and internationally are getting so much stronger. We're checking out Heart of Robots 2265 playing in Qualification 45 in the Goodall division right now.
And Heart
Both those teams have a deep game where they can go from the back of the field and launch repeatedly. Whereas technical difficulties and slingshot both have Heart of Robots have a great close-up game. And this is definitely showing in the autonomous.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. Three, two, one.
Both alliances are almost halfway to the number of artifacts they need for that ranking point. That Heart of Robots backfield launcher, quickly loading, quickly launching over and over, is making a huge difference. But Theseus has said, you can't outmatch us. We can do the same thing, launch from the backfield, while slingshot and technical difficulties definitely have the advantage of a close-up game. With most of the artifacts located near the blue obelisk, technical difficulties clears to shoot to get some more of the artifacts back into play. Looks like Theseus might be having some technical difficulties matching their partner's name. With 1 minute left remaining, Red Alliance 158, Blue Alliance 201. Heart of Robots is definitely using that strategy, quickly load and quickly launch. Their turnaround time is less than 3 seconds of loading and launching. Technical difficulties, clears to shoot, loads, and launches. With 30 seconds remaining, it's 185 to 247. Blue Alliance definitely has met the ranking points for threshold of 67. Red Alliance still needs 10 more. With less than 10 seconds remaining, 205 to 274. And that double stack method, the Heart of Robots being able to lift their robot high enough the other team can park squarely underneath it.
That end game once again for the Blue Alliance. You know it's going to happen because we know the robot can do it, but it remains impressive every single time I see it.
Yeah, it's those Romanians, like I was saying, 2256. They are consistently showing, and they're in the finals, the grand finals of the Romanian Championships, and they were coming into the competition today, and I believe they still are the world record holders. They were on that alliance that scored that high score.
Yeah, 463.
Yeah, it's really impressive, and they have been continuing to show that solid performance throughout the day. Zarif, do you have anything from that match you wanted to talk about?
Yeah, I just want to highlight that at the end, or I guess really at the middle, it was pretty close, but then we saw that the gap kind of diverged. And technical difficulties, I believe they're first in their division right now, but they were having technical difficulties there. But let's watch this match, Franklin 46, and then we can discuss after.
Those artifacts into the robot, it gets on top of the robot instead. 18221 though, able to cycle with over 100 points for the Red Alliance in autonomous.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. Three, two, one.
All right, we see life in all 4 robots. Team 999 going out for the defense. 25-171 shooting into the red goal. 18-221 Meta Infinity gets 2 of those artifacts in, misses 1 of them. But yet, when they shoot again, they get them all in. Countdown, able to count up on their artifacts, except for that last run where they missed all 3. But in general, they are able, they got to adjust their shooter a little bit to make sure they can get it into the blue goal to catch up to the Red Alliance. Meta Infinity shooting consistently into the red goal in the meanwhile. 25-171 accidentally gets hit by a robot as they're shooting, veering their artifacts to their left. 1 minute and 5 seconds left on the clock. The Red Alliance definitely taking the lead here, but the Blue Alliance able to fix their strategy a little bit, shooting a little bit more consistently into the blue goal, getting more and more points. With 45 seconds left on the mark, the Red Alliance just needs to do about 3 or 4 more artifacts to get those points, that ranking point. 30 seconds left on the clock. 999, focusing on defense throughout the entire game. And that was the whistle for endgame. 9876 decides to empty out their classifier with just 10 seconds left on the clock. They miss it. In the meanwhile, the Red Alliance keeps all of their artifacts in their classifier. 25-171 does a full park. Blue robots unable to do parking.
Well, your Franklin division continues to impress, Barry.
It does indeed. 299 points. 109 points at a normal meet would be a very impressive score.
Yeah.
But here they're getting 300s pretty consistently.
Yeah, you have to score 300 points or you're probably going to lose the match at Championships. And in the next match, we're going to see one of our champs record holders, another team out of Romania, CSH. They scored 454 points together with their partner, the Nuts.
Yeah.
And then there was even a couple more penalties added on, but we don't count those for the high scores.
Yeah, it was CSH 17-861 and the Nuts 61-33. Really, really impressive score from them over on in Qual 23. And it's going to be really interesting to see how it can be difficult sometimes for these high-level teams to interface with each other, especially if both come in with really, really refined and thought-out strategies. So if CSH is coming in, for example, and they really want to be doing the far, they really want to be doing the close, and you have another robot, we've been talking about this all day, that can be really difficult. But when it works out well and when the teams can coordinate, I know a lot of teams, when I was still competing, we had a little dry erase board of the field so we could go and draw where we would be driving around, where our autos would go so that we could coordinate. Because something that you don't see a lot is you don't have much time to do this coordination before the match. A lot of the time it's happening in queue as you're leading up to the beginning of the match. So we're about to see how that planning was between CSH and their partners, 52-37, the Loose Screws, coming up here in Qualification 43 in the Edison division.
So we're back and ready to go, and this march starts in 3, 2, 1, go! So while we have some spare time in the autonomous period, let me start presenting the great teams that we have here. We have from Lake Orion, Michigan, we have team 23-62-3, Hydra Dragons. Their alliance partner, all the way from Wales, Winnie. It's Laser Tech, 14-63-1. In the Blue Alliance, we have team 17-86-1, CSH from Timisoara, Romania.
Pick up your controllers.
And team 52-37, Loose Screw Temperance from Michigan.
3, 2, 1.
And we're going all the way up to the Tilia period. It's team 1786-1. It goes into position, and it goes to Artifacts. Its line partner almost gets the third one, but it goes outside of the field. The Blue Alliance is working hardly upon the Red Alliance, sorry, is working hardly on those artifacts. They're doing pretty great with a cadence of overflow all over the town. That's great. We have almost overflow at the Red Alliance. The blue one is trying hardly, and it goes. With that, it sums up to 5 artifacts going all over there. 1, 2, 3 more for the Red Alliance, and it goes 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and we're packed and full. Let's get ready to go. The Blue Alliance is struggling a little bit with it, but it goes. 3 of them. They don't want to be left behind, and they're doing a wonderful job. Red Alliance is on position, and it goes. See, 33-62-3. It's doing a great job with those long-distance shots. He wants to get even further than the touchdowns. 1 and 2 for the Blue Alliance. Let's get ready. We have 4 for the Red Alliance, doing it perfectly executed. They want to get overflow, but they're missing just 1, and it opens. Let's go. 1 and 2, but they go outside of the field in a rapidly way. But 3 of them got for the Blue Alliance. Let's see how much time we have. We are in the end game. That's great. We only have a few seconds left for this match. It's quite tense how the result will be at last, but we only have just a few seconds, lasting only 3, 2, 1. And while we wait for the results, I hear a big crowd at the stand, so let me hear it. Who goes further? Who's rooting for the Red Alliance?
Wow, I don't think we were expecting that outcome. The Blue Alliance obviously had a little bit of an issue there, but it's also the Red Alliance just dominating and bringing the fight to them. So Reef, can you tell me a little bit more, how did the Red Alliance pull this out of their bag?
Yeah, like we were talking about before, there's just a limited amount of artifacts, right? And unfortunately, the Blue Alliance wasn't able to capitalize on those artifacts due to technical malfunctions in their autonomous period. And so the Red Alliance just had a free ticket to be cycling the artifacts because they had just a larger budget, a larger supply. And also, something that we saw for the Red Alliance was after their, even though the far bout was neutralized as one of the blue robots unfortunately what got in their way, that close spot still had a very good autonomous. I mean, 86-17 with 1 robot, that's remarkable. And it really shows that every robot needs to pull their own weight, because if they don't, then your entire alliance falls apart.
If a robot scores 86 points in autonomous mode, that's hard to come back from. And then by the time they had 1 minute left, they were already at 200 points. 30 seconds left, they were already near 300 points. That is just amazing. This Red Alliance works together very well.
Yeah.
This is not so much about the Blue Alliance underperforming. This is about the Red Alliance just really showing off what they're made of.
Yeah, and I see we have their scores ready, so let's take a look. What did they score in the end? It was indeed the Red Alliance that wins with 398 points. Yeah, that is super impressive.
So really, really important key detail here is those 45 points of fouls going to the Red Alliance. They already would have won that handily without the fouls, but something to keep in mind is just because CSH had that failure in auto, it looked like probably their odometry disconnected or they had a technical issue like that. These bots are really complex, and honestly, it's really impressive that they're so consistent when they are, and sometimes things just break. But unfortunately, that put them in a situation where you saw them kind of zoom right across the field into the other robots, and that is unfortunately a lot of fouls when you're crossing the center line and then touching the other alliance during their autonomous period.
The other side of that is also think about what the Red Alliance might have scored if they didn't have an opposing robot in their way in auto. Now we saw 86 from 1 robot. Imagine what 2 could have done.
Yeah.
I just want to give a shout out to the camera crew back there. They zoomed in on the faces of the Red Alliance as soon as that win happened. You could see it on their face. I remember back in high school when you win a match that you were not supposed to win and you knew you had it, that is where inspiration happens. And you could see it on their faces. They were stoked.
Yeah. And they should be. And I think we're going to see a couple more stoked faces on the Ross division in qualification match 47.
I'm taking a break, my friends. I'll be back in an hour. Stick around. No te vayas. It's just going to get more and more exciting as the time goes on. Thanks for your patience and your attention.
Let's get ready for match 47 in 3, 2, 1, go! And we've got robots firing artifacts. 10-477 rapid robots, appropriately first to fire. Not far behind them, their other Michigan team, 7140. And the Blue Alliance is behind on the artifacts, but they are looping, folks. 7140 Nightmares firing again, picking up more artifacts, going back for more. TARDIS doing the same. Oh, but they did not get any artifacts in that shot volley. That does put the Blue Alliance
Drivers,
behind.
pick up your controllers.
57.
Three, 2, 1.
And we've got about a 20-point lead in favor of the Red Alliance going into the driver-controlled period. It's close, folks. 10-477 Rapid Robots and Sci Fighters, their Alliance partners. That's 16-473. Both firing on that red depot. Volleying artifacts on in. TARDIS over on blue, 53-56. Shoots and scores. 3 artifacts going in, nice and clean. Their Alliance partners, Nightmares 7140, seem to be having a little bit of trouble. They are not on the move. Hopefully they're able to get that worked out with the FTA helping them. Meanwhile, their Michigan neighbors, Rapid Robots, grabbing some more artifacts, and they score them. 3 more for TARDIS on the blue, and 1, 2, 3 more for Sci Fighters on the red. Sci Fighters shoot, they score. 1 minute remaining, just about 100 points in favor of the Red Alliance. TARDIS trying to close that gap. 1 artifact, I'm afraid, will not cut it. More for the Sci Fighters. And we've got Nightmares back in the game. Let's see if they can close up this lead in favor of the Red Alliance. 3 more artifacts for blue, going it in. Swish and swish. 7140 Nightmares doing it again from Grosse Pointe in Michigan. They line up, and they score. 3 more going on in, and 3 more for their Michigan neighbors, Rapid Robots from Novi, Michigan. Rapid Robots bumping into TARDIS as they fire, deflecting one of those shots. A little bit of opportunistic defense, perhaps. And we're going for a double park on both sides. We've got 2 bots in the air, 2 bots in the ground. 3 seconds left. 2, 1. That looks very exciting to me. We've got 2 robots aloft, 2 in the park space. We'll get you the final points tally in just a moment.
Wow, we just saw something really, really special there in the end game. That is not something you see very frequently. 2 robots getting that lift and coming off the ground to give their partners a chance to get the double full park. And that is really advantageous because you get 10 points per full park, and then if both teams get the full park, you get another 10 points. So if you can get both of your teams on your alliance in the base zone in endgame, you're getting 30 points versus getting 15 for a full and a partial or something like that. And it's not easy to do that really cool lift in endgame. I have to shout out my old team, 5356 TARDIS, who just played there. They're one of the teams that focused on having that mechanism in the capability for the robot in this season. And it's always interesting to something that we were just talking about up here is moving on from being being on an FTC team or being on a first team in general is a really interesting place to be, because you're part of this community and your team, and you're friends with everyone on your team, and then often you kind of get spread amongst the winds. But that's really advantageous for First as a program, because now these days something like we've been talking about, First is growing so rapidly, and a large part of that is because so many alumni of the program are now at a point where they can be mentors, they can be coaches, they can be starting new teams from scratch, they can be joining teams that maybe need a little bit of support or guidance, and that's just a really valuable thing and one of the most beautiful parts of First.
Yeah, almost everyone that is here as the desk crew or downstairs as a desk crew with Ederson, we're almost all alumni, and I think that gives us a great perspective on what the teams are going through. Almost all Zarif is about to be alumni. He's going to have to be a little bit more patient before he joins our select club, but we're very lucky to get him.
Check this out.
Oh.
Nice. That's pretty cool. That is pretty cool.
Loud and proud alumni.
That's right. So when did you guys make it here to the championship when you were in high school?
Yeah, I was on 3954 back in the day. We were called What's Up, but we already had the pink suits that you guys maybe associate with what who's now called Pink to the Future.
Yeah.
Super proud to be here in both 2013 and 2014 when it was still in St. Louis.
Yeah, St. Louis.
In the Edward Jones Dome.
Yeah, I remember you guys. It's weird to come up here and remember you guys as students. And Tardis, did Tardis make it that year?
We made it in 2019. We were last here in 2024, my senior year. I've been in and around Worlds a bunch, and now mentor multiple teams who have made it since then. It's really great to be able to come and give back to the community.
Yeah, excellent.
Sure.
Excited to be an alumni?
A little bit. I got the pin already.
You got the pin already. You're in. You're joining the club, man. Very good.
Yep.
For everyone else, firstinspires.org/alumni. Go check out all the resources that are available, as well as the scholarships. Come join the club, and there's no reason to ever leave First. You're here forever if you want to be, and we'd love to have you.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, it's all about the team members. They're doing great stuff. Well, what a cool experience do we get to see as an alumni. First level seats, seeing what the kids do, and also just seeing everyone every year again. It's great. It's a good club to be a part of.
I got to tell you guys my story. So back when I was in high school, we had very few regionals. I went to the Orlando Regional. My team doesn't exist anymore that I was on, but we went, and my team had drivetrain problems, and at the time it was 2 versus 2, first robotics competition, robots on the field, and that was it. So we went out, and we never moved away from the corner of the field. We did not score a single point. We had 8 matches, and my season was over. I did not win an award. I never scored a point. I did not make it to any advancement past that. And even still, I was extremely inspired. So all of the teachers and mentors and everyone out there that makes this happen for students, it's coming to events like this and meeting other people like you and seeing just the inspiration and enthusiasm that changes lives.
Yeah.
So I feel like my life was absolutely changed, especially just coming from this man. In fact, my mom is standing right there. Hi, Mom. She brought me as a high school student, and that was life-changing. And even though I scored no points as a high school student, I still found my way to being on Lockheed Martin and working on the Artemis program.
Yeah. Thank you so much for that, mentors. And let's take a look at good old division match 49.
But that extra one makes it in for another 3 points to the Blue Alliance, alongside those scored by 17257, Go Builder GC. That'll push Blue a bit into the lead here, although the Red Alliance continues to score with 18270. Robo players
pick up your controllers.
launching for the Red Alliance.
Three, two, one.
Drivers take control because we're in our tele-operated period. Red Alliance just slightly in the lead here. 60 points to Blue, 62. There we go. Blue pushing themselves just into the lead immediately after Autonomous ends. Scores aren't too far separated, though, and the Red Alliance looks like they want to make it up with another 9 points. That's 123 Artifact, scored by 18270. Robo players. That'll put Red Alliance into the lead over Blue as well. Although these Blue Alliance robots are trying to make it up. Although it looks like one of them is a bit motionless at the center of the field, but their alliance partner, Go Builder GC, continues to score another 1-2. That's another 6 points for the Blue Alliance. Across from them on red, we see the Teamsters robot. It's big and green with another artifact launched up and in for the Red Alliance, adding another 3 points to their total. That'll put them at 129. They're about halfway to that goal ranking point on red. Blue Alliance is a third of the way to that same ranking point. We'll see if they can get there as well. But at least they've got both robots up and moving here as 9, 5, 6, 7 on blue seems to have taken the defensive approach, attempting to stop Go Builder GC here. Yeah, Go Builder GC. Trying to slow down that red robo players. We've got a blue-colored robot on the Red Alliance and a red-colored robot on the Blue Alliance. They seem to have flopped this round. But there's the whistle for endgame. Got 15 seconds left now. Red Alliance still in the lead. 2/3 of the way to that goal ranking point. We'll see if they just focus on getting points with another 1, 2, 3. That's 9 points towards the Blue Alliance. Scored by Go Builder GC here. Their alliance partner rushing to meet them in the last few seconds here at the base zone. At the end of qualification, 49.
Wow, that was a really, really awesome match over in the Goodall division. Some really, really interesting defense being played. Robots chasing each other around the field. It's always fun to see some of that gameplay. We have a new face with us here at the desk, Matthew. Why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, for sure. So this is my 7th year around first. I'm 7th year around first in FTC, and I did a little bit in FRC from Tulsa, Oklahoma. It's fun to see four of my home teams competing, and yeah, I'm excited to be on the desk.
Yeah, as someone who has, like you just said, connections with so many teams who are competing, what are some things that you have seen in their preparation and lead up for the first championship? And then also, like, I'm assuming you've talked with them since the competition has started. Is there anything that there's kind of breaking their expectations, or any other general thoughts about the competition?
Yeah, for sure. So something that a lot of teams have done this year is rebuild their robots. So a lot of teams will go to state with a robot they've worked throughout the season, and then once they state or regionals, and then once they make worlds, they'll find out many things that they want to change. This year in particular, it seems to be very common, and sometimes those changes are positive, and sometimes with the short turnaround you often have. I believe my old team had about 2 months between their state championships and worlds. Sometimes things just don't fit right. Yeah,
it's a gamble. It's sometimes you compete at your qualifiers, you compete at your regionals, and then you have like a month or 2 months, or for some reason, regions like Australia, you have, their last competition is in December, or their regionals in December, because some regions will kind of front load their FTC season so that once FRC starts up in January, all of the teams, because a lot of them are very intertwined, you have FRC and FCC programs, under one roof. That focus can shift to FRC. And so some of those teams take advantage and will do complete rebuilds or partial rebuilds. And it's, partially an advantage because you get to have the experience from the previous competitions, and that can inform your design decisions. But then it comes with a downside. You might be coming to first championship without having run that robot in an actual competition. And that can be really dangerous.
Yeah, like we were talking about before, I mean, the first championship is one of the very few places where you just have so many matches day after day being played. And once you have this robot, right, you've rebuilt your robot for Worlds, there's no guarantee that it's going to work as you intended to for all of these days as consistently as possible.
Yeah, it's we just had a match over on the Loveless division that was 223 to 229. So
yeah.
it's close matches over here. Some happy competitors. But yeah, those rebuilds can be dangerous, but they can play out really well if teams are able to go through. And a lot of teams will also host scrimmages. They'll be doing driver practice because it's really, really difficult to go and it's really difficult to simulate such an experience as first championship and just generally competitions, because you have to focus on so many different things coming at you, and driving in your workshop alone isn't always an analog for when you're competing in competition.
Yeah, but now we're going over to a match on the Jackson division once again with returning champs Upper Creek Robotics from Colorado with Turtle Walkers 19745.
And next to them, looking for the win, it's 12599, a community team. It's Overcharged.
Scores are now coming in for match number 48. Blue Alliance wins 304 to 277, and 13684 is now ranked first in the Jackson division, 21,587, moving up to 13th with all 6 ranking points for the Blue Alliance.
We have our thumbs up. Drivers, let's get this thing started in 3, 2, 1, go! This is qualification match 49 of the day. We are filling the classifier on both sides. Blue Alliance first to do it. Red Alliance now doing the same. Up a creek up front, they send 3 artifacts up and in. But on the blue side, we see both Overcharged and all new 101 looking to try to get some more artifacts before the end of the auto period.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. Three, 2, 1.
Right now, it's a close match. Blue is currently in the lead, but the Red Alliance looking to try and shorten that immediately. 19745 for Red. The Turtle Walkers holding the gate open for their partners up a creek to score more artifacts. But on the blue side, we see the same. We see a tiny collision between 12599 Overcharged and up a creek Robotics in the back, while their alliance partner 24070, all new 101, putting 3 artifacts in for blue. Right now, the score is close. The Red Alliance taking the lead. The Blue Alliance not trailing far behind. They may take the lead back with this next volley, but the Red Alliance still going up and up. There's a collision inside of the human player zone over on blue. Let's see what these teams can do. It's 223 for red, 195 for blue. The Red Alliance still looking to try and keep the lead. They already have 79 artifacts. They have that extra ranking point. The Blue Alliance looking to do that one more time as well. We do see 12599 Overcharged in the far launch zone. They keep putting 3 up and in. 24070, their alliance partner. All new 101 colliding with the Red Alliance's Turtle Walkers. But with that sound, we are in the end game period. Let's see if anyone decides to park here with about 10 seconds left. There are collisions all over the field. We do see Red Alliance, Upper Creek looking to get lined up. 12599 and Upper Creek both sharing that tilt, but that is time.
All right, and we are back here on field number 2 in the Jackson division, and we are looking at match number 50. First up on the Red Alliance, please join me in welcoming to the field currently your 4th ranked team in the Jackson division from Shanghai, China. Give it up for 19660 Sigma. They're joined by a team from Massachusetts here in the United States. It is 26112 GNCE Organized Anarchy. On the opposite side of the field, this time in blue. First up from New York here in the USA, it is 5477 Innovo. And finally, closing us out, a team from Cyprus. It's team 22222 RoboBober. Okay, this match begins in 3, 2, 1, go! Quite an exciting autonomous period here. Red Alliance does have the lead, 60-18 as it winds down.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. Three, two, one.
And here we go, entering the teleoperated period. One of the robots you definitely want to keep your eye on in this match is 26112 Organized Anarchy on the Red Alliance. They have that dual flywheel shooter, which should give them no backspin on the ball. That really helps those artifacts. Once they get in the goal, they just drop straight down and into the ramp. Looks like Blue Alliance is having a little bit of a disconnect issue, 5477. There we go. They are back up and running now, headed back to the blue gate. You can see there on 5477 a very cool mechanism for Innovo. They have that triple lane launcher, so they're picking up one into each of those. They have a really cool intake on the front, which allows them to direct it to whichever of those slots they need to. And you can see the lights on top of the robot also giving them some visual feedback, telling the drivers when they have each of those slots full. So here they're orange if it's not full, and then as they get those artifacts up and in, you'll see them each change to green. Now they know they're ready to go, all three yellow. As their rotors are spinning up, it's yellow, it goes back to green, and they launch up and in for blue. Some great designs over here on the Jackson division, and we get to see a few of them here in match number 50. We're now into the end game. Red Alliance is continuing to push that score, looking to get as many as they can, while the Blue Alliance is 2-2-2-2-2, sitting on the front side, look a little bit caught up. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And we do have the scores of match 49. Let's get those up on the screen. It was a win for the Red Alliance with the score of 356 to 296. Both
really interesting two matches there. We saw some really unique robot designs, which is something that I think we could talk about a little. In the first match there that we see the score for 356 to 296, with the win going to Up Creek Robotics and Turtle Walkers. They had a really cool mechanism on their robot that they used in Endgame. Something that you'll see some teams doing this season is what is called in the community a kickstand. And basically what that allows is, rather than what we've seen in some other matches where the teams will drop their belly pan and they'll lift the whole robot up in the air, some teams are instead having an arm that is just a little arm on the bottom of their robot, and they can park in half of the base zone and just tip the robot up, because the way it's scored is you need to be only in contact with the field on the inside of the base zone, and as long as you're only supported by that ground, then you can, your robot can be wherever. So teams are able to have 2 kickstands, and if both robots can tip themselves up, then you can get a double full park, which is a really interesting mechanic that is cool to see play out when it works. And I think both alliances might have had one of those in that match, and it's certainly something. It's one of those little details that when it works well, it can really work well.
Yeah, absolutely. And in terms of innovations, right? On the second match, we have Team 5477 Anovo, which is actually from my home region, so I have a lot of insight as to their specific robot design. But as you guys can see, it's actually a triple shooter. And so what they did is, instead of having one shooter and then having an intake to intake 3 balls and shoot the 3 balls in sequence, they intake 3 at a time, and then with their 3 their 3 shooters, they can shoot the artifacts in whichever order they want. And so part of this innovation of FTC is trying things that people haven't tried before and trying to keep mechanical simplicity. So they didn't want to go with the complication of a spin dexter because it's just a lot of moving parts. And unfortunately, it seemed that they have some technical difficulties in the middle of the match, but that may have been due to their sacrifice to the drivetrain. In order to fit the artifacts in the robot in that fashion, they had to make the wheelbase much smaller. So whereas a typical robot might have their wheels this far apart, they unfortunately had to move the wheels basically touching. And that really sacrifices a lot of maneuverability, makes it really hard to defend against these heavier bots. So everything's about trade-offs, but that's what engineering is, and that's what FTC is really about, discovering these trade-offs and making the best of it.
Yeah, definitely. Another robot in the match, I didn't quite catch the number, but there was a pass-through bot that actually had most shooters this year have the flywheel on the bottom and then a hood over the top. This particular one had a hood on the bottom and their flywheel on top. They were incredibly efficient. Soon we're going to see another replay of a match with a similar design. But yeah, that simplicity as opposed to a spin dexter or perhaps a turret can work out for teams very well.
Yeah, and this replay is really interesting because I believe it came to a tie in the end. And this was 2 really high-scoring alliances, really effective, really efficient, and those alliances were both working with each other to go and to have that effective participation with each other. And sometimes you just get a match where you have 2 of those alliances, which are really they're ingrained with each other really well, and they're just going score for score, and they keep up with each other, and you'll have nail biters.
Yeah,
and that's one of the really fun parts of FTC when you have matches like that.
Definitely. Yeah, let's go to this replay. On the Red Alliance, we have 14906, which is that robot I was talking about. They are currently going to intake from their alliance zone, and then they go over to shoot. They do not have a turret on their bot, so they're entirely reliant on aiming via the position of their robot. On the other hand, the other alliance has, I believe that's 16818 shooting from the far zone there with a turret, so they don't have to adjust at all. But you can see these different robot designs can have vastly or comparative performance even with these vastly different designs.
Yeah. Barry, you've been doing game announcing. Do you have any particular notes during watching this match?
Are we talking about the replay?
Yeah.
Okay. It's very close. It's just amazing how varied the designs are, and even though they're just not even close to being the same design, how close they are in scoring. It just shows that there are multiple really great ways to play the game.
Yeah, and you see, this was one of those matches where the live score was up to the very end of the match. It was, neck and neck. Both alliances were fighting tooth and nail to stay in the game, and they did. They ended up with the exact same score, and it's always interesting to see the scores, when they end up the same, but the teams took different routes to get to those. So you saw the Red Alliance coming out of that match. They had a higher goal score. They scored more artifacts. They had 76 artifacts scored fully and classified, and you had only 66 on the Blue Alliance. But the Blue Alliance had a little bit more coming out of auto, and so it's those trade-offs. And you know, when teams are working through their strategy, that's something that teams can optimize for different phases and different modes. Last year, world champion winning alliance captain Upper Creek Robotics, they had their really crazy masterpiece of engineering, their clip bot, where they took the clips off of the wall and they clipped the samples to those, and then they hung them all autonomously. And they were competing. When their robot was working, it was beautiful. You come out of auto, they're already 150 points ahead. And at that point, there's not really much you can do to catch up as long as they continue to stay in the game. And it's really interesting to see that kind of dynamic and how people optimize for different modes of the game.
So that was a tie match that we just watched. I always find it interesting or funny when there's a tie match and just everyone's reaction, including the students and the drivers' reaction. How do you guys react after a tie match? No one's really celebrating, but at the same time, you don't feel sad about it.
Yeah, it can be interesting, especially with this new ranking point system, because even if you are losing a match, there can be instances where you actually move up in rankings after you have a loss, because ultimately, it's not all about the win-loss. You can be successful, you can lose the match and still be successful and get more ranking points or enough ranking points to tip the scales and put you in a higher position heading into alliance selection, which is something that all the teams are trying to do at this competition here.
Yeah, for those of you at home, there's 6 potential ranking points you can earn per match. If you win, you earn 3 of them, and then there's other tasks that you can do, such as scoring artifacts, parking with your partner in the base zone, and collecting those motifs, those patterns at the end of the ramp, the classifier at the end game. And so tying still gets you, I believe, 2 of the ranking points right there, and so it's definitely not a loss, or one of the ranking points right there, and so it's definitely not a loss. It's as Graham said, it can definitely tip the scales, and so I think teams should celebrate that, hey, we both tried our best, and we're neck and neck, we're tied, we're equal, and that's because we're both at the highest level of competition, right? Teams here are genuinely, a lot of them are on equal footing, and it just comes down to luck at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And it also highlights how important it is to not get fouls or penalties, whatever we call them during which season. Just one of those things can kill you.
Absolutely. Now we're going to head over to the Lovelace division with qualification match 51.
Team 7854 has scored some successful shots, and now MSET Cuttlefish are as well. There goes one more in for the Blue Alliance. Looking at the Red Alliance now, we have had at least 6 artifacts classified onto that ramp. Looks like possibly 11 or 12, maybe even 13.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
It was 13 classified artifacts for that Blue Alliance, 15 on the red side of the field. These alliances are neck and neck.
3, 2, 1.
Right away, Red Alliance clears off their classifier. Looks like we have some secret tunnel interaction that we're trying to avoid from the Red Alliance. Team 15083 has completely cleared the ramp, and now they've added 3 more back to that ramp by shooting it into the goal. Meanwhile, the Blue Alliance robot, Team 6165, MSET Cuttlefish, looks to have at least 1 artifact in their possession, but they want some more, and they want to go to the far launch zone, and they are able to successfully score 2 out of 3. Red Alliance answers back by scoring 3 out of 3 by Team 15083 Overclock, and then releasing their gate before scoring another 3. Our other Red Alliance robot is Team 13532, and they were just pushed by their alliance partner so that their alliance partner could access some of the artifacts in that red secret tunnel. Just under 1 minute remains. We've got 53 seconds left to go here in qualification match 51. We have a very quick scorer over on this Red Alliance side. That's 15083 Overclock. Very quick and accurate as well. They are holding this down over the Blue Alliance, but the Blue Alliance, of course, wants to take that lead back. 7854 Midnight Madness now collecting some artifacts that they released from the ramp, and they are getting in position to shoot. And we're in our last 20 seconds. MSET Cuttlefish on the Blue Alliance successfully scored 2 before headed back towards their loading zone. We've got a Red Alliance robot going for the full park in the Red Alliance base zone. 61-65 also looking for the full park. But we'll see what the referees have to say as things are tabulated as we come back, as we end qualification match 51.
All right, and we are headed off to the Ross division for qualification match 53.
Here comes our result in the Ross Division 4 match 52. It goes to the Red Alliance. Red Alliance comes away with a 351-186 victory. 20 foul points in their favor. Didn't make a difference to the outcome. Red Alliance moves up to 11 and 43 respectively, with Blue sliding down a bit there. 4 ranking points to our Red Alliance. Back over to Nick and field number 1 for match 53.
Let's meet the teams in match 53. Starting off on red, from Massachusetts, USA, team 3565 Ghost Robotics. Joining them from right here in Texas, 19779 Metal Rebels. Over on blue, from Maryland, USA, 23840 Howard Dynamics. And their partners appropriately in blue, out of California, USA, 23222 Cheesy Chips. We've got the thumbs up. That means it's time for match 53. In 3, 2, 1, go! And Cheesy Chips first to score. Ghost Robotics not far behind. Cheesy Chips going at it again. Drop some artifacts. Score them in. Nice and clean. Ghost Robotics doing the same. Cheesy Chips having a little bit of trouble with that gate. Oh, not quite getting it that time. Ghost Robotics still on the score. Bringing the Red Alliance close to a lead, and they've got it. Oh, but blue is back. Cheesy Chips dumping a few more
Drivers,
in.
pick up your controllers. Three, 2, 1.
12 points between these alliances. Blue is down. That means they're going to have to push extra hard to catch up with the Red Alliance. Cheesy Chips is putting their hat in. They are down. So are their alliance partners, Howard Dynamics. Howard Dynamics going after the artifacts from the gate, picking up from the rear of the field as both red bots score. That's Ghost Robotics and the Metal Rebels. One more for the Metal Rebels, and Howard Dynamics scoring for the blue. Blue Alliance just barely behind red. Nobody's really pulling ahead, but blue is keeping up. This Red Alliance is fearsome, but so is our Blue Alliance. Maybe it'll come down to that autonomous lead after all. Howard Dynamics lining up. Metal Rebels lining up, and they both score. 3 more for the Cheesy Chips. And 1 more for the Cheesy Chips. That backspin a little bit too much, and those artifacts bounce on out. Cheesy Chips getting 3 more in, but another bounce back. That means the Red Alliance is slowly pulling ahead thanks to those bouncing artifacts. But it's still close, folks. It's 20 points between these alliances with just over 40 seconds remaining. Metal Rebels lining up. They score. More for Ghost and more for the Cheesy Chips. Ghost Robotics at it. Cheesy Chips at it. Howard Dynamics going at it. 20 seconds remaining. 30 points between these alliances. We're going down to the end. Metal Rebels still going for artifacts. Cheesy Chips defending Ghost Robotics. Then going for the park. No? Nope, more artifacts for blue. 3 seconds remaining. 2, 1, and done. Looks like we have 2 blue robots trying to get those parking points. But we'll see what the referees award them.
So that was a fascinating match. It was close up to the wire, and honestly, I still don't know who's won. It was pretty even keel most of the match, with Red Alliance leading by just a little bit. But there was a disabled robot on the Red Alliance towards the end, and you could see one of the Blue Alliance robots going into that corner there. That is their protected human alliance, human player zone. And so if you contact the Alliance's robot when they're in there, you get a minor penalty. So that could sway this match.
I think it was Ghost that was stuck in there.
I think it was Ghost, yes. And that was our #1 ranked team going into this match. Now, Cheesy Chips was ranked #3 earlier in the day. So this could have huge consequences.
Yeah, the other important thing to note is that was during endgame that contact was happening, and because Cheesy Chips was in their base zone and Ghost was right next to it in contact with them, Cheesy Chips was trying to kind of game the system a little bit and earn some extra penalties from being in both their base zone and coming in contact with the other Alliance robot.
It deservedly so. Cheesy Chips just had an amazing strategy there where they had to drive very little. You go, you get the human player artifacts, you just drive a little bit, and they just launch them. And that was one of the best cycle times I've seen between being loaded up from a human player to them out of the system, just in and out, in and out. Cheesy Chips just played that beautifully. And if you have an opposing alliance inside your protected area, you can't do much of anything because that is their strategy.
Yeah, and that's one of those things that you can only know that it's really kind of second nature for Cheesy Chips as a sister team of the legendary 254 Cheesy Poofs, the FRC team. That's, with that program and its substantial knowledge base, it's really kind of second nature for them to know the game and its intricacies and how to really optimize for situations like that.
Amazingly close, though. Up until that point, just an amazing close, even though we don't know how the penalties are going to look out. But just look at that score right there, 319 to 305. Cheesy Chips was just doing an amazing, just loading, unloading, unloading, unloading. And yet, the close near the goal was won by the Red Alliance.
Absolutely. Yeah, it was really outstanding performance from both alliances. You're not seeing scores of 300, over 300 to over 300 very frequently in competition. It's a really outstanding performance from both teams, and really impressive that they were able to hold in there even with that speed bump towards the end there.
Now, another thing about this match is I think only both alliances got the artifact ranking point, but I don't think they got either of the other 2 ranking points. So that could sway things. Even if Ghost Robotics ends up winning this, they could go down in rankings.
Yeah, and that's part of the game also. You really got to, when you're designing a robot, you have to choose, like, am I going to optimize for these motifs? Am I trying to maximize my RP? Because on the one hand, you maximize your RP, you're more likely to become a captain. But on the other hand, if you can just maximize your throughput, score as many artifacts as you can, you're a good robot. You're going to get picked by a captain, right? And so it's all of these decisions that really the design of the game influencing the decisions made for the robot.
Yeah, and those ranking points that you mentioned, it does kind of change throughout the course of a competition. Coming into the competition, throughout qualifications, ranking points, that's the name of the game. You need those ranking points. That is determining all of alliance selection. That's determining your rank. That's determining how how waterfall happens when first might pick second and then everything shifts. Even if you're not in the top 6, you still want to be up there because there's a chance you can become a captain. But then once you're in eliminations, ranking points don't matter that much. It's all about the points after that.
Yeah, but also because they didn't get, they didn't get all those ranking points. They have to either focus on ranking points or focusing on beating those really high scores in a lot of cases. Pattern is really hard to get the same amount of scores as it is to go for the artifact ranking point. And in that match, they clearly got the artifact ranking point, but they weren't able to slow down and get that pattern ranking point.
Yeah, it's tricky. It's tricky to get all of them. And it's those top teams that can differentiate themselves and focus on all of those aspects of the game simultaneously. Those are the teams that really, really distinguish themselves and will end up towards the top of the rankings after qualifications.
Absolutely.
It looks like we're about to head over to the Lovelace division with qualification match 53. Looking at gyrobotic droids on the Red Alliance, strong team coming into the competition, and they are currently ranked 9th. So it's going to be interesting to see, like we were just talking about, they're playing against rank 15. So those are two fairly high-ranked teams, and certainly there's a good chance that one of them will drop following this match.
And both have alliances that are also equal too. So
yes, exactly.
Mid-30s on both of them, so pretty even on both sides.
Yeah. Let's send it over to the Lovelace division with qualification match 53.
All right, and we have a score announcement for that last match. It is going to be a Red Alliance victory with a final score of 244 to 235, with the Red Alliance taking home 4 of the 6 ranking points as we move over now to field number 1.
Let's get this next match underway. Qualification 53 will begin in 3, 2, 1, go. And right away, both our Blue Alliance robots have launched all of their artifacts, and they've even released the gate to clear most of the artifacts from that classifier. Looks like Red Alliance has done the same. They've released the gate. Team 23 at 435, taking advantage of the artifacts that are dropping down from that ramp, being careful to let them hit the floor first, but then also intaking them and scoring them into that Red Alliance goal.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
That was an autonomous period both alliances should be proud of. Only 4 points
3,
separate these two
2,
alliances.
1.
Now, right away, one Blue Alliance robot hits the gate to clear the classifier. The other went straight into a loading zone. It was the Red Alliance's, but that's all right as long as you don't touch a Red Alliance robot. Now the Red Alliance is utilizing that loading zone. We see Team 20506 Technobot cycling back and forth between the loading zone and the small launch zone, shooting 3 from across the field with a pretty high degree of accuracy, but I think I just jinxed them on that shot. Looks like Team 20506, that's Technobots, is headed after some artifacts on the field, and now they've brought it back to the launch zone to score. Meanwhile, their partner 18142, that's the Blue Alliance robot, 18142 just scored 3. They came back, scored another 3. It is really neck and neck between both of these alliances as they both try to claw their way to the win. 45 seconds remain here in qualification at match 53. The Red Alliance has the lead, but not by much. Blue Alliance definitely has an opportunity to overtake this lead. We just saw a Blue Alliance score from 18142, when we just saw one more, as well as some shots come across the field from the Blue Bananas. Now the Red Alliance shoots their shot into the Red Alliance goal. That was Team 23 at 435 with another 3 for the Red Alliance, and their partners Technobots with another 2 before Technobots takes their position in the Red Alliance base zone along with their partner Gyrobotic Droids. 3, 2, 1. And time expires here in qualification at match 53. We're going to meet the teams on field number 2, and we're going to see
another really interesting match over on the Lovelace division with the Gyrobotic Droids really putting on a solid performance and proving that they deserve to be in one of those top slots right now.
Yeah, absolutely. The thing I noticed about them is that when they release from the gate, it's kind of hard to do it because the rule is the artifact has to hit the ground first, right? You can't just suck it in right from the ramp. It has to hit the ground, and they just do it. Amazing job. As soon as it releases, it hits the ground and then goes right into the robot. So they have that fine tune, and then they drive over close and launch them. And they're also extremely maneuverable and able to pick up from the ground very easily. So the strategy that they have there of quickly entering the gate, by the time they launch it, it goes down the ramp, they're already in position to open the gate and get it back in the robot.
Another really important thing to watch in these high-level teams is a functionality that people call shoot on the move. And so being able to go in, you saw it a few times when instead of cycling back to the gate, they would cycle in to the closed zone and pick up some loose artifacts that were just laying on the ground. And then as they're driving back to the gate, they can shoot those while they're driving and really, make each 1/10 of a second count.
Yeah, every single 1/10 of a second counts here. I mean, even as we saw before in the matches that was tied, right? In the middle of the match, Red was taking a lead because their cycles were more optimized, right? These small changes add up over the course of an entire match. And so having these very, very hyper fine-tuned special abilities or specific abilities is very, very important as we come even closer to our division finals here.
Yeah, and the Blue Alliance was also putting on a very, very strong performance. You see another close score as we're getting the scores coming up on screen right now. It was going to the Red Alliance, and yeah, fairly close score again. And we have equal fouls on both alliances. You see Gyrobotic Droids going up to 4th place.
Huge one with this one. Gyrobotics Droids gets one of those rare 6 ranking point games. Really impressive to be going up against a team that's on a similar keel and still get that pattern ranking point.
Yeah, and the other important thing to note is that these ranking points, not all of them are, only one alliance or the other alliance. Like in this match, we had the goal RP going to both alliances, and that's something that is, a whole other element of the game. Where in the old system, when it was just win-loss tie, it was kind of, if you don't get it, then your opponent does. But here, everybody can get some ranking points, and that's how you're able to see people moving up even when they lose.
Definitely, but I think we need to move on to this next match. We have the number 1 seed alliance, or number 1 seed team versus the number 2 seed team. All systems go. You can see near the front of that field, an Exodus in the back left corner. This is going to be a close one.
Yeah, really interesting setup to note right before we go into auto here. You have the Blue Alliance, both robots starting at the close goal. So that's not something that you see a ton. You see the Red Alliance, they're split, one's on far, one's on close. So it will be really interesting to see how this more non-standard auto strategy plays out for the Blue Alliance.
Yeah, and these are things you have to think about and practice and coordinate beforehand. It seems that they do have to move the robot. As one of the rules is your robot must start on a launch line, which is probably what the referee was instructing them to do. But this is such an odd configuration that really I don't think any other team that I've seen at least has, right? Both robots starting in the close zone. And so they definitely thought about how they can maximize their points in autonomous when their partner maybe is not as capable in autonomous. And this is a solution that they came up with, which we'll see, I guess, in the next match.
Yeah. Let's turn it over to our referees and the field staff for qualification match 54 on the Lovelace division.
And we got all systems go, so let's get this started in 3, 2, 1, go! All right, and we see movement from 3 of the 4 robots here on the field with both Red Alliance robots now moving. 10653 now going to try to grab as many of the artifacts as they can, making sure that they align themselves up very nicely. That's now 3 artifacts for 10653. We also see their alliance partner team 21239 also making sure that they can get as many artifacts as they can inside of their side of the field. With now 30030 now also going to try to grab artifacts and cycle them for the Blue Alliance as that closes out our autonomous period with a current score of 66-72, Blue Alliance in the lead.
3, 2, 1.
2 minutes on the clock and running right now with a current score of 78-82, Blue on the lead. We see a volley of artifacts being shot by one of the Blue robots, 30030 from the back over there. They set themselves up very nicely for a backward shooting while also tangling with 21239, both of them sharing the space very nicely and being very effective with their shooting. We see on closer to the front, we see 10653 now also trying to shoot as many as they can from close to the field, adding another 3 artifact volley to their side of the field. With 3216 also responding by trying to cycle artifacts as much as they can. We see now 21239 adding another cycle of artifacts. Hitting the mark right there, adding 2 more. We see a response also from 30030 adding 3 more artifacts to their side as well, making sure they don't fall behind from the Red Alliance. Currently, the score is 139 and 158, with the Blue Alliance having a very nice lead here. But the question is, can they keep it for the next minute and second? As you now see artifacts flying around, we see that these robots are now taking a more defensive approach, trying to really slow each other down with their scoring and try to make sure that there is no lead nor gain. With now 47 seconds on the clock and running, the Blue Alliance still has a very nice lead with another 3 artifact volley now being added, 2 more from 30030. 21239 also trying to grab as many artifacts as they can for their side of the field. 10653 positioning themselves very nicely now with another 3 artifacts for the Red Alliance as we now steadily approach the beginning of our end game period. With 21239 now slightly missing the mark, adding 1 more artifact to their side of the field as well as these robots now have to maneuver around each other to try to get those artifacts into their scoring points. With 15 seconds left now, 179 to 226, the Blue Alliance still has a very nice lead here. Can they keep it for these last 9 seconds now, with now robots now trying to fight for these artifacts, slowing each other down. No robot seems primed to park. There's going to be 1 parking. That is a partial parking. That's 2 partial parkings, and that's going to be game for field number 2. We're going to have to wait and see what the referees thought of this last explosive finish, but in the meantime, we'll take it back over to field number 1.
What an amazing match. And now we welcome back Ken. That was such an amazing match. I mean, seed number 1, seed number 2, neck and neck. The autonomous was 20 artifacts to 22 artifacts, nearly identical. And most teams aren't scoring that. So what did you guys think about the strategy there?
I think what was really a big contrast between this match and last match is this match had all the defense, where last match had none of the defense. And you could see how defense won matches. In this match, Exodus came into this, and they obviously wanted to win, but their robot broke mid-match, but that didn't slow them down. They went at it, and they clearly identified it all systems go as the main robot on the field, and so they just hounded them the entire match, and so for their alliance partner could just go and score.
Absolutely, right? It's so critical in those moments to know what you want to do next, right? Even that's a big difference between, right, a different tier of team is like, are you going to flounder in that situation for 10, 15 seconds and then move on to defense? Or is it going to be, all right, we have a game plan, let's pivot. Hey, that communication with your alliance partners, right? That's a big role of your drive coach of, hey, we've got to change our strategy. Here's how we adapt, and we saw them do that near flawlessly in that match.
Yeah, Lockheed Martin, NASA Artemis program, we practice contingencies. So even on the Artemis 2 mission, we had the astronauts practicing contingencies during the mission. They actually put on their pressure suit. They got out the seats as if they had a leak in the cabin. So you need to teach your students contingency plans. What happens if the shooter isn't working? What happens if it all falls apart? What do you do next? And they clearly practice contingencies. They didn't fall apart. And when you switch to defense mode, you need to know how not to get a penalty. And they clearly did that well too. Because the defensive rules, there's so many different ways to get a penalty in this match. You go into their protected zone, you hit their gate, you hold them against the wall too long, or you keep them from going to a certain area of the field for too long. Those all result in penalties. So if you know how to not get a penalty but also keep them from scoring, you're going to do well, even if everything falls apart.
Yeah.
And I mean, that defense was at the highest level, as Matthew was saying, because it's not only stopping your opponent from scoring, but also stopping your opponent from opening the gate. As we saw, the Red Alliance, they had a full classifier, and they're trying to get to their gate. The close spot determines the pace of the game. The close spot needs to open that gate so the far bot can try to score those artifacts from their far zone. But the Blue Alliance was defending the Red Alliance from opening their gate, effectively stopping even the far bot from the close zone, which is crazy, because if the far bot were to try to score, it would have those 3 artifacts would have been a third of their value, only like 1 artifact's worth. And so that was actually some next level defense that we just saw in this match.
Another note about Exodus, you mentioned the gate. Exodus continued to open their gate for their alliance partner. They didn't just lock in on defense. I've seen that a lot, where teams switch to defense mode and they forget about the rest of the match. They just hound the defense. But they kept doing all the jobs they could do. Like, they did as much as they could manage. And it was impressive.
That's one of the awesome things to see. I think we have the score from that match, if I'm not mistaken. It is the Red Alliance coming out.
Oh, this is a different match.
Different division. Saw the
impressive
animation.
match, though.
Jump scared
Still
me.
400 points? Wow.
402, 6
We're going to have to go back and watch that one and see how they did that.
That was a banger. But, right, that's one of the awesome things we see at the World Championship is just the elevated level of play. Those pivot options, the door is wide open for so many more things because your alliance partners just have a higher level of capability. It's not, a very limited set of options where it's like, well, I guess we're both going to play defense, right? Or I guess, we're limited in these ways. There's a lot of different minute details that even in those pivots, you can move towards.
And we got the scores back for that match, actually. Exodus climbing up to number 1, which is absolutely insane. It was a very close match, 261 points, 245.
And you see, you guys maybe not can see the scores, but the foul points that Exodus got were only 15, while the opposing alliance got 35 points. And I believe that possibly swung the match. Anyways, now we're going into another pivotal match. CSH, they have the high score of the event right now. And they unfortunately had technical issues their last match, but hopefully with Kraken Pinion ranked number 5, they can get back in the swing of things.
Absolutely. As we saw, in the previous match that we saw, CSH, they had issues with their autonomous. They drove from the close zone of the the close goal of the blue lines, and then straight all the way over to the other side and pin that robot, disable that robot. So hopefully they've remedied that issues, and we can see them at their best as they've had the rest of this tournament. And maybe, you know, this alliance is incredibly strong. Kraken Pinion, I mean, they're fifth seed. That tells you everything
Back-to-back
you know.
Wisconsin region champions, right?
Exactly.
There's a big opportunity here for CSH to get right back in it.
So hopefully we can see another event high score here. It's looking pretty promising.
We're good to go, and we can start this match in 3, 2, 1, go! We have pretty good action over here. It goes really well in the Blue Alliance. They are picking up those artifacts really quickly. They're just getting 1, 2, 3, 4. It's going so smoothly and so fast for an autonomous period. I have never seen that in quite a long time. It's really wonderful how they're doing it. So fast and so quickly. Let's see how it goes. Well, Team 25-95-7 has one of the artifacts stuck under.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. Three, two, one.
And we're good to go for the autonomous period. It got 1 or 2, 3, but it got out of the field. Let's see how it goes with the other one. Another one goes out of the field. Let's see, they want to hit a strike, but it goes out of the field. Whoa, lots of artifacts are floating all over the arena. This match has pretty good action with it. Overflow for the Blue Alliance. Let's see if the red one can match them up. They are having quite a struggle to keep up the pace, but they are not winning it. And finally, one game piece has finally kicked me. I was wondering how long it will take for that to happen. And we're overflow. That's great. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're full house at the Blue Alliance. The red one doesn't want to get left behind. And it's just missing one of them. But it prefers to keep the gate open in order to get more artifacts and more points. The Blue Alliance heads up. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It goes pretty well and pretty fast. It goes another 3, and another 3, and another 3. I can keep on counting how many artifacts that keep coming and coming and coming. But it's awesome, the flow that these robots have stated. 1, 2 more artifacts flowing over for the Red Alliance. They have full house. They prepare to get into track, and 1, 2, but they do not get properly into the point zone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6. It's like a meteorite. Ray, that it goes all over. We have less than 20 seconds left. We have reached the end game period. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for the Blue Alliance. Let's see how it goes with these last seconds. We only have left 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and we're all over here at this wonderful match that was packed with action. Let's hear all the cheers from the crowd because they have done a wonderful job.
What an amazing showing.
That is insane. I mean, I'm glad we saw CSH at their former glory. 420 points. That is remarkable. I mean, we're almost getting to like that world record level already in just a qualifier match, right?
Yeah, definitely. They played that so smoothly. CHH is, of course, playing close, and Kraken Pinion playing far, and they had a total of, I think, 131 artifacts in the match. Incredibly impressive.
Now let's move to qualification 58 of the Ross division. We have ARC and TGJ, seed 3, versus Fractal Fusion and Robolobos Fenrir with seed 7. This will be a very close match.
A different match. First off on this match, match 58. We have Fractal Fusion from Orlando, Florida, 27188. Give it up for him, guys. The Robo Lobos from Cedar Park, Texas, 23944. On the blue side of the field, from Kazakhstan, it's 33033 TGJ. And from Las Vegas, Nevada, it's Arc. Little Papa Smurf action with 18858. Stand by as soon as we have our head ref back, we'll run. All right, and here we go. In 3, 2, 1, go. Quick movement across the board. 23944, shooting from all the way in the back and hitting almost every time. Quick movement back and forth with Arc. Arc's loading up in the back and then firing out all three at a time. This is an interesting one. Check Papa Smurf out. He gets 3 and then shoots them all at once. Now, unfortunately, on that last one, they got 4, so we'll see how that affects them as we move forward.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. Three, 2, 1.
Okay, begin to drive around these robots very quickly. Quick movement over there. Cedar Park, Texas, shooting fine. And meanwhile, there goes Arc as well. Loading up. Taking a long shot, Kazakhstan, all the way from the back of the field. Missing a little bit off to the side, though. Some of these shots are going wild. Just hoping we get enough of them all at once. Oh, nice job there. Great job by Robo Lobos. Shooting deep, and hitting all 3 of them. Oh, there's another one there. Kazakhstan also shooting 3. Then shooting another 2. We've got Robo Lobos moving back and forth and gets grabbing them up. Arc is loading up Papa Smurf, shooting 3 at a time and making them all 3. Papa Smurf back for 3 more. Trying to make sure they only get 3 each time and not all. There we go. And they're going to shoot and score all 3. We've got Fractal Fusion lined up and boom, 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 one after another. They've released more of the artifacts and moving in place there. Back and forth goes Papa Smurf with 45 seconds left in his match. Papa Smurf has them loaded, shooting up and getting all 3 of those artifacts. Picking up quickly is Fractal Fusion, loading back up and shooting. Actually shooting on the run that time. And again, barely stopping long enough to shoot all 3 of those, and all 3 going right in. There we go. Papa Smurf and Arc both back and forth as we're down to 15 seconds left in this match. We've got a lot of artifacts flying left and right and center as we're now down to 7 seconds. Anybody gonna try for some last minute? 2, 1. Wow. Nice job by Fractal Fusion. As time ran out, they got themselves right in place to get those 10 points. Looks like we got maybe 10 points on the blue side with both robots partially in the square. We'll have your final score in just a minute. My friends, put your hands together.
simple concept, and you can start with a rookie, like beginner bot, and still perform very well at the first championships.
Yeah, so it was incredibly impressive. Like was said, so a lot of bots, you'll see flywheels, they often need a spin-up time. They need to get up to speed, and they also lose some velocity when you shoot. Now let's go to this replay and look at what was happening in this match. Here we see at the beginning of Teleop, at the full beginning of Teleop, they immediately go and shoot. They picked up 2 in auto, and it's just instant. They have
1 second here.
Yeah. They have it's just incredibly impressive. You can see they go, pick up from the gate, go right back, and just instantly they line up in a place that's very hard to defend, it must be said, and it's efficient.
Yeah, it's like, what do you do? And it's just this perfect combination of the gates being undefended, those secret tunnels being undefended, to their partner having that target of that high ranking on their back, right? You're against 2 robots. Which one are you going to defend? Probably the one with the higher ranking, and that leaves this catapult robot to go ham on that goal.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're just glowing over this catapult bot, but we do have to mention Red Alliance won this match, right?
Yes.
How'd they do it?
They were consistent, right? They didn't let the defense stop them. They were dynamic, kind of a very similar thing. I think the thing that got in the way was TCJ, I believe it was being defended, but it wasn't necessarily a committed defense, right? It was that opportunistic counter defense. You're like, hey, I'm here, right? I'm just going to bump you on my way to score, right?
Yeah.
Throwing them off their game while still actively scoring for their alliance, and that's what put them over the top.
Yeah, and just look how consistent they are. Just one after another, cycle after cycle. Go in, shoot, get 3 more, shoot. Missing very few, extremely accurate.
Definitely.
And check that out. It's just minor bumps and getting in the way of that Blue Alliance robot all while they're at it.
Yeah, and I mean, Matthew mentioned this before, but like, going back to the catapult robot, because it's just so amazing to see, right? But that ability to launch the artifacts right after autonomous is actually like a huge ability that flywheel robots struggle with, because you need to remain stationary between autonomous and teleop periods. And as we saw in like the Washington Championships, I believe it was Creative Minds and High Definitions, they lost their regional championships because of this. Their flywheel shooter wasn't up to speed when they shot their first 3 artifacts in the tally-up period, and that small minuscule gap is what cost them that championship. And so seeing these trade-offs between the different types of launchers, right, these flywheels, these catapults, is incredible to see. The simplest thing has many advantages as well. Just because everyone is doing a flywheel shooter doesn't mean that's necessarily the best thing. There's pros, there's cons, and everything in between.
That's where I'm really excited to see how it all shakes out, right? Like, we're seeing all these different types of robots find ways to succeed in their own unique way, and all of these different combinations.
Yeah, but let's go back over to the Lovelace division this time for Qualification 58.
Volley of 3 artifacts and cycling from their gate. We see 2-1-4-3-0 now going to add their own 3 artifact volley as well. 9-7-9-1 is immediately going to start to cycle that, adding another volley as they try to be fast and really increase the gap between them and the Red Alliance. 9-7-9-0 is being relentless now, adding another 3 artifact volley as their alliance partner team 2-1-4-3-0 is going to try adding and supporting as well from the artifacts that spill over in the back.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
Current score 25-81 as we transition into teleop.
3, 2, 1.
And 2 minutes on the clock and running now with the current score of 28-97, Blue Alliance up. We see 9-7-9-1 now, going to try to grab more artifacts from the human players though, and 2-1-4-3-0 going to spring in as well to assist. On the red side of things, we see 1-3-5-3-2 is going to try to cycle now some artifacts with their alliance partner team. 2-3-9-4-9 also going to try to cycle some as well, adding around 2 artifacts to their side of the field. 2-1-4-3-0 is going to try to grab some more artifacts from their human player side. Going to cycle in a few artifacts, 1-2 from them. 9-7-9-1 is still going to also try to cycle 3 more artifacts for the Blue Alliance as they go for another cycle from within the gate. Current score right now, 49-169 as the score keeps climbing with a current time of 1 minute and 16 on the clock. 9791 still adding more from their human player with a 1-3. With a 1-3-5-3-2 now, also going to try to grab from the neutral loading zone, as it seems as if they're trying to be slowed down by 9791 as they maneuver in and out. But 1-3-5-3-2 is now going to position themselves to make sure that they can score very nicely into their side of the field. 2-3-9-4-8 is also going to follow suit, dropping the gate and letting those artifacts spill out to the red side of the field with a current time right now of 46 seconds on the clock and running. 2-1-4-3-0, going to try to cycle more artifacts, just missing the mark ever so slightly, along with Alliance partner 9791, as tactics have now slightly changed, as it seems as if 1-3-5-3-2 and 2-3-9-4-8 is going to go for an early parking now, along with the Blue Alliance robot 2-1-4-3-0 also lining themselves up for a nice park. With 24 seconds on the clock and running, it seems as if 9-7-9-1 is now going to keep cycling more artifacts on their side of the field, with now a full gate on their side and one more artifact for the road. It seems as if now 2-1-4-3-0 is going to set up for the park and now extending their pistons down, with 9-7-9-1 going to go for one more volley. With now 5 seconds on the clock and running, we see our robots trying to position themselves for parking with 1 second. That's going to be it for this match on field number 2. With controllers down, we're now going to take it back over to field number 1 for the rundown of what to expect.
Yeah, let's get to know these
Well,
teams.
that was a pretty high-scoring match. It was impressive to watch them go at it. It was also cool to see, that whole communication thing we've been talking about with defense and what your role in the match is really came to play in the end of that match. It may not have changed the outcome of the match, but as you saw, that one team went for a climb, but didn't quite manage to get that double climb because they just was this mismatch in communication. You could see them flailing their arms around, trying to get them to fix the issue. But yeah,
right. And those things are going to happen. But I think there was a lot of good communication that went on before the fact too. Right? They recognized that they were in a position where climbing was the best way to secure additional rank points. Right? Wasn't going to affect the outcome of the match, but that's how they were going to be successful long term. Right? And it may not have panned out, but they're having those types of communications there, right, when they need to, even after they're getting in a groove there, right? Because it's really easy when you're in a groove to just stay in that groove, but to have that ability to pause and go, what is the right decision here? Absolutely critical.
You can see at the end of the game there, both red and blue got inside their bases and both waited for that 20-second mark and both started lifting. And I always love to see that. And you always get that little bit of drama to just go, oh, are they going to get the park underneath?
Definitely.
Yeah. That's one of the things I think we're going to start to see, right? We're seeing some top teams emerge, seeing kind of the range of what teams are scoring. Those end game points and who's quicker there, right, can absolutely be a difference maker. Because in terms of your points per second, some teams' end games may be worth it, some teams may not, and that's really like, if a team has a really fast 10, potentially 20 points if they're working with a partner, that's huge over another scoring cycle.
Definitely.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, and now we're going to another very interesting match. We have KAP. They came into this competition with a lot of high scores out of Kazakhstan. And then you have Terabouts out of California. It is going to be fascinating to watch this match.
And we are off once again for match 58. The Red Alliance features 27,674 Cap. And they are joined by 11,444 the Garnet Squadron. They will be opposed by 26,501 the Red Scales, as well as 14,525 the Terabats. As we get into the action here, 39-18 is the early score, courtesy of Cap, nailing another couple.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. Three, two, one.
That gong has sounded. Teleop is underway, and that's the state we will remain in for the remaining 2 minutes of the match. 11,444, hailing from Columbia, South Carolina, going to play some defense for just a second against the Terabats. Terabats are going to bob and weave down through their own depot to hit that gate. Meanwhile, for the Red Alliance, Cap doing what they did best. And Auto, our friends from Kazakhstan, shooting from all over the field at the moment. Incredible offensive versatility from this team. On the Blue Alliance, the Red Scales, 5-5 on the year. They are going to ready a shot of their own. For the Red Alliance cap, once again firing a couple, hitting a couple emerald green artifacts into that ramp. Those classified pieces are 3 points apiece as a reminder. With 53 seconds left, the Red Alliance is ahead by 45. Plenty of time for the Blue Alliance to change that. 11-4-44 clearly showed up, showing their Gamecock pride. They are from Colombia. They are going to ready up another shot, but not before facing down against the Terabats, who are in midfield. The Red Scales go just low, owing to the defensive effort by the Garnet Squadron. Meanwhile, on the far side, your side of the blue field, we have the Red Scales. They are going to ready up in their own loading zone, as their human player has lined up 4 pieces, 3 of which they can grab. 14-5-25, the Terabats once again going for that park. 3, 2, 1. And it looks like a full and a partial for both sides, but that is at the score.
What a match. That was pretty solid. KAP showing their strengths along with Garnet Squadron 11-4-4-4. Terabats put on a very good show, but just weren't quite able to keep up.
Yeah, that's it. There's going to be matches like that, but great performance from both alliances nonetheless. And here at the desk, a new challenger approaches. Go ahead, introduce yourself.
Hey everybody, my name's Mike Simmons. I am a coach up in Excelsior in upstate New York, and I've been having the pleasure to be one of the Ross voices so far this weekend at Champs. It's been absolutely phenomenal. Thanks for having me.
Of course, thank you.
Good to see you guys. Absolutely.
What's it been like on the field, right? What's the energy like?
I was going to say the energy has been fantastic. I just saw it here on the end of the last match that you guys had up with Terabats, but I love, in a positive way, those expressions at the end of a match where all the hands go up to their heads. That can be for good or for ill, but just the buy-in from these kids. They've worked so hard this season, right? And it's all come down to this, where most of these teams are 4 to on the verge of 5 matches in. We're about to take our night break at match 70, I think, across the divisions. But the enthusiasm has just been off the charts. You know, there's a couple rookie teams here, at least in Ross, that I've had a lot of fun interacting with. And then our most experienced and senior teams, they're putting up some tremendous scores.
Definitely. And we're about to see some of those in this next match. It is in the Goodall division, and we have 62-72 Iron Eagles Prime, who is currently ranked first in the division, against 12-6-8-2, who is currently ranked 2 in the Goodall division. And additionally, both of their alliance partners are ranked 45th and 47th, so it's going to be likely a very even match.
Yeah, and that's what we want to see here, right? We want to see what these robots can do, especially like at the first championship. Ranking, especially towards the bottom, sometimes is luck of the draw of the schedule, right? Sometimes you just get, especially in your first couple matches, things don't shake out. So those rankings are really tough to say, you know, what the strengths of those partners are. Really interested to see how these teams adapt to each other's strengths and weaknesses and what strategy they try to pull out in this match to make the best use of their alliance.
Yeah, especially with a ranking point system, the best thing you can do is just being consistent, right?
Sure.
Even if you don't win the match, you have 3 other ranking points that you can attain. And if you get all those ranking points, that's basically equivalent to winning, as winning is 3 of those ranking points. And so just your win-loss ratio really isn't the end of the world at all, especially because of the new system in terms of advancement points to getting here. But it'll be very interesting to see how the leaderboard shifts as we go into division finals and see our new alliances.
Yeah, that's definitely the case. And it'll be fascinating to see because looking at the ranking score, not a single team has gotten a perfect schedule. The highest ranking score of any team, there are 3 or 4 teams that have 5.25. That means in every single one of their matches, they've scored at 5, but they have not gotten 6 in all of their matches. that means that those 3 ranking points that you can get even during a loss are going to make a huge difference because a lot of the high-ranked teams are under 5 ranking points.
And we know it'll balance out later in the weekend, but I know in Ross, probably 20 matches ago, and forgive me for not having it on simple recall, but one of the, I think, maybe ranked number 3, they only got 1 ranking point in a given match, and they tumbled right out of the top 10. It makes all the difference, and certainly that'll even out a little bit more as we get later into tomorrow, right, on just averages. But you're so right about how impactful they can be. You can't play for the win, still pick up as many of the RP as you can because that will benefit you on that captaincy or making a great resume to be a partner on Saturday morning.
Absolutely.
And yeah, it's absolutely right. That tumble, they may still be performing well, but it's about having that control of your own destiny, right? You want to be able to build the alliance that you want to be able to build and specialize around that, especially here at the championship. There's 8 alliances, right? There's no backups, right? You pick a second robot, so you're rolling with those 3 robots for the entirety of the competition. There's a level of certainty in that, right? And there's also a level of flexibility you can have. You can go, hey, especially on your lower seeded alliances, maybe like hey, we want to try this type of partner for this, and then your back-to-back picks, right? We want to try a different type of partner, so we have those options, that flexibility. When you get into the round robin, you're playing against 5 totally separate other alliances that you've never scouted to that point as well. So having the ability to not be pigeonholed into a single strategy is huge there.
And
Definitely, and it looks like we're about to move on to this match here in the Goodall division. Yeah. Well, with a little bit more time.
So we're going to have Iron Eagles Prime, the first seed of the Goodall division, against the Golden Ratio, the second seed. This is going to be an incredibly close match. As you can see, Golden Horn Jr. is 45th and Fusion is 47th. So these alliances are genuinely evenly ranked. This is going to be a very, very close matchup, just looking at the seeds alone here.
And yeah, the capability of these higher ranked teams could skyrocket these lower ranked teams. Because as you go down the ranking score, at least right now, it's just too close. So if you started with like 3, I don't know, 2 ranking point matches, and then you suddenly get 6, you'll just bump up the order.
Yeah, and this is for these higher ranked teams. This is where the rubber meets the road. This is the prove you're the number 1 ranked team versus the number 2 ranked team, right? What are you going to do to be the best robot on this division? And that's what we're going to see coming up in just a moment here on the Goodall division.
Yeah, have you gotten lucky this far, right?
Yeah.
Or is it undisputably you are the number 1? Or in this case, number 2, because it could swing either way. Absolutely.
Exactly.
As the obelisk emerges from deep within the ground, it shows motif number 1. That is the final piece we need to start match number 64. We'll begin in 3, 2, 1, go. Away we go for match 64. The artifacts once more continue to soar through the sky like an eagle. All 4 of our teams, Iron Eagles, Golden Horn, Fusion, Golden Ratio, keep those artifacts flying into their classifiers, but the Blue Alliance seems to have gotten a bit more dialed in.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. Three, 2, 1.
63 to 58. Only 5 points separate these teams at the start of this teleoperated period. So that means the Golden Ratio is going to get right to work while Fusion plays a little defense against the Iron Eagles Prime. There goes the blue classifier, emptying of its artifacts. Looks like Fusion is going to go the route of the dutiful defender for the Blue Alliance, while it takes some time to take some shots of its own. That is a rather impressive looking back plate Fusion has on their robot. Some nice laser cut logos along with the names of all their team members. How sweet. 62-72, Iron Eagles continues to fill up the next round of the Red Alliance classifier. Right behind them is the Golden Horn with the legendary Serpent Machine Jormungandr. Our Blue Alliance still hard at work. The Golden Ratio going back and forth from the goal to the gate, back to the goal, and back to the gate, or in this case, the loading zone. With 40 seconds left, Blue has increased their lead.
This is number 2 proving themselves out.
Yeah. Oh wait, we can. Are we live?
As we hit the final stages of match 64, the robots still hard at work. The driver still locked in and focused, like the Golden Ratio, picking up another trio. Getting into a bit of a pushing match with Golden Horn as Iron Eagles send another trio soaring high. 5, 4, here come the Parks in 3, 2, 1. That ends the match.
What an incredible match. I mean, we have 303 points, it's 212. 92 artifacts, almost far beyond that 67 threshold there, but we're almost getting to the 100 artifacts here for a lot of these matches, right? This is a very, very rare occurrence. I guess at the highest level of competition, it almost feels normal, but to contextualize it, it's very, very difficult to score 92 artifacts. How do you guys think that Alliance got that consistency and really pushed forward to get that through?
We've got out of auto, I think to my record, it was 57-42 for blue, right? So we talked about before the game, Golden Ratio, rank 2, is it going to be them or are we going to go over to Prime? Could 2 up their stock and really prove out who they are? And I think not only did they do that, but a team 92 for 1 bot, we know that Fusion was in the mix there, right? We could go back to a rewatch, but there was perhaps the opposite but even better case coming into that ranked 47. Maybe they had a strength of schedule that was really, really tough for them to move through their partners in the past. That combined 92 artifact, I think that's telling perhaps more for Fusion than for Ratio.
Yeah, definitely. So going into this match, sometimes we talk about OPR, offensive power rating, or offensive power rating. That's kind of how many points you're expected to be scoring in a match. And going into that match, Fusion, it had actually a negative OPR, and that kind of proves that they can be useful on the surface level for getting a feel for teams, but sometimes they're just clearly either inaccurate or teams have had bad luck, and you just never know.
And that's where you look at the Blue Alliance, right? You watch the Blue Alliance compared to the Red Alliance, and there's just a confidence with which they're completing, their objectives. that the Red Alliance just didn't have there. Blue, they're driving to their objective. They know exactly what they want to do. They're primed. They're ready to do it. You compare a cycle from red to blue in that match, right? The primary scorers, and blue is in and out of their loading zone, of their opponent's secret tunnel, of their key for launching, in and out. They're never in one spot for long. Their partners lining up, maybe, oh, two, should we chase down that third artifact, right? Excuse me, their opponents, right?
Yeah.
Not quite sure what their next move is, and constantly evading these Blue Alliance robots, making it really tough for them to focus on what they're good at. And that's the mind game, the mental that, these top teams that are proving themselves aren't getting stuck in, right? It's we know what we came to do, we're here to do it, and we're very capable of doing it. We're not going to let anything slow us down.
Definitely that's the case. I also, a big shout out to the human player in that match, because Fusion was mostly getting from the human player zone, and you could see the human player line up those artifacts in a way that would help them. Now we're going to move on to the Ross division, Qualification 63. The teams to watch in this one are Ghost Robotics and Brainstorms, ranked number 2 and 18. Ghost Robotics we've seen put up, I think, over 400 scores in the past.
Yeah, I mean, Robusta is still nothing to sneeze about either, right? Like, they've been putting up pretty good scores throughout their competition, and even if the rankings are 2 and 18 or 32 and 55, it doesn't tell the full story, especially with these early matches where teams have only played 3-4 matches. So maybe we'll see an upset here, and we'll see a very big swing in the rankings.
I mean, we could see exactly the same thing we just saw, right? There's teams that their ranking isn't reflective of their true capability to perform themselves and perform and adapt to their alliance partner's strategy and their opponent's strategy throughout the match.
Yeah, so let's get into this match.
Let's get ready for match 63 in 3, 2, 1, go! And the bots are off. Ghost Robotics first to score. Brainstorm's not far behind. Neither is Ricochet Robotics. 3 more artifacts for the Brainstorms, and 3 more for their partners. Red Alliance really pushing up their score in the live scoring. Ghost Robotics gets 1, 2 more for the Brainstorms. Blue Alliance seems to be done with auto with 6 seconds remaining. Red Alliance in the 30s. And we've got 4 more artifacts going on in as time
Drivers,
expires.
pick up your controllers. Three, 2, 1.
And the drivers take control. Red Alliance with a 25-point lead. Going in, Brainstorm's picking it up. And 3 more artifacts for Ghost Robotics. That's 35-65. 26-907. And Ricochet Robotics scoring for the Blue Alliance, getting those artifacts on in and dumping the gate so their human player can get ready. Brainstorm's taking advantage, grabbing those artifacts. 1, 2, 3 going on in. 2 more for Ghost Robotics. 1 just barely bouncing out. Ricochet Robotics dumping those artifacts on in. Robusta seems to be having a little bit of trouble. Hopefully they can find it and get their robot back in gear. Brainstorms grabbing more artifacts. 1, 2, 3, and it's good. 3 more for the Brainstorms. 3 more for the Brainstorms and Ghost Robotics. Ricochet lining up. 1, 2, 2 bouncing out. 1 going in. Red Alliance in the 200s at 45 seconds left. Blue Alliance still at 66. Robusta is on the move and firing artifacts. They're picking some up, trying to catch up for the Blue Alliance, but I'm afraid they may not have enough time. We've got many artifacts going in for the Red Alliance. That's, I think, 5 in the air? It's hard to count all these artifacts, folks. It is a lot going in for the Red Alliance. Red Alliance breaking that 300-point threshold. 20 seconds remaining. Blue Alliance still looking at the 100-point threshold. 2 more for Brainstorms, 3 more for Ghost, and 3 more for Brainstorms. Brainstorms continuing to dump artifacts on in. 3 seconds left. We've got robots in parking positions, and time expires.
Match 63, I'll take it. I was on Ross all morning, and we've been going back and forth with Ghost and Quantum all day. Coming into that match, Quantum had punched their ticket through to dinner. They were done for the day, 5-0, ranked first. Ghost, with that win with Brainstorms, those two teams were great complements to each other. Brainstorms has been really effective and efficient. I do want to briefly shout out the human player from Ricochet. I just got to give him his flowers. I've been at sideline field voice all afternoon or all morning, and that kid is one of the most enthusiastic human players we have, I think, in the room. He's been an absolute delight. So Ricochet, if you're out there, shouts to you as well. But Ghost did the thing with 335 or so, I think, in the raw accounting. Beautifully done, and that will put them right in neck and neck with Quantum as we go into the overnight.
Definitely.
I think I'll jump in. I was going to say, like, watching that Red Alliance, they complemented each other so well,
yes.
like you were saying.
Yes.
When one would duck, the other would dodge. They were ducking and weaving with each other. It was incredible, right? I think in Autonomous even, the gate jammed at one point and some artifacts overflowed, but it worked perfectly fine because it went into their partner's robot. Like, it was, these two robots were in lockstep with each other the whole match.
Another big thing, and we've talked about this some, but especially as when we were coming into this event, a common discussion in the FDC space was far versus close spots and the balance of those in divisions. So we'll talk about that later. But let's get into this match. We have
Brainstorm.
the giant. I can't pronounce that. Brainstem Robotics, Diencephalic Brainstem Robotics.
Number 1 in the division.
Number 1 in the division with Stealth Robotics, one of those remaining teams. And let's get into this.
Same move from all 4 robots at the start of this match. Here we see 2 artifacts already on red. I see a completely filled out Blue Alliance classifier now being cleared. Team 8393 Brainstem going back and trying to recycle those artifacts there, and they do successfully recycle them, scoring again and again, racking up those points for the Blue Alliance. Now seeing 3.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
Now seeing 3 artifacts on the Red Alliance side as well. Looks like we also have a few robots leaving those launch lines.
3, 2, 1.
And now we're in Teleop. That's a completely full Blue Alliance classifier again being cleared out as we head into Teleop here. Over also on the Blue Alliance team 18255, Stealth Robotics launched from across the field using that launch zone that is closer to the audience here. Back over on red, I'm seeing 26073 Beaverbots picking up a few of those artifacts there. I see 5 now being cleared out from that Red Alliance classifier. Beaverbots 26073 not done, moving back into position, picking up and recycling those artifacts there. Their alliance part of 27679, CDC Tech. Looks like they are over by the Blue Alliance classifier there. Looks like an FTA has been called over here. We may have to, well, let's hope they get back up and running. They've still got over a minute left in this match to get back on their feet. Their alliance partner still has their back. They're still scoring. They've got 3 that they've just recycled from the classifier there, and they scored them again, picking up some of the artifacts close to this Red Alliance depot back here at the back of the field, counting 5 now in the Red Alliance classifier. Back over on blue, 8393 Brainstem, wasting no time with all the extra artifacts over on that side of the field, scooping them up, going to that launch zone, shooting and scoring. 30 seconds on the clock.
Their alliance partner 18255. Stealth Robotics in a bit of a tussle here. 20 seconds left. Looks like they are in that base zone alongside their alliance partner. And look at this. Looks like they are getting ready to maybe lift up here. They still got 8 seconds. We'll just have to wait and see what happens here. 2 seconds left on the clock. And that's time. Looks like all 4 robots making that good faith effort to try and park and get those parking points to round out this match.
That was quite an eventful match.
Yeah, an unfortunate break there for the Red Alliance.
Ouch.
Getting stuck, potentially the robot losing power there. It looked like they were starting to get back up towards the end of the match, but still stuck on that field element. Not quite what you want to see out of that.
Yeah, the big deal out of that, we've seen this a lot in previous events, but not so much here at Worlds. Every single artifact that they let out of that gate as an opposing alliance member counts as an additional 15-point major penalty. Additionally, that gives the pattern ranking point to their opponents. So this could be absolutely massive for Brainstem because I don't think they were on track necessarily to get the pattern in itself. I could be corrected on that, but very few matches have all 6 ranking points, and I think this is one of them.
This could potentially be one of those. And I was surprised, honestly, going into that match to see how little defense Brainstem was facing, right? The #1 ranked team, typically that's going to be the easy choice for a defender, but they were trying to lock down their partner, and that left Brainstem wide open for those consistent back and forth cycles, and then partnering that with just the breakdown on that Red Alliance, blue big opportunity there.
Definitely.
And if they pull all 6 ranking points, that's a nice gift going into the overnight.
It's
They're sitting on a perfect
amazing
5
gift.
undefeated right now.
Exactly. They're going to keep their throne, right? I mean, they're just going to stay first. They won't be touchable if they're getting the 6th ranking point until later on.
I suspect we might hear quite a cheer if all those penalty points come in. It could
very
be an
low
insane
cheer.
score, right?
Yeah.
If every artifact was
almost
because
certainly.
they also possess additional artifacts later on the ramp.
Yeah, no, definitely. There's a rule that came into play midway through the season as a very official rule that here we can look at the replay now, and you can see here on the Blue Alliance side we have the Red Alliance bot sitting at that gate, unfortunately stuck. It hurts to see it. They get moving again temporarily, but it for whatever reason they just had an unlucky match.
And of all the things, right, we're talking all day about, hey, going in your opponent's secret tunnel and what a liability that is. They're in their own tunnel. Like, that's where they're supposed to feel safe, and that just getting hung up on that field element is just an unfortunate turn of events.
Definitely. Next match that we're going to go to is in Lovelace. We have #1 ranked All Systems Go. It should be a very fascinating match.
All Systems Go showing a very strong, consistent performance throughout this entire tournament. I mean, they're just such a consistent team here. Going against Ultraviolet and Frost Rebel Falcons, the ranking points really, or the rankings, I should say, really don't tell the entire story here. These teams do score a lot, and I'm really interested to see the dynamics.
Yeah, definitely. And correction, All Systems Go is ranked 7th. That's because they won against Exodus earlier in the day, and it was a really close match, but they just lost out. So this could be good for All Systems Go, like you said, going into the overnight and their rankings.
And will it push them above 500? They're sitting at 2-2 right now. Their qual average so far 123-7. Here we go.
2, 1, go. And it begins. Let's quickly meet the teams here on the blue lines. We got 23-268 Ultraviolet, and they're joined by 10-136 Frost Robo Falcons. Over on the red alliance, we got 21-239 All Systems Go, and they are joined by 15549 DCHS Rundells. And that's going to take us to the end of Autonomous here. Let's see what these teams can do.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
Let's see what they can do in teleop.
3, 2, 1.
All right, Teleop, we got 4 robots active. Robo Falcons immediately launches those 3 artifacts, and they do get them, and Ultraviolet's following up as well. Blue Alliance filled up their classifier ramp all the way up to 6, and they are going to choose to empty it. Red Alliance chooses to do the same, as Rundell's decides to empty the classifier ramp. They got 3 more artifacts, and they are going to fill that up and immediately empty it again. All systems go rushing around. They might have one of the fastest and spinniest spots I've ever seen. But they are also in that back and forth from the human player zone to that back far shot. They get 1 out of those 2 shots that they try to fire. Little bit of pushing from All Systems Go to try to mess up Robo Falcons. It looks like it did not make a difference, though. Those 2 shots did happen to go in. 2 high-flying balls from Robo Falcons. 1 of the 2 goes in. We got Rundell's continuing to make quick work of this lob 3 into the classifier ramp and load them back up for reshooting. Very nice, very efficient. They really haven't been troubled most of the time as we get to the last 50 seconds here. 209 points to 193 points currently favoring Blue. Let's see what this is going to go for. We got Robo Falcons lobbing up there, followed by Ultraviolet. They're going to go ahead and empty the classifier ramp with around 35 seconds left in this match. Robo Falcons trying to hit me in the face, but I parried it. All Systems Go picks up a couple more artifacts from the human player zone. They're going to try to go back up to this front shot as endgame begins. Now we have to be careful of where we are driving our robots. We don't want to be driving into the wrong place. Little bit of shoving. Robo Falcons wants to make a couple last shots. Same with All Systems Go. We're down to the last 5 seconds here. Rundell's going to go for a quick park. A little bit too much excitement from both.
That was a really close match. 80 artifacts to 83 artifacts. 2 pattern and auto for the Red Alliance, 4 pattern and auto for the Blue Alliance. Let's talk about this.
I mean, that's one of those matches you just feel good about, right, as a team, right, coming out of it. You look at even the other stats. 0 overflow artifacts for either alliance. For the amount of scoring, that's just good cycling.
And our scores are coming up now with the, this is the,
separate match. Yeah, it just was efficient cycling from all of the teams. Really impressive by All Systems Go to bring home that win and hopefully secure their way a little bit further into tomorrow. Now, we have an update on that one match with the massive amount of gate penalties with Brainstem Robotics. Let's go over to the replay now. 865 with penalties.
855, yeah.
To 126 on Red Alliance. Worth noting, the no penalty score was somewhere around 270, which is still an incredibly respectable score, but that just shows how consequential that penalty can be. You do not want to get disabled there. It's just unfortunate. Yeah.
Of note, though, Brainstem still in that #1 ranked position, but they didn't get that 6th RP. That pattern RP not attained by them, oddly enough, obtained by the Red Alliance there. So all 6 earned across both alliances, but it's just the 5, not the perfect 6 from the Blue Alliance, even with those penalties.
Definitely. Now, I believe we are going to another match over in the Franklin division. We have #3 Alliance, One Small Step for Axolotl against East Ranking Robotics out of Mississippi, #5 ranked. And High Voltage, #9 on the Red Alliance, and Mecha Manus is #33. So this could be a close one. This could be slightly lopsided, but we're going to see if any of these teams can overtake Brainstem Robotics. They're in the same division. If they can get those ranking points, this could move things around.
We see the announcer Barry there making a little fun as they're getting the stage set, pulling a wave on field. The Red Alliance could do a great job to increase their stock as they go into the overnight. 9-3 together. They pull down 5 ranking points here. That'll suit them very well as they head to bed tonight.
Yeah, that helps you sleep at night.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, especially High Voltage sitting just outside the top 8 there. bumping into 8, 7, potentially even 6 based on how the rankings shake out.
What's funny, though, is that a lot of these teams really aren't sleeping at night. I mean, even last night at 11, 12 a.m., I'm walking around visiting my friends' hotels. They have conference rooms that are completely booked, just 4, 5, 6 teams even just practicing for literally hours on end. And this is the type of precision, this is the type of training that you need in order to save those milliseconds off your cycles, the tens of seconds off your cycles, in order to get just those small points, that small advantage as you go to the division finals.
Definitely.
It's not robotics, it's a lifestyle.
Yes, that's what they say.
For sure, for sure. It looks like we're about to get started on this match, so let's let Barry take it away.
T-minus 3, 2, 1, go. All right, if you're joining us in from the webcast, this match promises to be exciting. We have 3 teams in the top 10 in this match. And this match has got everything you want. We've got axolotls, we've got mantises, we've got pretty paint jobs and funny hats. What more can you want from a match? So far, we have 51 points to 48 with 8 seconds left of this autonomous mode. Blue Alliance autonomous modes run into each other, giving red free reign to keep scoring.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. Three, 2, 1.
And it is a 4-point difference with Blue Alliance taking the lead. Red Alliance has the Axolotls that are currently 3rd ranked, and Blue Alliance has East Rankin Robotics that is 5th ranked. Blue Alliance currently in the lead. Red Alliance coming awfully close, but here comes Blue and here comes Red. 1 minute, 40 seconds. A misfire by the Red Alliance, and 2 more plus 3 more in for Blue. Axolotl scoring another. Team 18108 is a 9th ranked team, another top 10 team, but at the moment they're not moving. Hopefully the FTAs can help them get it working in the next minute and 20 seconds. Blue Alliance has taken a massive lead in advantage of a 2 versus 1 match so far. Axolotl scoring for Red, playing a little bit of defense on their way back. All right, 18108, Johnny 5 is alive. All 4 robots are running again. Can they take the time next minute to catch it back up? They're down by 60, but can they do it with 2 teams in the top 10? Mantises scoring for Blue. East Rankin scoring for Blue. Here come Axolotls. 2 in from the Axolotls. Both Mantises and East Rankin both scoring for Blue. Here's East Rankin once again, currently ranked number 5, releasing the gate and intaking the artifacts immediately. 25 seconds left. Blue Alliance getting near 300 points. Both Red and Blue scoring simultaneously with 10 seconds left. 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1.
So they're called one small step for an axolotl. I will say one small step for great defense. That is a beefy bot. They are not small and delicate like their namesake at all. I was watching them in the smaller launch zone on the backside, and they were holding up against that Blue Alliance, unable to get moved off their mark and doing quite a bit of defensive play in reverse, throwing the Red Alliance off their mark time and time again. Really, really great work on the robot build and their defensive play. Big and beefy.
Definitely. It's very unfortunate that High Voltage had some sort of disconnection or issue in that match, because it's clear that Mecha Mantises, who are ranked 33rd going into this, had solid scoring, and they just must have gotten some unlucky matches going into this. East Rankin Robotics, of course, doing a great job. I think it would have been an incredibly close match without those failures. But moving on, let's go to the Jackson division and see another #1 ranked team go against another strong team It Solar, I believe in Texas, has been an incredibly strong team this year. And they're with Enigma against Infinity Tech, who has one of those highest average ranking points.
Getting into the weeds here, what does ItCan need to do to be the Kingslayers in this match, right? They want to end here ideally in the top 4, right?
Yeah.
And I guess we'll have to see here as we're about to start the match.
3, 2, 1, go! All right, folks, the robots are off. Currently 5 in the Red Alliance, and looks like 4 in the Blue Alliance. Let's meet the teams. On the Red Alliance, we have 19163 MLP with their alliance partner 13684 Infinity Tech. Meanwhile, in the Blue Alliance, we have 16265 Enigma and 19564 ItCon Solar.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
As we exit the autonomous period, score is 64-55, a 9-point difference.
3, 2, 1.
And the robots are off for their driver control period. Red Alliance, Infinity Tech scores 3 more for the Red Alliance. Meanwhile, we have ItCon Solar scoring 2 for the Blue Alliance. ItCon Solar moves up to shoot. They shoot 3, get 2. Artifacts are flying everywhere. We have Red Alliance, Infinity Tech clearing the Red Alliance classifier. Meanwhile, we have Prometheus, we have MLP continuing to move and score for the Blue Alliance and Red Alliance. MLP seemingly pushing all the artifacts into a Infinity Tech's intake. Now, one thing to note, folks, on the Red Alliance, we currently have Infinity Tech, who is currently in first place in the division. And on the Blue Alliance, we have ItCon Solar, who is currently in 6th place. So a victory in this match could very well get these teams in a position to be Alliance captains in the near future. We have roughly 45 seconds, folks, with a score of 191 to 118, with Red Alliance filling up their classifier ramp and moving 3 into overflow. Once again, if Red Alliance wins, it secures Infinity Tech's first place. However, if Blue Alliance wins, it could move ItCon Solar up to 5th or even 4th place. 30 seconds remaining, and we still have Red Alliance in the lead. 20 seconds starts the end game period. Ten seconds. 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Once again, a high-scoring match.
Well, ItCan didn't quite manage it, unfortunately. The Blue Alliance played a spectacular match, but it seemed like, so ItCan came to this event with a rebuild off of their state robot. And there were some really cool things with that, which we'll look at on the replay in a second. But there seemed to be some issues with their turret that they had to manually adjust. Now, I will say, it is very important to have those manual adjustments on your robot, because I know certainly with my team in the past, we've had automatic aiming or automatic stuff, and if something goes wrong, if a sensor gets unplugged, if you suddenly lose sight of an object, it's very important to have those manual controls so you can get back on track, something to reset or something of the like.
Yeah, as Barry was saying earlier, right, you need redundancy and you need contingencies. You can have all this very complicated software, you can have incredibly mathematically precise model, but it's going to fail sometime on your robot. And so having the ability to manually take control or manually relocalize or manually reset is very important for these teams who are experimenting with these very, very high-level programming technologies here.
Yeah, and that's the risk you run, though. Like, those things happening, that's the risk you run when you rebuild your robot, right? You're building an entirely new robot. You're starting your season from day 0 and in a condensed timeline with a lot of learnings from your first competition. But at the end of the day, you're You're finding the quirks of this new machine that you built, and I think that's what we're going to pull up some of.
Yeah,
on the
definitely.
replay
If we
here.
can pull up the replay real quick, you can see this It Can solar robot right here, and it's kind of in an L shape, and that's what. So they can go into the gate, and if we press play here, they'll go into the gate, and they don't even have to rotate their robot. They just go right up to it. And even there, where they collected an artifact right up against that gate opening mechanism, and then they go straight back to shoot. Now, if we go a little bit further, there's a lot of good defense being played in this match. They know that It Can is a threat. So you can see this team going in to, going out of their way to hit It Can on the way to their scoring. And I think that is a potential cause of It Can's later issues in this match. Sometimes when you get hit, things come loose. I know especially defense is relatively uncommon in a lot of FTC games, but in FRC, especially, sometimes we played as defense bots, and if you don't have your wires really solidly in there, it can all fall apart on you.
Notably, I was going to say, Blue was hanging in there. Enigma looked like they had some stuck artifacts late in the match, and they were playing defense on that red bot on the red side, doing what they could to help It Can out. It Can carry to auto, but in the end didn't end up mattering for them.
Now let's head over to the Edison division, where we'll be playing Qualification match 6-7.
We have
We're just waiting for the head ref to come here to start the randomization. We're good to go. And this match starts in 3, 2, 1, go! And that's perfectly. We have 1, 2, 3 artifacts going up. Oh, one of them hit your game announcer. Don't worry about it. I'm fine. Don't worry. I won't need it in the hospital. But we have 1, 2, 3. That's wonderful. 5 artifacts for the Red Alliance. And the blue one, it's full for this autonomous period. They're doing it wonderfully. Let's see how it goes. But that one was wanting to go to a strike. Like it was Babe
Pick up your
Ruth.
controllers. Three, two, one.
I really love to hear the crowds that are chanting for their team, so I want to hear them more loudly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, another one goes out for the game announcer. Jeez, I do not get any points for the teams. But we have at least 5, 6 artifacts going for the Blue Alliance, and they are full. They need to open another one of the gates to get all the artifacts that are heading out. We have a bunch of pieces going all the arena. Some of them is losing pieces. And one of those runners came out of the team. Jeez. Team 21-83-6 is heading over. It took the longest route, but it's the safest one. It rises and it strikes smoothly and slowly. They're doing it pretty. They're nailing it, definitely. We have team 10-13-8. They're great. But their angle, it was a little bit too high, but still, they got managed to strike 2 points over there. 1. Another 2 goes outside of the field. Those angles are really taking a little bit to master. 1 artifact for the Blue Alliance. One of them are going all over me. Jeez, I'm getting scared of this. 1, 2, 3 artifacts for the Blue Alliance, but only one of them got in. Plenty of artifacts are jumping out, so I'll try to be careful with it. We're heading to the end game period. Let's see how it goes. 1, 2, 3 artifacts for the Red Alliance. Let's see how many they can get the Blue Alliance before the time runs out. They are heading into position. Let's see how it goes. 1, 2. Oh yeah, they're moving out. They're moving fast. Last scene only, and it's over. This match is over. And this is how it ends match 67.
That was one of the matches of all time. I think what helped Blue there was, right, you just see they saw 3 robots on the field and they're like, well, there's a totally other launch zone, right? That Blue Alliance robot sticking to that far launch zone, completely undefended, completely unimpeded, allowed to play their own game with the help from that awesome human player, right? Those timings were in sync with that fresh batch of artifacts ready to go for them and their robot being there to grab them. So Blue able to put up some consistent cycles. As we head over now to the Franklin division, where we've got a relatively big matchup. Rank number 9 in red, that's Celestial, against rank number 5 currently, Coyote, in the Blue Alliance for Qualification 69. Let's take a look.
All 4 robots in motion right out the gate here over on Blue. 3-0-1-1-0 Coyote launching, scoring 3 artifacts there. Their alliance partner helping out there. 7-0-1. The Gonk Squad scoring a combined total of 7 artifacts, clearing out all but 2 of them, scoring 4 more there and clearing the rest out there. 8 seconds left in Autonomous here. We see team 32728 for the Red Alliance. Celestial clearing out their classifier as well.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
Scores are pretty close coming out of Autonomous here. Less than 10 points of difference between the 2 alliances.
3, 2, 1.
And it's a tele-op we go. All 4 robots in motion once again. 3-0-1-1-0 for the Blue Alliance. Coyote wasting no time, picking up a few of those artifacts from the Red Alliance secret tunnel. Ooh, looks like a bit of defense happening. Bit of a tussle over on that side of the field. You can now see it on the front of the field as well between 3-0-1-1-0 Coyote for Blue and 1-6-4-1-7 Rock for Red. It's a fierce matchup here. Blue Alliance manages to fill up their classifier there. Red Alliance also managing to score a few artifacts here. We're seeing a few land in there. Currently 2, but that's about to change. I see 6 in the classifier, 2 now in the classifier there for the Red Alliance. 3, 4, and 1-6-4-1-7 Rock for the Red Alliance scoring again here. 3-2-7-2-8, their alliance partner Celestial deciding to cycle those artifacts there. We saw 6 go in. Looks like 5 came out there. Still going strong there. 58 seconds left in this match. Blue Alliance still going strong as well. 7-0-1. The Gonk Squad rushing over to the Blue Alliance secret tunnel there. 3-0-1-1-0. Their alliance partner Coyote utilizing their alliance's loading zone to pick up artifacts from their human player. Also utilizing their secret tunnel, collecting artifacts that were dropped out of the Red Alliance classifier there. 30 seconds left in this match. Here, 7-0-1, the Gonk Squad for the Blue Alliance launching from this closer launch zone to the back of the field. 20 seconds left in this match. 3 artifacts in the Blue Alliance classifier, 3 in the Red classifier. But looks like 3-0-1-1-0, Coyote, and 7-0-1, the Gong Squad, are both moving into position at the base zone. 7 seconds on the clock. Both Red Alliance robots still trying to score those last second points there before 3-2-7-2-8. Celestial moves into the base zone. Looks like 1-6-4-1-7 Rock at least made a good faith effort there. We'll have to wait for the scores to see if they were able to successfully partially park in that base zone.
Yeah, that was a great match by Celestial. They held their own and really proved that they deserved that top 10 spot. Unfortunately, Coyote just, unfortunately Coyote just wasn't quite able to keep up with Gong Squad, but very impressive match.
We did see some great, some shining moments, though, from the Blue Alliance. Towards the end there, we saw some great opportunistic defense where they locked Red out of probably one more full cycle of artifacts, right? Just by, hey, you're going this way, we're also going this way, and we're going to block you, steal those artifacts on the way, and now what are you going to do, right? They had to drive all the way around to the other side of the field to grab that last cycle. We're going to kick it over to the Edison division now. We've got a banger with the number 4 ranked team right now. Runtime Terror on the Blue Alliance up against some formidable foes, Scarsdale Robo Raiders and Robo Scout Squad on Red.
And of course, team we've become incredibly familiar with, the current champs record holder, CSH, out of Romania.
I mean, they have such an incredible schedule, getting these top teams time and time again, and they're using the schedule to their advantage, getting these amazing scores. Hopefully we see in maybe another event high score here.
Be great. Scarsdale is a team I'm familiar with upstate in Excelsior. Great drivers, great kids, great community and culture on their team, and I can't wait to see what they do if they can up their stock with a win here late in the day, again, as they go to bed into setting the stage for Friday's qualifiers.
To go. This match starts in 3, 2, 1, go! We heading up for the autonomous period. What a long shot team 1824 series taking. Jeez, what happened with that? It tried to hit one of their game players. Jeez. Let's focus on other things. We have a perfect autonomous on team 12-33-1. It's going up. What a calculus for the angle. It's really wonderful how they're making it. It's really impressive.
Drivers,
and how
pick up your
wonderful they're
controllers.
doing it.
Three, 2, 1.
And we're good to start the Teleop period. Let's see how it goes. Team 1824 series trying to catch as many artifacts as possible. It heads into position, but no, Team 22-105 doesn't let him. He has those ferocious eyes. He doesn't want the Red Alliance to get ahead of him. He gets into angle and he's really just having beef with 1824-0, really. 2 artifacts for the Red Alliance. The Blue Alliance is only focusing on their points. 1, 2, 3, almost triplets of artifacts. They wanted to redeem themselves, so it go. 3 artifacts more, and only 2 more, and we have overthrow. We have full house at the Blue Alliance. The red one doesn't want to be left behind. They take the points and they get it scored. They get the points, they take it scored. They're really doing it marvelous. Even though once robot is moving and crashing to another one, it doesn't mean that they tally up, and also the perfect angle that they have mastered doesn't let them for scoring the most quantity of points available. They're moving quite fast in 1, 2, 3. It was almost perfect, the quantity, but we have almost a pattern in the Red Alliance. But it's also over because 3 artifacts went outside of the field. Team 1824-0 is getting ready for the end game. We're almost done for it. Let's see how it goes. Team 12, 33-1 is heading out, but the other team from the Blue Alliance doesn't let him to do it. We only have a few seconds left before this match ends. And that's how it goes, and we finish this match 69.
All right. Now that qualification match 69 has ended, let's
What an absolute roller coaster of a match there. I mean, starting off with an amazingly high scoring auto, and then going into telly-up, we're having runtime terror disconnect. I mean, luckily CSH is of the caliber of team that can just keep that lead that they gained in auto. As we saw in the middle of telly-up, they had a 100-point lead, and although they were 1v2ing, they sustained that lead handedly.
And strictly speaking, not a disconnect, right? They were still driving,
Oh,
playing
yes,
some defense on red, but they had either some kind of mechanical failure with their turret. We saw that green artifact perched there all day. I don't have the benefit of having been on the desk with you guys all day. I've been over at Ross, seeing CSH for the first time. I'm thinking to myself, how are they only 13th or 14th in this? That was an absolutely incredible match for them. Got to take them to the chiropractor. They carried the whole Blue Alliance on their back.
Yeah, and we'll talk about it after. I guess we have a little bit more time. But yeah, so CSH 2 matches ago, unfortunately, they had a very big programming problem with their autonomous. Maybe they had some disconnect with their pinpoint, but what happened was they started the close goal for the blue close goal, and they just went in diagonal line to the red human player zone.
Listen, if I was their coach, if you guys were on their team, again, I keep on saying going to bed tonight, but if coming out of what you just described and that kind of performance on their last match on Thursday night, what a great way to enter the overnight. That's got to be a huge confidence builder for them.
Exactly. I mean, they're just grasping for perfection here,
Sure.
right? And maybe we'll see more of that in Qualification 7 in the Edison division with Ice Robotics, first seed alliance, and Pokebolts. They've consistently been dominating their division here so far.
Yeah, Ice Robotics is one of those teams that, so the average ranking score for Ice is 5.25, which means that they've gotten 5 in basically all their matches, and they've gotten 6 in some. And if they continue that, they have a spin dexter, they're able to sort. I think they're on pace to win this division.
It's so interesting to see the sorting functionality and which robots have it and which don't, because it's one of those things that the motifs and patterns are a marginal amount of points, all things considered, but it's that marginal amount of points that matters at the World Championship. And so going back to day one, it's like, do you design your robot, prioritizing these minute features that maybe don't win you a regional qualifier, a league tournament, or even your state championship, but are critical for World Championship. And now we're seeing the teams that have them here succeeding, like the teams here in Qualification 70 on the Edison division. Let's take a look.
underway. That's 20 seconds of those pre-programmed instructions. While that's going on, let's meet our teams on the field. Starting off our Red Alliance, they're coming from Indiana in the United States. It's team 11329, Ice Robotics. Their alliance partners are coming all the way from Hawaii in the United States. It's team 6962, Pokebolts. Over on the Blue Alliance, they're coming from Paulista, Brazil. It's team 23504, Space Tech.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
We also have a team on the Blue Alliance from Maryland in the United States. It's team 47 Beavers, 13100.
3, 2, 1.
Our match is underway. 2 minutes of straight scoring for the next. For the next 2 minutes, we'll see those robots that are controlled by those students pick up the artifacts and make their way over to the goal. We're seeing lots of action in the back of the field there. We're seeing Ice Robotics and 13100, 47 Beavers. They're picking up some artifacts from their human player in that loading zone, making their way to that back launch zone as well. Ice Robotics making their way back over to the Red Alliance side. They just opened up that gate for the Red Alliance, emptying up some space on that ramp for artifacts to be classified. We're also seeing 13100, 47 Beavers. They're trying to pick up some more of those artifacts, but make their way this time to the front launch line. We're seeing Pokebolts. They're opening up that gate for the Red Alliance as well, and they're going to pick up some of those artifacts that just flowed out of that ramp. Ice Robotics going back and forth from their human player in that loading zone and making their way over to the launch zone and scoring some of those artifacts. Robots have to quickly be on their toes and change their strategy as the match goes on, where they're launching from, depending on the other robots on the field. It's interesting to see these dynamics play out and how the drive team manages all of the robots on the field at once. Right now we have just over 30 seconds left in the match. 259 points for the Blue Alliance, 182 for the Red Alliance. Red Alliance is about to hit that threshold for the artifact ranking point goal. And we also have the Blue Alliance who has already hit that ranking point threshold. 20 seconds left in the match. We're already seeing Pokebolts lined up in their base and parked for the endgame period. We're seeing the other robots on the field trying to get some of those last-second artifacts in. Ice Robotics rapidly fires 3 more up into the Red Alliance. That's 9 points for the Red Alliance. 3, 2, 1. And with that, that ends qualification match number 70. We're going to go over to field number 1 in just a few moments for some more scores and for our next match.
Let's go for the results of the last match. 69. And the Blue Alliance wins the match 69.
So for Edison, match 70, from the files of we did not see that coming, Ice falls to Space Tech and 47 Beavers. What happened?
Ice was incredibly consistent, as they have been for the rest of this competition, but it just, as we've seen, Pokebolts didn't really seem to be able to adapt to defense as well as some of these other teams. Ice kept the deficit only to the 50 points of auto almost the entire match. They played incredibly well. They managed to reach 67, reach that artifact ranking point. They did an incredibly impressive job. You know, Illinois state champs. They won Michiana Premier event last year. I think I may have put the commentator's curse on them a little bit last time around, but.
But I mean,
Indiana state champs.
Indiana state champs. Yeah,
but I mean, it was off of a standout performance by 3,100. They or 13,100. They were all over the entire board.
Yes. Let's move over to Ross now. However, we've got another match for you.
Blue Alliance, at least Red successfully shot. They don't have any points yet on the live scoring. 28-133 from Moldova. Shooting and continuing to score artifacts for the Blue Alliance. Getting one more in. And pelting the game announcer.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
Ends.
Three, 2, 1.
And the drivers take control. Our Moldovan team. 28-133 shoots 1, 2, 3 artifacts going on in. And their alliance partners, Hyperion bots, 18,011, also firing into the Blue Depot. 3 more by 28-133. Cybersmiths over on the Red Alliance. Lining up, they shoot, not quite going in. They're off by just a little bit. TARDIS seems to be continuing to have some trouble, but their alliance partners have pushed them. They might be looking for parking points. I think that's exactly what they're looking for. They've decided they're done, and they're looking at some more artifacts. Both blue bots picking up artifacts. Blue Alliance in the 100s at 1 minute remaining. 2 artifacts going in by 28-133. And 2 more, getting 1 bounce out. We're at the 45-second mark. Blue Alliance looking very likely to win this match. I think now it's really a game of ranking points. 28-804, nudging the blue Hyperion bots robot and getting out of the way. Looks like they might be going for their own park, trying to get fully in for that ranking point. 28-133 shoots and scores 2 more artifacts in. the driver control period. We're in the last 20 seconds. Not quite putting enough force. 28-133 shoots. Doesn't go in. They got that one. Their alliance partners parked in the blue parking zone. They're going for the park. 1 second remaining and done.
Yeah, that was a unfortunately lopsided match. We've seen this happen with innumerable teams, CSH and others, but fortunately TARDIS just had an unlucky match. Now let's go into Edison with Kraken Pinion.
1, 2, 3 points more for the for the Blue Alliance, sorry. 29-0-29 hits back and almost 3 artifacts got in. 2 of them got outside of the field. 19,500 doesn't want to be left behind. He wants to join the party with 29-0-29. 1, 2, 3 artifacts. They're doing it so rapidly. Like, it's really impressive how they're doing it. I don't know how they're keeping with the pace, but it's wonderful. 29-0-29, 1, 2, 3. But the 3 of them got outside of the field from team 18-18-5. Oh, geez, almost 3 of them got hit on me. That certainly happens a lot of these times. 3 artifacts perfectly executed for 29-09. They almost got all of them, just 2 artifacts got. The human player got lucky. 86-80, 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2, 3 for 29-0-29. It's so marvelous. 2 artifacts got outside of the field. 2 got in, 2 got out of the field. You know, you win, you lose. 2 got in, 2 got in the both sides of the alliances. These alliances have really connected themselves. We have only less than 20 seconds left at this match at field 1 of Edison, sponsored by General Electric. 18-18-5, 1, 2, 1, 2. This is going so smoothly, lasting only 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and we're done! And it's over at this match.
Well, that was an insane upset. Robertix and Phosphide topple Kraken Pinion, but we have to move on to another match in Lovelace, 72.
And those shots followed up by their partner, Bergeniers. Technobots decides to go ahead and empty out this classification ramp with about 10 seconds left in an autonomous here. Laserbots making really good work of picking up those artifacts, and they're going to park off the line.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
We got all 4 leave. It looked like Overclock barely made it, but they did make it at the end there. Keeping it suspenseful. Let's end this with Telia.
3, 2, 1.
All right, Telia begins. Both alliances decide to open up their classifier ramp to let the artifacts roll. Technobots are filling up. They got 3 in there. Same with the Red Alliance. Overclock shooting from the back. Bears and Ears coming to push them out of the way. Bears and Ears lining up. I think they have some artifacts in there. They're lining. They got 1, 2. Looks like they missed both. They'll have to realign and try again. Laserbots making really good work with their nicely machined. I also noticed they have like an RGB panel around their robot. I'm assuming that tells them what artifacts they have in their robot. It's really nice and very fancy. Technobots decides to empty out their classifier ramp with about 1:15 left here. It's about 162-92, favoring the Red Alliance. Overclock heading over to the human player station to pick up 3 artifacts, launching them to the back. Just making very quick work. Watch that. Bam, bam. Every single time. Well, they missed that one. They're doing good, though. Laserbots opening the classifier ramp, cycling some more artifacts there. It looks like Blue Alliance has managed to stall in the wrong... Oh, they're back. Nice. They're back. And they have some artifacts ready to shoot here. About 40 seconds left. And Bergeniers manages to get those artifacts out, and they have filled them up. And now they're emptying their classifier ramp out. Long shot from Overclock there, but it did bounce out of the goal, so that's not going to count with about 25 seconds left. We're going to enter endgame. We are now in endgame. Let's see what these teams can do. Red Alliance has kept their classifier open. Same with Blue Alliance, or kept it closed. Both alliances are going to go for overflow. Technobots is driving into the corner. Red Alliance has decided to call it quits here.
have a nice park. Blue Lions, can they get in with the last couple seconds? Going to be a lot of fighting. I think they might have got it. We'll have to see what the refs decide on that. Before we do that, I think we have one more score from field number 1.
Yes, we do. Let's go ahead and see the score from qualification match 71.
And now we're switching over to the Ross division with another contentious match.
Shooting high and scoring all the way from the back on its back foot. We can see Area 52 taking care of business. Oh, and a quick push at the end there. Static Eagles missed that last one because of a push-off by Area 52. We have artifacts left and right. So many artifacts, so little time as we get down to just a minute and 10 seconds left in this match, the last match of today. When we're done, we'll have 70 down, and we'll have 70 more to go tomorrow. Look at those quick moves, man. I'm loving DeSoto gets moving into place. It shoots 3. Look how quickly DeSoto shoots, all of them in less than a second. All the way in the back, Static Eagles shooting from the far end of the field. Loading up, and here they go. Nice shot. 2 and 3, all 3 going in. A different way of doing things, but they're all getting the scores and taking care of business. Here we go again. DeSoto loading up yet again. 3 of them right in place. DeSoto, in a couple of times, has had more than 12 of those shots in just about 10 seconds. Here we go in the far shot. Circuit Runners robots with blackout. Marietta, Georgia, they came to play. They're loading up and ready to go. We're getting down to it. Just a few seconds left. Here we go. Count it down with me. 3, 2, 1. That's it. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the last match of the day.
We're now heading over to the Edison division once again.
Scored in the and 2 of those Alliance goals. 24-0-90, working on shooting from the back of the field in that far launch zone. They're trying to pin up against 13-3-7-5. That's going to be Great Neck North Goatbusters. They're shooting from the back of the field, fighting with Trojan Robotics for that space. We're also seeing Red Skills make their way, opening up that Blue Alliance ramp, that Blue Alliance gate to empty that ramp. Again, those ramps can only hold about 9 of those artifacts, so it's important that teams make consistent cycles to open up that gate if they're scoring any more than that. Those artifacts on that ramp are worth 3 points, and we're seeing Great Neck North Goatbusters add to that score by making those cycles of 3 artifacts back and forth from the back of the field. Right now, just under 1 minute left in the match. 126 points for the Red Alliance, 65 for the Blue Alliance. 43 artifacts have been scored on red, 19 on blue, and they're trying to get to that goal of 67 to try and get that goal RP. We are still seeing Trojan Robotics in the back of the field. They're kind of dominating that far launch zone. They're working their way between that loading zone from picking up those artifacts in their human players and flinging them all the way to the other side of the field and their respective goal. That sound means 20 seconds left of gameplay today. We're now in endgame. We're going to see those teams start to line up into their bases. We're already seeing Red Skills partially parked in that Blue Alliance base. 5 seconds are going to be left in the match. 3, 2, 1. That's the end of qualification match 72. We'll be back in just a few moments with those scores. Everybody, are you ready to see our last score of post of the day? Congratulations to the Red Alliance. They won with a score of 281 points to the Blue Alliance's 117 points, took home 5 ranking points from that last match. That was our last score post of the day, but tomorrow morning, the field will be open for calibration starting at 7:45 a.m. and we'll have a quick couple-minute opening ceremonies at 9 a.m. and the matches will start very soon after. So we'll see you back bright and early tomorrow morning. Have safe travels back to wherever you're staying, and we can't wait to see you for tomorrow.
Another solid match out of Edison. It seems to be one of the more contentious divisions this year.
I mean, we were playing posting scores later, but there were a lot of upsets there in those final couple matches. Top-ranked teams, single-digit ranked teams, all of those rankings getting turned upside down on their heads. Some of those teams in the upper position still in that top 8, but a lot of shuffle going on there.
So it was 69, 70, and 71. All saw the higher ranked, or the alliance with those higher ranked teams all fell.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely crazy, right? I mean, ICE was looking really good at first place for their division, and then literally their last match, unfortunately, they lost and they dropped down. Now, they did drop down to 4th, so they still have that captain position right there, but they lost a lot of negotiating power in terms of being able to pick freely whoever they want, picking their perfect alliance.
Definitely. So let's start by going through some of these divisions. We'll start with Edison because that's the one we've been talking about lately. Ice Robotics, who has been dominant up until their last match, is 4-1. Sounds good. Ice Robotics. Doing a wonderful job keeping their ranking score up so that they're still in that top area. They're actually higher than a number of teams who have perfect records in terms of wins. Top team in Edison is Laser Tech. They have a ranking score is 5. So does MOE, FCC 365, and Runtime Terror. AI Citizens out of Romania. A strong favorite going into this, is also up there in the top 5.
So that's our first division, Edison. What's next?
Yeah, so Franklin is a little bit less top-heavy, you could say, but we still have some... Yeah, so Franklin's definitely had some surprises. Leviathan came into the event as the highest ranked team in terms of OPR, but they've dropped down quite a bit. They've had a bit of an unfortunate match schedule. But yeah, there's a lot of match schedule things that can affect things, but yeah, here in First Jams Live, we're going to go through some of these divisions and their rankings. Going into Edison, we have a very contentious top 10. Laser Tech currently ranked number 1 with 5 average ranking score. MOE right behind them, just slight tiebreaker, changing that rankings. Runtime Terror, and then ICE recently got upset. They went incredibly well earlier in the day. They are currently 4-1. They had a unfortunate alliance partner mishap, and so they only managed to get a few of those ranking points, but they still, with a consistent 5 or 6 in the other matches, are still ranked 4th.
Yeah. I think it's one of the things we might look at as we get into Friday as well, that we were all talking here on the desk. Maybe it's the commentator curse, maybe it's not, but we had 3 alliances with very highly placed teams in Edison fall in rapid succession. 69, 70, and match 71. All of the teams that we thought were going to pull it out, they go in tonight defeated.
Yeah, and I mean, like, the top 20 for Edison is just incredibly stacked, right? MOE, Runtime Terror, Ice Robotics, AI Citizens, Team Calamari, Trojan Robotics, CSH, Root -1, Pokeballs, and the list just goes on and on. All of these teams have the potential, the capability to be captains, the capability to execute on these positions. And so seeing how they've fallen, how the rankings have changed, as we saw the match 69, 70, 71, and so on, is really changing the dynamics and probably their plans. Because if you're winning every single match throughout the event, you're thinking to yourself, all right, who am I going to pick as captain? But now all of a sudden you've dropped down. You're not in this position anymore. Now you have to go meet with captains, potentially. Well, we don't know yet, but you're going to have to go meet with these higher ranked teams and see what you can do, how you can be compatible.
Now, I joined you guys here for the closing shift. You've been at the desk all through the afternoon. Have you seen some of those same storylines across other divisions as we look at wrap-up here on Thursday's gameplay?
Definitely. Over in Ross, we have seen Ghost Robotics has had a bit of a tumultuous day, but they come out on top at the end of this day. They've been incredibly consistent. They've had to overcome 2v1s, but the other top teams in that division are just as formidable. Quantum Robotics came into this event with the high score overall in the world, and they have continued to put incredibly high scores up with an average score of 333 and a max score of 412. DeSoto Technis comes into this off of the back of Governor's Cup win. They are currently ranked third with a slightly lower ranking score. But Info1 Robotics is one of those teams that we saw an upset earlier in the day. They came in, once again, a strong team from Romania, but they are now 4-1, and they're going to have to play catch-up to some of these top teams.
But notably, Info1 is carrying the same point average, 318, as DeSoto in third, though they're down in seventh.
Definitely, yeah. You see that. Some teams have averages of 250 and they're in the top 5, and some have averages of 300 and they're down in 10, like quality control.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, right, like, all of these divisions, as we want to go into Da Vinci, all of these divisions have very, very, very strong contenders for these finalist alliances that will appear. It doesn't seem that any division is really overpowering the other divisions in terms of the possible matchups. I mean, each division has incredibly strong contenders here, and it's really like impossible to say who will win what in the future, which is really exciting, and we'll see that development later on.
Definitely. Moving over to the Jackson division, currently 11-260 Upper Creek is still fighting hard for that sort of title defense. They are currently, I believe, 4-1, so they are in a solid position for tomorrow. If anything happens to those top 4 undefeated teams, they could easily end up in that number-ranked slot like they did last year.
Yeah, and I mean, it's like unfortunate. Like, let's look at the 16th place, right? Galactic Norwich can affect Organized Anarchy, I believe is their team name. Their average tiebreaker points, 302. They surpass a lot of those, a lot of the teams above them in that regard. But just due to how their schedule worked out, unfortunately, they will have to play catch-up, as we were talking about that before.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, we're talking about all these teams, right? These are the top-ranked teams. Here's the ones that are lower ranked. We saw that exactly play out, right? There's really no telling the rankings, as much as they're an indicator that there's good teams in those positions. It's not an indicator that these teams are set to win their matches. No match is a given here.
When would you guys expect to see it start coming into focus, right? We've got 5 down behind us, 5 ahead of us on Friday. Is it as simple as saying around between, match 6, 7, 8? Or does it all depend on how tonight goes, on practice and refinement, repair? How does that look to you guys as we look towards tomorrow?
Yeah, I really think we're going to see a lot of it tomorrow because of tonight. Because people already do have ideas for, we've already had half our qualification matches, so we already know what autos people can do, how people are performing. You already have a really good idea for who you want to pick or who you want to be picked by. And so reaching out to these teams and practicing in these conferences or however else, right, is going to be very, very important as you want to coordinate and show that you can put a good show with that team, right? If you're a captain, you want to make sure that you are compatible with the person you want to pick. And so playing with them after the competition and making sure that they really perform well is something that I think we're going to see. So I think we'll see a lot of convergence, or maybe not so much convergence, but a lot of filtering definitely after tonight. And then maybe we'll see convergence, at least what I think is you really can't tell until match 10. Like we saw today. Yes. There were big upsets at the end.
Matthew, I wanted to ask you, I didn't want to derail the divisional wrap-ups. You had us well on the way, but Lovelace, we haven't been there yet. Gyrobotic Droids, Overclock, Minervas, all at a 4.8 as we go into the night. What did you guys see there this afternoon?
Definitely very solid. Gyrobotic Droids has just put up the numbers. a number of these teams have. Divide by Zero, we've seen and All Systems Go as well, who slightly behind them, have all had to overcome quite difficult things. Exodus, coming off Australian champs, brand new bot. See this with a lot of teams coming in with redesigns.
Yeah.
Some have worked flawlessly, a lot have not. And I feel this personally, and this is why I think, quite honestly, I agree that we don't know until match 10. In power play, I was lucky enough to be at Worlds with my team, and Project Peacock, who happened to be here, and well, we got to match 8. Match 9, I believe. We're the only undefeated team in our division. We go into that match, our rebuilt bot for Worlds. Something breaks. We lose that match. We lose the next match, and suddenly we're 4th. It can all change towards the end.
And also, I think a very big differentiation in terms of how we'll see teams being picked. The second pick, or I really shouldn't say the second pick specifically, but not all teams in your alliance have to play, which is a big change from years prior, right? Like, there is a much different lens than we've seen before in FPC, I think that we'll see, because now the bot almost, any one of them really can serve as a backup bot almost, right?
The insurance policy for the alliance.
Yes, exactly. It's not that every bot has to perform necessarily. I mean, obviously you have to perform, but it's not between having. It's not between trying to maximize your
complementary gameplay.
Yes, exactly, complementary gameplay. But rather being consistent and reliable and being there when something inevitably goes wrong.
Right.
And that's where having these deep divisions is an absolute boon for all of these teams. Well, another deep division being the Goodall division. What do the rankings look like there, Graham?
Yes, of course. Well, the golden
or Matthew. We'll take Matthew.
Or Matthew, yeah. The golden ratio is currently leading the way in the Goodall division. They have a clean record, 5-0 with 5 ranking points. Behind them are Brickbot with also 5 ranking points, but just a slightly lower tiebreaker points. Heart of Robots is 4-1. Not the highest. Sorry, the lowest undefeated team is below some of the defeated teams, like we've seen in other divisions. Heart of Robots, 22-6-5 with their fantastic double climb. I'm so excited to go into it tomorrow. These are incredibly deep divisions. I think if we were to look at averages, probably around 200 at least. So. Yep.
Let's check out the next one. What's going on in Franklin?
Yeah.
I believe this is our last division, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, this is our last division. Giant diencephalic brainstem, a classic.
Tongue twister every time.
A tongue twister every time, leading the way behind Itcan, GR Catastrophe, and East Rankin Robotics.
Is it accurate that Itcan only has 4 gameplays in there?
I believe so,
Yes.
yes. But I think that'll do us for today. We have a lot to look forward to tomorrow.
Can't wait. Hopefully those bots stay healthy, the kids too, as the dad and the coach on the desk. They got to get their sleep, got to drink, have a good dinner and the rest. But we want them to take care of themselves in all seriousness so that they're ready for tomorrow. It's going to be a long day.
Yep.
It is, and we won't find out how things shake out until match number 10. So thank you so much for joining us here for First Champs Live, presented by RoboSports Network. We'll see you tomorrow for day 2 here at the First Championship.
Good night.